Howdy and welcome back to the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. We are live from Houston, Texas at SpeedSportz Racing Park for round number 2. And we get set to go green with our Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. My name is Caleb Vieska, and alongside me here this weekend on the booth is the Croatian sensation Rocco Ruzic as we get set to go green for heat number 3 and main event day. It's main event time and heat racing time here shortly. Our Mini Swifts are going to get going here, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. It's Alex Chandler on the pole position. Alongside him is going to be Pasha Ali. Royce Vega, the Dallas, Texas native, is going to be in 3rd. Chucker Tribb in 4th. Aston Wyatt 5th. Sawyer Chambers in 6th. Liam Nachawati, the just announced Sodi Racing USA driver, starting 7th. Nicholas Orbezo 8th. Cade Casper 9th. Colton Schingenberg 10th. Tanner Barsh in 11th. Oscar Gus Wonderlay in 12th. Josh Bergman, the Trinity Karting Group driver, in 13th. It's going to be Cameron Johnson in 14th and Emerson Lane 15th. Rodolfo Lavin in 16th. Nathan Hughes 17th. Simon Klein 18th. Sofia Sadagova 19th. It's going to be Aldo Ituriga in 20th. Rhett Johnson 21st. Adrian Vargas in 22. Jack Cowell, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting 23rd. An action-packed day of racing for these drivers as we get set to go green here shortly and wait for the mark to get going here. So we are scheduled to start for our heat racing at 9:36. So we are right on time and getting set to go as pickup is finalized, and these drivers will get the 1-minute mark and the engines will be fired here shortly. The vibes have been really good here this weekend. A lot of people in good spirits and getting ready to get going here. Rocco, I mean, this weekend's been great so far. I mean, walk me through it, right? A lot of drivers having a good time here this weekend, laughing, especially some of these younger drivers, you know, having a great time and in good spirits.
Yeah, when I went down to the pits yesterday after our stream, you know, the energy was really awesome. You know, I got to talk to a bunch of drivers, got to see a bunch of old friends, you know, some are mechanicking, some are driving, you know, but regardless, they're all having a great time, Caleb.
Yeah, everybody here in good spirits and having a great time. So we get set to go green for the first time today. The green flag will drop with our Mini Swift class. Pasha Ali, super quick, but unfortunate, incident put him out of the second heat race at the end of yesterday, and he looks to go a couple of spots better here today, where brother Ray Foley also out here this weekend in the Kid Kart class. Older brother Pasha Ali trying to show his younger brother how it's done. Speaking of brothers, there's Josie Chambers in the pit and grid area with younger brother Sawyer Chambers, who issues for him off the grid yesterday. Led a couple of laps, but him as well. A couple of mishaps in the second heat put him out of that one and an early end.
But yeah, you know, today's a whole new day. I mean, he has another chance to go through the field. He was doing it yesterday, and he just needs to, you know, keep himself clean and out of danger today. Yeah,
just needs to keep it clean and I guess steady, so you can have a good starting spot later today when he gets down to it. So hopefully young Sawyer Chambers can show his brother how it's done. You know, he's both of them have had really good days of racing. Josie working his way from the back up to the front of the field, and Sawyer starting right behind some really talented drivers in this Mini Swift class.
Yeah, and pulling that turn 3 overtake on the same drivers is even more of a testament to who Sawyer Chambers really is.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? He made moves on the likes of Royce Vega and others there into that turn number 3. There's young Sawyer Chambers with brother Josie Chambers alongside him, as seems to be in good spirits. You know, young Sawyer, one thing I will say, you know, the day's over. He goes over to the rental kart side right next door and runs rentals for hours and hours on end, and he has a good time. You know, is very aerodynamic himself in those rental karts, very light, so those things probably kick up to 50 miles an hour with him sitting in them.
Yeah, I remember before his time, I think it may have been his brother whenever he, you know, his growth spurt, you know, they came over to the track. Yeah, I was working over there, him and his friends, and they would come and terrorize the whole field. You know, they'd be in a 3-cart train. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a rental kart go that fast before.
Yeah, speaking of going fast in rental karts, you actually, I've heard you hold the record at the rental track right next door. I mean, just what's it like, you know, being a local hero, Rocco?
You know, it's hard, man. You know, everybody's, you know, stopping me, you know, asking for photos and stuff. And, yeah, it's just, you know, it's a really tough being, the man.
Well, there you have it, Rockaruza, the Croatian sensation. Having a good time, all good spirits. A lot of people, happy to be here. Myself, happy to be back in Texas after, being around quite some time. So it's going to be back here in Texas, and even better being at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and a home track for me, and for yourself as well, and for a lot of us. So it's good to be back here and going. As the engines come to life now, thumbs up there by Sawyer Chambers with Hunter Tribb right in front of him. I know I'm mispronouncing Tucker's name, so I'm going to try and get that right here. So it's Trieb, correct. So it's Tucker Trieb, and I'm mispronouncing that. I'm sorry, Tucker, and I'm sure you'll have a good day of racing here today. So Tucker Trieb. Gets it done. So it should be a good day so far. Pasha Ali already eager to get out and onto the racetrack. Our race director, Matt, out there giving thumbs up to the young drivers. Nico Orbezo in good spirits, waving. Hi, Nico. Thumbs up. Hope you have a good day today, waving. I hope he's waving to us and not to somebody else on the fence line. But he's waving in good spirits as we get set to go green. Alex Chandler going to lead us away here. Royce Vega alongside him. And there is Aston Fast and Wide, who's been quick in both classes all weekend long and looks to get going here for another day of racing.
Yeah, you see them coming out the pits, and they're lighting up their tires on that front straight. You got to be real careful, because if you spin out, especially on today, well, that water in the grass is going to be a real embarrassing ordeal.
Yeah, so you definitely don't want to go for a wet and wild ride. There is a water park, though, on the other side of the racetrack, on the other side of the highway. So, we'll keep all the splashes and all that fun stuff over there, and we'll keep the racing nice and green on this side, right? We want to just keep it on the black stuff. We don't want to get anybody, having to end up at the cleaning station behind the kart barn here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. But we get set to go green here as the drivers make it to the commitment cone. Alex Chandler, the Houston, Texas local, getting set to go green alongside Pasha Ali, the Dallas, Texas. Houston, Texas, and Dallas, Texas on the front row. It's another Dallas, Texas native of Royce Vega on the second row. Alongside him, Tucker Trieb. Aston Wyatt, another Houston, Texas local, as well as Sawyer Chambers. We get set to go green here in this one, a crawling pace so far by the Iron Rock Motorsports entry of Alex Chandler as they get set to get going here in this one. Into the toe of the boot we go. It's Pasha Ali and Alex Chandler for the first time today on this Sunday. It's main event Sunday before this heat race. Alex Chandler and Pasha Ali will lead us away. Into the tram lines we go for the first time today. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in Mini Swift. A good start so far by Alex Chandler. Gets to the point of the field, and the four outside go to the point of the field. Alex Chandler gets through. Royce Vega gets through. Aston Wyatt gets through. And Sawyer Chambers look to get through as well, but not the best start there by the CRG Nordum driver of Pasha Ali, who loses a handful of spots already.
Yeah, two-car breakaway up front. Down the inside goes Royce Vega on Alex Chandler into turn 6. He files through, and they're going to go single file through Switchback City. Down the inside, again, that is
Aston Wyatt. Aston Wyatt goes through on Liam Nachawati. And there goes Nachawati back on Aston Wyatt. A little bit too deep, though, side by side in between Fasten and Liam. Liam tries to get the inside, gives a signal to Aston. He's like, hey, let's push each other forward, try to work together here. Sawyer Chambers looks for a move on the inside of Aston Wyatt. Chambers gets through in his Intrepid machine, or Bezo there for the back, and Pasha Ali already losing a handful of spots here in this one. Nicholas Orbezo got through. The reigning Rock Cup USA champion, able to work his way up the field. It's Royce Vega who leads us away after the first lap. Alex Chandler second, Liam Nachawati third. It's Sawyer Chambers fourth, and Aston Wyatt rounding up your top 5 here.
Yeah, Rafe Ali with a pretty poor start, but, we saw what he was able to do yesterday. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he could get back up to that front, sharp end of the field right now. Yeah,
so for Ali, struggling here already for pace in the early stages of this race as down the main straightaway we go for the second time, and he moves. Everybody stays pretty stagnant here in this one. Ali right at the moment is behind Tucker Trieb, so he's trying to work his way further up the field, but losing touch a little bit with the top 6 for Ali. A good gap in between Royce Vega and Alex Chandler here at the moment. That sits at 3 kart lengths. And the gap further back, bumper to bumper, nose to tail for Nachawati and Orbezo and company here.
Yeah, Royce Vega pulling away. Seems to be our fastest driver on track right now. down into the boot hairpin. Liam Nachawati leads that second pack down into the front straight. Sawyer Chambers already making his way up to the front of the grid. That's P4 for Sawyer Chambers. Right behind him, Aston Wyatt. Down through the S as they go. Still side. Oh, down the inside, turn 3 again.
Down the inside, looks Sawyer Chambers to make that move again into turn number 3. Wasn't able to get it done that time, though. Liam Nachawati tapped the back of his helmet, told Sawyer Chambers to push their way forward. But Chambers decided to try and make the move as Nachawati goes a little bit defensive. Sawyer Chambers going to get help. And bumper to bumper there, they make a little bit of contact. Nachawati and Chambers, a little bit of a hip check in between the two of them. And Nachawati able to stay ahead.
Aston Wyatt seems to be working together with Sawyer Chambers there, because after that little bobble, he didn't decide to go down the inside of him into switchback city. He decided, down the inside.
Nicholas Orbezo goes down the inside on Aston Wyatt. Trebe looks to get through as well. Not close enough for Tucker Trebe to go on his AR Academy teammate there, so he's going to have to stay stagnant behind Aston Fast and Wyatt there in the 6th spot for Trebe. As Chambers still behind Nachawati and a little bit of a gap in between the two of them. A cart length separates them at the moment, but the two AR Academy drivers have found each other and are pushing each other forward.
Yeah, pulling that turn 3 move on Liam Nachawati might be a little bit more difficult than Sawyer first thought. He may have to try it into turn 6 or turn 11, but, as you saw last time, he couldn't do it on the previous lap.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the fences are lined here for this one. A lot of national drivers and a lot of heavy hitters here in this mini Swift class, so it's good to see them out here and everybody in good spirits. And a driver who's in good spirits right now is a driver in the lead, Royce Vega, who is getting, caught up a little bit by Alex Chandler and his Iron Rock Motorsports machine further back. So that battle for the lead will ramp up here. We are 4 minutes down with a minute to go here left in this one. The yellow flags are out. One driver around, not sure who that is. That's a Trackside Karting Services machine who went around there in turn number 11. So there you saw it on your screen for a second. I think that's Cade Casper who went around, so unfortunate for Cade, who's going to have a lot of work in the main event after an unfortunate end to his heat number 3. But the battle for the lead ramping up here. That gap now at a cart length in between Alex Chandler and company. As there went Nicholas Orbezo on Aston Wyatt. So Orbezo now behind an Iron Rock Motorsports teammate of Sawyer Chambers and trying to push their way up to Liam Nachawati.
Yeah, that first group already has a pretty formidable gap down on the second one. And if that second group can't figure out the running order of who's going to push in, they're still fighting into Switchback City. If they can't figure out who they... Oh, Aston Wyatt.
Wow.
Wow, 3 wide. Wow.
Trebe goes through on the two of them. A great move by Trebe, who gets through on Chambers and Aston Wyatt. A good move by the AR Academy driver there to take advantage of the fighting that Chambers and Wyatt were doing. And there goes Chambers again on Trebe, still side by side in between the two of them. Hip check in between the two of them. Side pod, bumper to bumper, trying to get through. There goes Chandler, who stays... Chambers, who goes ahead. And there goes Trebe, side by side with Wyatt. Wyatt on the outside. Can he get through? Can he make it out of this one? He does. And Aston Wyatt able to hold on to the 5th spot here in this one. The battle for the lead still staying stagnant. Vega still leads from Chandler. It's Nachawati in 3rd. Behind him is Nicholas Orbezo. And this is a battle for P5, who Chambers leads from Wyatt in 6th.
Now that Aston is behind Sawyer Chambers, he's really selecting him as his teammate this race. Pushing him all the way down the inside. That is
Josh Bergman. Josh Bergman in the Kart Republic, the Trinity Karting Group driver, gets through and for the first time this weekend, trying to crack into the top 5, but Trebe able to get it back down on Josh Bergman. This is Sawyer Chambers and Aston Wyatt. There is Bergman in his Kart Republic, side by side with Tucker Trebe. Not able to get ahead. He's going to have a push from the CRG driver of Nachawati. Can he get through? A deep send into turn number 11. Josh Bergman is through. Ali is through as well. And Trebe loses 2 spots in one corner.
Yeah, Ali down on the down into that second position of that group. He's was at the front end of this pack at the beginning of the race, but had a pretty poor start, and he's just trying to make up all those positions that he possibly can.
Yeah, so Ali, a poor start for him here early on in this one, is trying to work his way back up the field. He currently sits in 8th. The fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Royce Vega, the Dallas, Texas native. A 58.819 for the Bennett driver. Alex Chandler still in 2nd. That gap currently at 0.3 of a second. There goes Ali down the inside on Josh Bergman in turn number 6. Switchback City with a population of 4 or 5 here at the moment. There you have it. Ali got the move done. And Bergman, a little bit defensive from Trebe. Right behind them, that's Tanner, the Texas Hammer Barsh, who's trying to work his way up into the top 10.
Yep, down into turn 11 they go. That pack of 3 starting to becoming a pack of 5 as we have 2 other drivers catching this pack.
Yeah, two other drivers trying to catch up to this pack, and just not close enough here at the moment. 2 sticks in the air, and officially crunch time here for these boys and girls. Who is it going to be? It's still this group who is fighting for the rest of the top 10. It's Josh Bergman in 8th, Trebe in 9th, and Tanner Barsh into the top 10 already.
Yep, they're both comfortably gone from the rest of the field. I mean, they're just, he's just sitting comfortably behind. He's probably managing his tires. He doesn't really have to do much except follow him right now. And like I said earlier, if he can just study him and not get in front of him, if he can make the overtake in those last few laps, Royce Vega may not have enough time to answer.
Yeah, so Royce Vega currently leads. Alex Chandler's in 2nd. So we'll see if Alex Chandler is close enough to make a move this time by. This is your battle for the lead. Is Chandler close enough? No, going to stay in 2nd and be happy to follow around Royce Vega. It's been a really good learning time for Alex Chandler to see what Royce Vega is doing. Royce Vega got a win at the SCUSA Pro Tour 2 weeks ago, and he looks to repeat here with some in his return to Texas. Looks to repeat here. The white flag is in the air. This is heat number 3, though, and they will go to the main event later on today, but it's been all about Royce Vega and Alex Chandler. That's the battle for P3 and back. And now down to turns number 1 and 2 we go. There is Royce Vega and Alex Chandler who's going a little bit defensive. Vega to the bottom of the racetrack. Chandler to the outside. Can he get the move done and over under and switch back city? Not close enough for the lead. So side by side, Vega still going defensive in a 7. There we go into the double right-hander. Vega still on the inside. Can Chandler get the over-under? Not as of yet. Vega with a great defensive move here into turn number 11, the buckle. Is Alex Chandler going to be able to get it done? Vega still defensive. And into the boot we go here for the final time in this heat race number 3. It's side by side. Alex Chandler in the Iron Rock on the inside. Vega on the outside. Chandler's going to get the upper hand going into the toe of the boot. Vega still on the inside, is able to hold on to it. Who's going to get it? Alex Chandler, over-under move, has a great run out of the toe, and it's going to be Alex Chandler. Is it going to be, though? Alex Chandler wins heat number 3. Royce Vega 2nd. Chambers across the line in 3rd. Nicholas Orbeza 4th. Liam Nachawati 5th. Aston Wyatt 6th. Pasha Ali 7th. Josh Bergman 8th. Up 5 spots from where he started. Tucker Trebe 9th. Tanner Barsh in 10th. Oscar Gus Wonderley 11th. Cameron Johnson, 12th. Simon Klein, 13th. Colton Schniegenberg, outside of the top 10 here, unfortunately, 14th. Nathan Hughes, 15th. Kate Casper, 17th. After issues for him in that qualifying session, put him out of contention here. Rodolfo Lavin, 17th. Sofia Sadagova, 18th. Adrian Vargas, 19th. Brett Johnson, 20th. Jack Cowell, 21st. Emerson Lane, 22nd. And Aldo Iturriga, 23rd. An action-packed first race for today. That was your Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. The based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. On track now is your Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture. They're just queuing up, making sure everybody's in the right order right before they get us on the rolling start and to the green flag.
172353. And with that, we'll go ahead and give you your starting lineup for today's action here for the Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture. Starting in P10 will be Wylan Galino, and then in 9th position will be Rafe Ali. Dusty Strayer will be in 8th position, followed by Trevor Knight in P7. Leon Lofton will be in P6 with Holden Henson in 5th position. Caden Tutter will be in 4th position with Beckley Anderson in 3rd, Brody Brown in 2nd, and Bodie Bayer is going to be starting on the pole position for heat race number 3. And I got to say, Rocco, we watched the last 2 heat races from yesterday, and one driver stood out. That was Rafe Ali. Absolutely amazing speed he had all day long. He is going to be one to watch, as he is definitely looking to try to go for a good points day and win here at Houston.
Yeah, still at the dull end of the field, but as you said the other day, I mean, incredible pace. We're going to see him come through that field.
Absolutely, as the officials now make their way to let the kids go out there on the track. One cart stalls as they work their way through. It looked like to be Rafe Ali and one more cart. As our race official, being the pace car pace, as he's trying to make sure. I gotta say, that's pretty impressive for him. Be able to run that far backwards and not get run over.
Running backwards is quite difficult.
It is.
You could trip pretty hard.
You could very much trip pretty hard indeed as they work their way out of the final corner into the start line as they tram up. And we'll see here if the officials will give them the green flag. Yes, they will. Green flag is out. We're underway for 6 minutes plus 2 laps. And already it's going to be Bodie Bayer who makes a good jump on the field as he tries to work his way around. But here comes Brody Brown in 2nd as they work their way towards the back half of the course.
Yep, Bayer and Brown, 1 and 2, slightly breaking away already down the back straight. Even now, Bayer is pulling away from Bodie quite substantially down the back straight. Down the inside, that is, I'm not too sure who that is, a CRG driver down the inside of the Burrell. Ooh, a lot of speed coming into turn 6. That was crazy, that overtake. I wonder if he actually able. I can see him now. He's still holding on to that position. That was a fantastic overtake by whoever was in 5th position.
Well, we got one car around. That's the 99 machine up there of Holden Henson, who looped around in the Burrell. Nearly gets collected by one of the other carts as they try to work their way around. But that one CRG machine that you mentioned, that's Beckley Anderson moving up into the top 3 and is looking to go for 2nd as they headed into the hairpin. Beckley, a really good drive for him as well as they're working their way through. Keep an eye as he tries to get around the 17 of Brody Brown, who looks to the inside of your race leader of Bodie Bayer as they sweep over through the boot. And this is going to get exciting as your top 4 are having a really stellar fight for that race lead.
It's really interesting to see Kid Karts so tightly packed in the top 4. Usually it's just a race amongst themselves, and they're just, trying to put down laps. But right now it's some real racing going on. Beckley Anderson, she's still looking to get around Brody Brown right now. Into the S's they go. It's tight for 2, 3, and 4 as Bodie Bayer pulls away.
How about that for Beckley? She is now working her way up into that third position and gets a good run out of the corner to try to get that toe from Brody Brown and get the second position. Looks to the inside, drag race down the back straightaway and give her the second spot as they make their way over into Switchback City.
Yeah, now she's got to work on that gap between her and Bodie Bayer. I mean, he's got a pretty commanding lead right now. I mean, if she can, fend off Brody Brown behind her and not get slowed down too much, she should be able to. As he goes down the inside, Brody Brown still looking for that overtake, but gets over the curb. And then on a cart that small, these curves can really jumble you up and get you slowed down.
Yeah, Caden Tudor will try to go around the outside to complete the pass on Brody Brown in his Borellard as they work their way over into the hairpin, as the battle for third will still rage on between those two. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field as they work their way through, Beckley Anderson closing the gap on Bodie Bayer as they work their way over towards the heel.
Yeah, Brody Brown down the inside of Caden Tudor into the boot. But as you see, our two leaders, Bodie Bayer and Beckley Anderson, that gap is rapidly closing right now. She's in the draft at this point, down the back straight. She's probably going to go for the move.
Keep an eye on this battle for the race lead here as one cart does go off. That is the number 99 machine, once again, of Holden Henson having trouble. He will get towed out on the track and return and rejoin the racing circuit as we once again pick up our race leader of Bodie Bayer leading the charge in the number 10 machine as they head back over into Switchback City. Currently the gap just about 0.3 of a second. Beckley Anderson closing a little bit. Last time by was half a second faster than your race leader.
And way back down in 7th place, your fastest driver, Rafe Ali, just put down the fast lap at 1:21.8. That is quite fast. I mean, it's 0.2 seconds faster than Beckley Anderson, but Beckley Anderson does have a much better position in P2.
Yeah, let's pick up the other CRG driver, Rafe Ali, trying to get around the 11 of Trevor Knight as they work their way over into the hairpin right now. Tries to go around the long way with the outside move. We've seen drivers, trouble right there for Rafe Ali and another driver. That, of course, being the driver of Dusty Strayer. Well, for Rafe Ali, his run of having a good shot of the front row is possibly not going to work out for him as we pick up our race leaders once again, because here comes Beckley Anderson with another run, this time just a little off the pace, but still in contention for the heat race win.
Yeah, through turn 4 and 5, they go, Bodie Bayer and Beckley Anderson, in a league of their own, a zip code of their own, I should say, down the back straight. Bodie Bayer seems to get a really good exit out the back straight, and Beckley Anderson not able to take advantage of that draft.
Yeah, and that seems to be the issue. But could also this be the case there, Rocco, where Beckley's maybe biding a little bit of time, waiting till the end of the race to see if she can get a little bit closer to make that pass? Because you talked about earlier wanting to be not the leader, really, because that puts you in the catbird seat to be passed by the driver in second or third when that gap's a little closer. But with these kid karts, it's a little bit more about momentum-based in order to go and try to bank a pass for the position.
Yeah, I mean, these kids are so young, so, I mean, they're just now learning about racecraft, and it's kind of hard to, really coach a kid this young. But, when you can get a kid kart to go this fast, it's pretty special, especially whenever they're able to race like this. But, it's all about putting down a smooth line and trying to just get as much speed as you can. It's very similar to 206 racing because with all that low power, you have to really be smooth on the wheel.
They're being very smooth and consistent right now as Bodie Bayer sets fastest lap with a 21.853. Beckley about a 10th off. So she loses just a tick on this position for a chance at winning here in heat race number 3. Caden Tudor also improves on his lap time along with Waylon Galino and Dusty Strayer. Rafe Ali once again takes the purple time with a 1:21.103. He's in P6. The best he could possibly try and do before the end of this race is maybe jump up into the top 5. But with coming to 2 laps to go this time by for your race leader, it's safe to say Rafe Ali is just looking to try to just bring it home and get through as we pick up a battle further back. That's between Brody Brown and Caden Tudor. Those two having a spirited battle for third.
Brody Brown still looking down on that turn 8 curve, trying to get the inside, but it's just not working out for him. Down into turn 10 and 11 they go. Brody Brown a little ways back from Caden Tudor, but we'll see if he can close that gap in the next few corners.
Tudor has a good run out of the corner and now tries to see if he can pull away just a bit from Brody Brown as they work their way. But here comes Brown with a big run thanks to the draft and momentum side by side. Tudor gets a good run, though, and shuts the door in front of him as they come out of the hairpin, but he goes a little bit wide, opening the door for your fourth-place driver of Brody Brown to try to go side by side for position. Oh, contact as they come across the line. Move Brody Brown, though, back into P3.
That was a huge squeeze from Brody Brown and Caden Tudor. I don't know how nice that could have been. I mean, these kids seem to be pretty mean to each other right now. A little bit of bullying going on track, but down the back straight now, Brody Brown in P3. He's going to try and close the gap. I don't think he has any time to close the gap on the front two. They're pretty long gone, but yeah, there's still 1 and 2 right there. You can see him down into turn 6 in a switchback city. Beckley Anderson still very patient behind, just waiting. Very close right now into turn 7. Going into the double right-hander. She's right on the back of Bodie Bayer, and we have a lapper right in front. Hopefully they don't hold up our leaders. Bayer seems to get by quite easy. Anderson, can she clear the lapper? Yes, she can.
Yeah, that was Liam Lofton that they put a lap down, but that kind of caused them to break away a little bit there as they try to negotiate the lap traffic there.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap, but, I mean, we've been seeing Beckley Anderson. Oh, Caden Tudor, and the 41, that is Liam Lofton in a accident. But back up front into the boot hairpin, Bayer still has the slight advantage on Beckley Anderson with the track position. She needs to get a move on if she's going to get that P1 position.
Well, we're coming to get the white flag one more time around for your race leader, Bodie Bayer, who's put on a stellar drive since the drop of the green flag as they work their way through the first couple of corners, heading down towards the back straightaway. Beckley Anderson could try to get a good toe down here and close the gap like what she did the previous lap, but now it's going to be a little bit too little too late as they work their way down the back straightaway for the final time here in heat race number 3. And it's not going to seem to work. She's going to have to see if Bodie will make a mistake in these couple of corners through Switchback City to make a run.
Yeah, you know, one thing that isn't really a factor in other races is that sometimes I feel that these kids could be looking for their parents, you know. So sometimes they could have fast laps. Sometimes they could crank out a lap that may be a second slower. I mean, you can see Anderson. I'm not saying that Bayer's looking for his parents. I'm just saying that Beckley Anderson could, and it's always a possibility in Kid Kart that a big gap can quickly shorten to a smaller gap.
Absolutely, and look at the run that Beckley's got. She's going to look to the inside as they come through here. They're going to go side by side as they work their way over to the boot. She drops back into line as they work into the heel of the boot. Not close enough. Brody Bayer goes a little wide, so does Beckley, but for Bodie Bayer, as he comes out of the final corner, he is looking to go and take heat race win number 3 for him as he will come across the line. Beckley Anderson will come home in second. Brody Brown will round out your podium finishers in heat race number 3. For the Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture, Caden Tudor will come home in 4th. How about Rafa Lee try to get that 4th position away, but will come home in 5th. Waylon Galino in 6th, Dusty Strayer 7th, Holden Henson 8th, Trevor Knight, Liam Lofton round out your 10-kart field here today as we get set and ready to go. But great racing action here for your Honda Kid Karts. And next up on to the docket will, of course, be your Micro Swift category presented by KRS. And we will be right back after these words from our sponsors.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Yee, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. Joining us on the track right now is MicroSwift by Kart Racing Solutions. They're coming around the boot hairpin right now. They're about to get started. Always a fast roll in this group. Seems that Marcel Flores really likes to roll fast on these starts as we get the green flag, I hope, down into turn one. Marcel Flores, good start. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there by Rosavega and Kimo Ahmad as Kimo Ahmad gets the inside down. Oh, he tried to get on the inside, but now he's on the outside for turn 4 or 5.
So that's Dutch Westbrook who gets a move done on the two of them. Brody Stoffel falls back to 4th. Kimo Ahmad back up in 3rd and side by side in between Anastasio and Stoffel, who thought better of it there. So Anastasio slides back in a line and into 5th. It's Marcelo Flores who leads from it was Kimo Ahmad, and now it's Dutch Westbrook, the Bennett driver, up in a 2nd. Kimo Ahmad 3rd. It's going to be Brody Stoffel in 4th. It's Andrew Anastasio in 5th. Further back, it's still Victor Gus Wanderlei, who's trying to hold on to the 6th and 7th spot. Some drivers were able to get moves done here in this one.
Yeah, I may have called Dutch Westbrook
Royce.
yeah, for a second there. He keeps switching his go-kart, so it's kind of throwing me off. But, yeah, this train of 5 right here, breaking away from the rest of the field. Very fast train of 5. Call it a speed bullet train, if you will. Down to the S's. Ooh, look at that. Westbrook looking down the inside of Marcelo Flores. They're going to slow themselves up, and that train will catch all right back up.
Yeah, so the train very much still together. It's Flores who leads from Westbrook, who taps the back of his helmet. Kimo Ahmad not close enough, though, to give him a push and try and get past. Oh, wow. Doesn't even need it, though, because Dutch Westbrook down the inside on Marcelo Flores. Flores looks to get the over-under move. Switchback City, a population of 5 drivers. It's Westbrook, Marcelo Flores, Kimo Ahmad, Stoffel, and Andrew Anastasio all in the fight for the lead here in this one. They try and get it done. Flores, now the SLA Kart Republic driver, is going to look for the move and not close enough. Oh, a little bit of a bumper there by Kimo Ahmad to the rear of Marcelo Flores as Stoffel wants Anastasio to work with him. Anastasio wants to make the move. This is the battle for 5th, and Stoffel has to get back into line side by side for a second there in between Flores and Westbrook. Flores gets back in the line, and Ahmad still sitting there in 3rd. Ahmad was really quick, was able to get the better of Flores yesterday. Westbrook struggled a little bit to keep up with Flores and Ahmad, but seems like has found a lot of pace in his Bennett machine overnight and is absolutely flying here in this 3rd heat race. The fastest lap, though, belongs to Kimo Ahmad, a 101.215. As they go side by side, Flores looked for the move and thought better of it going into turn number 6. As they make contact, Flores gets the bad end of the stick there, and Ahmad able to stay ahead. Flores still in 3rd, though. Stoffel and Anastasio side by side, and Stoffel able to get ahead there.
Yeah, quite a bit of aggression from Kimo Ahmad. He has a lot of pace. You know, he was really trying to get around and try to get to that sharp end of the field. It was just a little bit of a bobble into turn 6. I don't think it was anything really intentional, but down into the boot hairpin we go. That is 4 and 5 on your screen right now. That is Andrew Anastasio, correct, and Brody Stoffel. Yeah, Andrew Anastasio used to be on a different sticker kit, so it just kind of threw me off there for a second. But down into the S's we go. There's still no Sotail, no moves as of yet down into
turn numbers 4 and 5 as Andrew Anastasio. You were talking about the sticker kit. That's actually for Richard Petty, the King. A big fan. That's his favorite driver. So good to see Anastasio with that as Stoffel looks for a move, and so does Kimo Ahmad. Ahmad to the point of the field. It's Westbrook in second. Stoffel still side by side with Flores as Stoffel looks to get the move done and is able to get it done. So Brody Stoffel to third and Flores to fourth.
Yep, your two leaders now switching for position. Kimo Ahmad finally up where he wants to be. Let's see if he can pull away from Dutch Westbrook here. I don't think he'll be able to, as now Westbrook has the draft. But if they can, work together, I mean, this race is only about halfway done at the moment. They could pull away if this group of three in the second group, if they keep fighting.
Yeah, so side by side in between the two of them. Flores able to get ahead, and they lose touch a little bit with the top two. There goes Westbrook trying to set up a move on Ahmad, not close enough in a 2, and not close enough in a 3. So Westbrook, his best bet's going to be down the back straightaway, but he lost a lot of time into that turn number 4 and 5 complex.
Yeah, it's very important to get a good exit off of turn 4 and 5. Following into turn 4 can be difficult if you send it too hard. If you check up, down the inside, Brody Stoffel on Marcelo Flores. Switchback City, here we go. Still down on the inside, Brody Stoffel, but over the curb he goes, and Marcelo Flores gets to the point.
Yeah, a great run through the outside there from Marcelo Flores. Able to get up in a third, and now Stoffel going to need help from Anastasio. We saw Anastasio pass him a couple laps ago. Is he going to decide to pass, or is he going to decide to push here as they continue to lose touch with the likes of Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook? Ahmad already with a good gap in between himself and Westbrook, giving himself a little bit of a cushion when they get to the last lap. They're 5 minutes down, and it's going to be 3 laps to go this time by for Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook. Still Stoffel and Anastasio staying in line and working together for now. Flores still in third. For Flores, if Westbrook and Ahmad do decide to fight, Westbrook is in range to try and snag something away from them, but these three have to stay stagnant here and be willing to work together to catch up. And Stoffel making the move now into turn number 3 with a lot of pace down that back straightaway, and Flores going to get the move done as well. But this is really just hurting them, and they're losing a little bit of time there to Ahmad and Westbrook by the end of heat number 3, and they're still side by side. Anastasio down the inside on Stoffel, and Anastasio to 4th, and Stoffel back to 5th here at the moment.
And your leaders right now with the lap times I've seen, even though Westbrook is trying to go down the inside, Brody Stoffel on Anastasio, but as I was saying, even though he's in the draft, he was 0.2 seconds slower than Kimo Ahmad, your fastest driver on track right now, and still looking to pull away. But as you can see right now, Westbrook is closing that gap back.
So the 2 sticks are up in the air. It's officially crunch time for these boys, as they boys and girls, as they try and get going here in this one. The fastest lap, though, was the last time by for Dutch Westbrook, a 59.950 for Dutch Westbrook up on the steering wheel, trying to get to the rear bumper of Kimo Ahmad. Is closing down towards the back straightaway, not close enough as of yet for Westbrook to try and get the move done. So it's still Ahmad, the young Egyptian who leads from the Dallas, Texas native. Further back, Andrew Anastasio, I think, has been able to get ahead of Marcelo Flores here. And no, Marcelo Flores still in 3rd, sorry. Anastasio 4th and Stoffel 5th.
Yeah, just 2 races in their own little sectors right now. I mean, Westbrook now right on the back of Kimo Ahmad. He could possibly look into the boot now. He does. Down the inside goes Westbrook on Kimo Ahmad. Dips a tire, but he keeps P2, but he loses a lot of time to Westbrook in P1.
Yeah, a lot of time lost to Westbrook, who is still in P1, just was on the outside trying to hold on to it, just could not get it done at the end of it there. And Ahmad, a lot of work to do, as the white flag did drop that time by. And Flores, Anastasio, and Stoffel still in line, but it looks to be almost certain that Dutch Westbrook will take away heat number 3 and will be one of the favorites to start on pole position later today. As still side by side, Anastasio defensive from Stoffel here in the final stage of the race. This is all for a better starting position. Stoffel gets the move done. A deep send into turn number 7 just wasn't close enough to end up with that position. And there goes Anastasio back up into 4th. But it's been all about Dutch Westbrook and Kimo Ahmad. And there goes Stoffel looking for another move. Late again. Wow, what a move. A deep send by Brody Stoffel, who's able to stay ahead of Andrew Lee Anastasio. All the while, Dutch Westbrook out to the point of the field with Kimo Ahmad. Was close, but Dutch Westbrook wins heat number 3. Ahmad finishes 2nd. Flores in 3rd. Brody Stoffel 4th. Andrew Anastasio 5th. Tyler Blackwood slated across the line next in 6th. further back. Kason Sanders and Bay Wyatt still fighting for that final position there as you see him round the heel of the boot. Who is it going to be? And it looks to be Kason Sanders who gets it done. Bay Wyatt 8th. Nayeli Vargas slated across the line next in 9th. And Rodolfo Garza across the line in 10th here. So as our 206 heavies presented by TV Kart are getting ready to come out next, we'll take a quick break and hear from our sponsors.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park. Joining us on track now is your 206 Heavy class by TB Kart. Your pole sitter is still Madison Knox. Behind her in second place is Marcus Pillion. In row number 2 is Nick Miller and David Roddy. Row 3, Lucas Hart and Zarin Lee. Row 4, Ross Smith. Oh, I don't think Ross Smith is joining us this weekend. And we don't have Kevin Dickerson as well, do we? No.
No, we don't. It's only a 6-cart field here for your 206 Heavies presented by TB Kart as they enter into doubling up and ready to go. I don't actually see 4 206 Heavy carts right now, so missing a couple of them. As here comes the rest of the field. They're coming towards the backhand. A little bit behind, so 6 206 Heavy carts as they come into the tram line.
And here we are getting ready to go. Yellow flag's out, but the green flag is about to drop as Madison Knox gets into the tram lines and sets the pace for the start. And they're off in green flag. Good start from the inside line. David Roddy's going to follow through into P2 as Nick Miller slots in behind in P3.
So as they work their way through, we saw the Maverick Nick Miller pick up his first career heat race win yesterday in heat race number 2 as he had a stellar drive. Can we see him go for 2 here in the heat races that he started in and see if he can make a run? But Madison Knox and David Roddy are really putting a good run as they try to pull away. And Miller, though, tries to cross him up through Switchback City, but can't make it work this time around.
Yeah, yesterday David Roddy at the end of the Heat 2 had a lot of pace and was putting out some pretty decent laps, so he's up there and he's really fighting for that that lead. And Nick Miller as well, you know, this is the closest I've seen him all weekend. The 4 must have gotten all their Grillmans out because they're all really tight in racing right now.
Yeah, they're still lined up nose to tail, your top 4 as they come out of the hairpin, working down the straightaway here. Short shoot over towards the heel of the boot. And Nick Miller trying to find his opening to get into second place. But the GFC, though, of Madison Knox holding strong. The TV Kart right there of David Rohde having a good run, holding Nick Miller up just a tick as they come across the line, put one lap on the board as they work their way over towards the back half of the course.
Yeah, overtaking a 206 is, I would say, a totally different kind of overtake as to another class like KO100 because the speeds are so much lower. You can't send, as I say that, down the inside goes David Roddy on Madison Knox. And how you make these overtakes in 206 is not by, deep send by Nick Miller on Madison Knox is as she goes back down the inside into P2 by Nick Miller on the outside now into the double right-hander. She holds the position, but now down the inside, and Nick Miller just slots into P3. But in 206 racing, when you're trying to make an overtake, you can't just send the deepest send you would like. You have to get a good run in the corner before, otherwise you can't suck up in the draft, and there's no power to pull into that bumper.
Yeah, all about momentum is the biggest key to having a win or a good finish into any 206 category, I have to say, because you need that momentum, you need that toe of the draft to really help propel you up towards the position you want to go for, or stay in the position you want to stay in as they cross the line. But for David Rohde, he sets fastest lap, a 105.93, as those times continue to drop here. Temperatures still staying about the same. Wind, though, picking up quite a bit. In fact, it's going to be gusting to about 22 miles an hour is what they're predicting. So there will be some very stiff breezes every so often during today's racing action. But now, field's starting to spread just a little bit. Madison Knox holding strong for the moment over the Maverick, Nick Miller, as Lucas Hart's watching and waiting in the wings to see if he can maybe have a shot of a podium.
David Roddy right now aging like fine wine. At the beginning of the weekend, he was not at the front of the field, but he was around P4, I would think, in the field. But now, as you see, he's putting on the fastest lap, leading and controlling this race. If Madison Knox has anything to say for it, she's very close. The whole field is back up together. The top four are back up together, I should say. And Madison Knox looking down the inside. She is going to go down the inside, but, she clears David Roddy before the next corner and gets a very good exit out of the boot hairpin.
Almost went a little too wide right there out of the final corner, but is able to gather it back up, gets that big run for the GFC machine of Madison Knox as she takes over the race lead once again, working their way through the S's, heading towards the back straightaway. Nick Miller still trying to stay tucked up as close as he can to David Rohde and try to see if they can work together to close the gap on Madison Knox.
They're being quite tame right now. It's still quite a bit to go. David Roddy now behind Madison Knox, but there's not too much worry in getting to the front because they're already there. When the two slicks come out, that's whenever you'll be able to see a lot more passing. But as for right now, everybody's trying to manage their tires and just keep track position.
Now, that's one thing we got to talk about. These drivers have been utilizing these tires pretty much since the start of yesterday with warm-up. And how important and crucial is that to manage tires throughout all these races, especially in a 206 there, Rocco, for this event to get ready for the finals later today?
You just have to play a long game if you want to be there for the final. Being really impatient in the heats and, worrying too much about positions. As long as you're not getting into trouble and you can keep a good track position, there's not too much you have to do other than get enough points to start in that, top 5, top 10 spot.
As we watch these drivers here, they have been doing a very good job of managing their equipment here. We'll see how they do in their finals later on this afternoon. As they work down the back straightaway, it is still Madison Knox, David Rohde, Nick Miller, Lucas Hart, your top four that you see on screen now. A little further back is Zarin Lee and Kevin Dickerson. They have fallen off the pace. They're about 3 seconds to 12 seconds behind the field. So looking like to be a tough day. They're going to need a little bit of help and probably go back to the drawing board to see what they can do to improve for the finals later today.
Yeah, but down into turn 11, the group of four is starting to split into two groups of two. David Roddy and Madison Knox in that first group, and Nick Miller and Lucas Hart in that second group. Down into the shin, into the boot hairpin. They're all still single file. They're not, they're still not looking to really make any positions as we still don't have the two sticks out. They're still just going to, hang out and just, keep these positions going.
Yeah, they're doing a great job right now, just managing position, managing tires for the moment, no pressure. Still got a few to go here. We should be getting the 2 to go signal next time possibly by the looks of our timing and scoring here. So we'll see how this plays out as Nick Miller gives a little bit of a push to David Rohde as they try to close the gap back onto Madison Knox, who just ran purple time with a 105.188. Miller tries to look around the outside through Switchback City. Can't find the opening he feels comfortable to make the pass on. Will stay tucked up behind the TB Kart as they come through towards the back short chute.
Here's the issue that Nick Miller has. Now he has to make a decision. Will he work together with David Roddy or overtake him and try to catch up to Madison Knox? Right now he doesn't go into turn 11, but if he tries to keep overtaking and can't get into P2, then Madison Knox would just extend that lead even more.
Yeah, right now Madison is starting to pull away just a bit now to about 2/10, maybe about 3/10 now over David Roddy as they come out of the final corner. The Maverick, Nick Miller, looking to see if he can get a good draft and maybe slingshot past his competitor before this is all said and done, but so far cannot find that opening just yet as he just sets the fastest lap at 104.982. So he's got the speed, he just needs that help, that extra boost, as you would call it, to get around his competitors.
Yeah, driving at Mach 206 right now. He's in P3, down in turn 6 we go. The top three are now closing in on each other. I think we have the white flag yet to come, so they're still, trying to strategize right now and see what they can do. But Nick Miller and David Roddy are losing touch with Madison Knox.
They are, and Lucas Hart's right there as well if these two were to make a mistake as they head into the hairpin. So far tries to close the gap. The TB Kart does, but cannot do so as they work to the short chute to the heel of the boot as Madison Knox, Roddy, Miller, Hart, your top four still holding strong as they work their way through the final couple of corners to get the white flag one more time around here in heat race number 3 for the 206 heavy class presented by TB Kart. Here comes a big run right now by Nick Miller as Roddy shuts the door on him as they work through the S's.
Yeah, Nick Miller really trying to get around David Roddy right now, but as they are working together at this point, they are catching Madison Knox about a kart length between her and David Roddy as they go into the back straight. That draft is going to make him suck up right to it. He's going to go down the inside of Madison Knox to the lead, David Roddy into Switchback City. They're going to file through turn 7. No overtakes there. Into the double right-hander. Madison Knox on the outside of David Roddy trying to get the switchback. Nick Miller to the inside of Madison Knox. Ooh, they make a little bit of contact coming out of the double right-hander. They're going to go almost 3 wide into the turn 11. This is a sketchy little kink to go 3 wide, and Madison Knox gets the inside. And Lucas Hart down the inside of Nick Miller. He's going to try and get the switchback, and he gets ahead of Lucas Hart, but it is too late now for Nick Miller.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, David Roddy, he has checked out in front of the field as they work their way through the final hairpin. Coming through the final corner, the TB Kart will win 206 heavy presented by TB Kart here as David Roddy wins it, followed by Madison Knox, Nick Miller, and Lucas Hart rounding out your top 4. Here comes Aaron Lee to round out in 5th. Kevin Dickerson will finish in 6th position. But now it is time for the big show, the KA 100 Seniors. Their heat race is about to begin. We're going to be right back after these words from our sponsors.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at
It's time for Heat 3 Racing and KA100 Senior. It's going to be Alex Stanfield and Drew Chappell who lead us away here in this Heat number 3 in between groups B and D. It's Chappell from Stanfield on row number 1, Friend and Levitt on row 2, Guillot and Robertson on row 3, Friesen and Phillips, row 4, Roddy and Howell, row 5, Music and Summers, row 6, Suplee and Trejo, row 7, Asensio and Altman, row 8, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo and Charles Rupke in row 9, Cadena and Bamrou in row 10, David Bratton and James Good in row 11, and it's Benjamin Egdroff and Alex Pope, who are both Shotgun Charlie on the field here, starting in row number 12, as this is the last time that it would only be 24 KA100 seniors on track at once. Whenever we get to main event racing later today, it's going to be all 50 of them as they get set to go green. This is KA100 senior presented by CRG Nordam Racing. These guys haven't raced each other. These two groups haven't raced each other as of yet today, but for the first time, they will get it done here as Chappell will lead us away from Alex Stanfield. It's the GWR Kart Republic on the front row alongside the TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex of Alex Stanfield on the outside. Into the tram lines we go for the final time in Heat number 3. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA100 Senior. A good start by Drew Chappell and Joey Friend, who go to the point of the field. Stanfield loses that spot to Friend and is back in a second. Guillot up into 4th, and for Levitt as well, he's up into 5th. Robertson in 6th here at the moment and continuing to push their way forward here as there goes Stanfield for a move down the inside on turn number 6. And he's able to get clear now of Joey Friend. Guillot looks to go as well. Not close enough to get the move down on Joey Friend.
Yeah, Braden Robertson. Also, Joey Friend around the outside of Diego Guillot. Braden Robertson looking to get down on the inside of Michael Leavitt. But all your drivers right now are a little bit evenly spread out. I don't know if there'll be any big sins. Down the inside on Braden Robertson, that is Jake. No, that is not Jake.
I think that's Peyton Phillips. That's Peyton Phillips who went down the inside there on Braden Robertson. So Phillips, a new helmet every day for Phillips, who keeps us on our toes. So he gets up in a P6 here for Peyton Phillips, currently behind Levitt, who is trying to work his way up to the 2 at the front. It's the GWR Kart Republic of Drew Chappell as Stanfield tries to set up a move into the S's. Will it be done in turn number 6? We know Stanfield told us he wants to lead. He wants to make it interesting. He doesn't want to sit around, push, and make it boring for us. And there he goes already down the inside to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 6. He's able to get clear, so Alex Stanfield to the point. Guillot looked to get the move done on Friend. Guillot stuck on the outside there. Is he going to get through? He does, but loses a handful of time to the drivers behind Levitt already. Looking to make a move on Diego Guillot, and just not close enough as of yet. He is getting pushed along by Peyton Phillips. Is Phillips going to go? Nobody goes except for Diego Guillot, who gets the move done on Joey Friend. Guillot up to P3 now, and trying to chase down the GWR Kart Republic of Drew Chappell.
Yeah, Guillot down the inside. Michael Leavitt on Joey Friend. So does Peyton Phillips. They are too wide. Oh, they make a little bit of contact. Braden Robertson pushes Peyton Phillips through on Joey Friend. That's a alliance you don't see very often with those two. They have a lot of history on this track, but now as they catch Michael Leavitt, they're losing touch with Diego Guillot in the front pack, so they need to work together and stop fighting if they want to catch them.
Yeah, so a lot of fighting in between the second group. The battle for the lead, you see that gap already at 3 kart lengths in between Stanfield, and that move isn't going to help out that gap as Guillot now goes ahead of Drew Chappell. So Guillot up in a P2, the AR Academy Tony Kart driver up into second and trying to chase down Alex Stanfield. The battle for 4th, though, continuing to ramp up. Peyton Phillips up into 4th. Robertson looking to hold on to that. Levitt, though. Levitt down the inside. They're further back and gets the move done isn't able to get the move done. He's into the grass, and cones get thrown onto the racetrack as Levitt. One driver around. That's Taylor Roddy. Taylor Roddy into the grass and off into the wayside. That's not going to help his tires here. From 4th on back, the gloves have been thrown off, the elbows are out, and it's hard racing here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Guillot, though, closing down the gap to Alex Stanfield for the lead of the race. We are 3 minutes down, 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go left in this race. Alex Stanfield tucking the head behind the steering wheel, trying to stay ahead of the AR Academy driver of Diego Guillot. An unfortunate end at round number 1 for Diego Guillot, who struggled for pace a little bit and was outside of the top 10 multiple times this weekend. A home track for him. Looks to be doing much better. A track where he's much more comfortable at. Has done a lot of work to try and stay ahead of the curb and is now fighting with Alex Stanfield for the lead of heat number 3. Further back, it's still the battle for 4th. That's continuing to ramp up. Levitt lost a handful of spots. The fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to Diego Guillot. A 55.306, 2/10 quicker than Alex Stanfield in the lead of the race. Drew Chappell right behind. Phillips 4th. Robertson 5th. It's Beckett Friesen in 6th. Friends 7th. Levitt at 8th. Cadena was up there, fell all the way back. Max Altman is going to be in 10th. Cadena's in 9th here. And again, Diego Guillot, another fast lap of 55.274, 2/10 quicker than Alex Stanfield, and it's going to decide to push him along. No move being made there by Diego Guillot. Surprising to see. We would have expected a move maybe, but decided to stay stagnant and continue to push him along. Cohen Summers, unfortunately, I think, out of this race. And you see his MSL CRG on the wayside there on the exit of turn number 6. So unfortunate end for Cohen Summers, who's going to have a lot of work when the main event rolls around. It's still Guillot who's pushing Alex Stanfield along.
Yeah, Diego Guillot, just as yesterday, a rocket ship. He started P5, but he's into P2 now. Alex Stanfield may be in the lead, but he is not the quickest. It is still Diego Guillot, who's about 2/10 or about a 10th quicker than the rest of the field. He may be a big issue for Alex Stanfield in these closing laps.
Yeah, very well said, right? It really could be a big issue. We know Guillot's going to want to start further up the field. This is going to help Stanfield's top 5 starting position for the main event. This is almost like another qualifying session, right? The heats are pretty much like qualifying for the main event. So they want to finish as far up as the field as they want to. And there goes Diego Guillot going one spot better in a switchback city and gets it done. And there goes Alex Stanfield, though, down the inside on Diego Guillot, side by side in between Chappell and Guillot, wheel to wheel, door to door. And they were able to keep it clean. Guillot back up in a second, and Alex Stanfield retakes the lead of the race. It's Chappell still in 3rd. A very good drive, much better than ending up in the water and in the mud yesterday, keeping that Kart Republic clean. But still Alex Stanfield who leads us away this time by. Not the 2.6 in the air. It's going to be 3 laps to go this time by. Alex Stanfield still leads in the TB Kart. The Tony Kart still in 2nd. The AR Academy driver of Guillot has switched positions and did go for the move last time by. Is he going to be close enough to get the move this time when they go down the back straightaway for the 3rd to last time in heat racing? Is he going to be close enough? And no, going to continue to push Alex Stanfield. This is, I guess, the most patient that we've seen Guillot all weekend long. He's happy to push and just wants to get, it seems like he just wants a good starting spot when they go to the main event.
Yeah, these top 3 racing very smartly, they're making overtakes, but none of them are really forcing the issue. We saw last lap as Drew Chappell followed behind Diego Guillot coming out of turn 9. Nobody's really trying to hang it too wide, they're just trying to keep that group of 2 right behind them away so they can have less people in this final lap battle.
Yeah, so these top 3, they're keeping it pretty patient. They're continuing to push each other because, the 4th and 5th drivers are drivers who have a lot of wins around this place and have wins at the Texas Spin Racing Series before. The reigning champion currently sits in 5th. Braden Robertson, the fastest man on track now with 55.066, and Guillot down the inside in turn number 4. Diego Guillot to the point of the field. Stanfield still in 2nd and continuing to push Guillot forward. Drew Chappell in 3rd. Is he close enough to get it done? And there goes Chappell as well. Alex Stanfield goes through. Chappell was able to go through, and Guillot falls back to 3rd. But the gap to Braden Robertson and Peyton Phillips is closing by the 2nd. It's going to be the white flag when they cross the stripe this time by. It's Stanfield who leads from Chappell. Guillot in 3rd. Robertson in 4th with the fastest lap of the race. And just as I say that, Drew Chappell back to the point of the field, side by side into the shin. Who's going to stay ahead? Bumper to bumper, door to door. Who is it going to be? It's Alex Stanfield back into the boot. And Guillot gets through as well with the white flag coming out this time by.
That was a textbook follow-through, when you have the inside and there's 2 carts, you're always going to pick the inside one because if you can follow through, you can gain a position quite easily as you don't have to, you're not the one engaging in that overtake. You're just following through.
Yeah, very well said here, Rocco, as Stanfield with a kart length in between himself and Guillot. Guillot going to get the drafto down the back straightaway for the final time in heat racing. Who is it going to be? Stanfield defensive already. Guillot around the outside. A deep send. Wasn't close enough to get it done. And there goes Chappell. And welcome to the party, Braden Robertson and Peyton Phillips. Alex Stanfield going defensive down the inside, trying to hold on with all that he's got, trying to hold off Guillot, Chappell, Robertson, and Phillips. Down to the bottom of the racetrack again. There, Robertson. Contact. Big contact in between Guillot, Phillips, and Chappell. All out of the race here and losing a handful of spots. It's Alex Stanfield and Braden Robertson who are at the point of the field. And it's going to be Alex Stanfield and Braden Robertson who lead us away and win heat race number 3. Alex Stanfield wins in an unfortunate end for the likes of Phillips and others who unfortunate contact there. It's going to put him on the back foot coming to the main event. It's Braden Robertson in second, Joey Friend third, Beckett Friesen up to fourth, a good drive up the field for him, Ian Howell fifth, Max Altman up 10 spots in sixth, Michael Leavitt seventh, Peyton Phillips was able to salvage an eighth, Sebastian Trejo in ninth, Diego Guillot down to fifth after that crash, Chase Uplee 11th, Ruben Asensio 12th, Drew Chappell 12 spots lost, unfortunate, down to 13th, Charles Rupke 14th, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo 15th.
Keno Cadena 16th, Pope 17th, Roddy 18th after that unfortunate accident coming down the shin. He actually had quite a good run. He was up in the top 10 at one point. Justin Music is 19th. He also lost a bunch of positions. Bamru in 20th, Good in 21st. And our two non-finishers, sadly, is Bratton in 22nd and Cohen Summers.
Yeah, a lot of work for Bratton and Summers to do whenever we get to the main event. But for now, one more heat race for these KA100 seniors presented by CRG Nordum. It's the CRG Nordum of Aiden Rudolph starting on the inside. Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting on the outside with teammate Landon Skinner right behind him. And then Xander Clements starting on the inside right behind Aiden Rudolph. They've had great starts all weekend long, Clements and Rudolph being able to push each other forward. In fifth, it's going to be Jake French with the factory cart. Was able to get a win yesterday. Can he repeat today in heat number 3? And what will he be able to do when it's time to go for the main event? It's Jake Faulkner starting on the outside on row 3 alongside him. It's going to be Vinny Muskelis starting on row 4, starting 7th. Alongside him is Preston Pico, the rookie. A good showing for him yesterday in the Trackside Karting Services Red Speed. Behind them on row number 5, it's Truly Adams, who looks to get his factory cart up and close to his teammate of Jake French further up the field. Behind them, it's the Cruz Racing Development driver of Adrian Cruz, who is going to look to try and sneak his way into the top 5 here once again. And it's Mac Parks starting in 11th. Dallas Dunlap 12th, Valen Vacantesh in 13th. JD Lamping with a lot of work to do in his comp cart starting 14th. Ibrahim Din starting 15th, Ace Parker 16th, Brooke Berry 17th, Kurt Goodson, the driven LN kart driver, starting 18th, Ian Columbus in 19th, Wyatt Renfro 20th, Dennis McCarthy 21st, Jahan Davis 22nd, Carter Knight 23rd, and Sawyer Roussel, after missing his heat race yesterday, looks to get going here again for groups A versus C, the first time that these two groups will race each other all weekend long. And then we mesh everybody together later today for the main event. All drivers will make it through. The LCQ was canceled earlier today, so for you viewers at home who have the schedule, just a heads up, all finals will be moved 10 minutes earlier after the cancellation of the LCQ. But we get set to go green here for the final time in heat racing for these K8100 seniors. It's been all about Aiden Rudolph and Alex Stanfield, Jesus Vasquez Jr., and Landon Skinner, the top 10 who are super tight and packed together, you know. And when we get to it, we're going to mix everybody together and see what we can do. An absolutely stacked field here in KA100 senior on a chillier day today. So let's see how this affects the setup and some of their tires.
Yeah, when we get the full A, B, C, D out there on track for the final 48 carts, I presume, it will be, you know, it's always cool to see that amount of carts on track because, you know, I mean, I never hope for it, but a little bit of carnage is almost guaranteed in a field that large.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's a lot of drivers who are super hungry to try and get to the front. So it's going to be something to watch when we get down to it later today. I'm looking down on the grid. A lot of team owners and a lot of of tuners down there, you know, talking to their drivers here a little bit. Landon Skinner alongside his dad, Jake Faulkner with his dad Neil Faulkner, who's also racing here this weekend in K100 Masters. They're they're together. Billy Musgrave giving the last couple of words of encouragement to Jake French, and there's Preston Pico and his mom who tunes for him and trying to get Preston, you know, amped up and ready to get going here for this race with a lot of heavy hitters, you know, and Preston has held his own so far. He was good yesterday, made it a 1-2-3 for a second there for the Trackside Karting Services GFCs and Red Speed that Pico's in. But we get set to go again, and Rudolph, you just see a little bit of his front nose fairing but he is starting there on that inside line. It's been a story, I guess a fairy tale start for him and that CRG Nordum team after taking the win at NOLA Motorsports Park, and it would be even another chapter in that book of the 2024 season to try and win here in his own backyard. And he's starting on pole position here. The last heat race for these KA100 seniors. The last time, Dennis McCarthy goes around on the main straightaway.
Oh, no.
Wow, Dennis McCarthy almost collected Sawyer Roussel, though. That was close. There you see McCarthy just trying to get his tires warmed up. But for the final time here, he's going to get going. For the final time here, it's Aiden Rudolph versus Jesus Vasquez Jr. We saw these two throw the gloves off in NOLA and fight for that race win, where Aiden Rudolph was the winner. And after 600 plus days after not winning, he broke that streak, snapped it, I should say, and took the win in really good fashion. As Rudolph once again going to lead us away. He's going to be on the inside. It's going to be Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the outside. Xander Clements going to try and repeat the starts that they've had so far, maintaining position there on the outside. You see all these drivers continuing to warm up their tires. And for the final time in heat racing for these KA100 seniors, it's going to be all to play for when it comes down to track position. Crawling pace so far for Aiden Rudolph and Jesus Vasquez Jr. as they get set to go into the tram lines. It's Houston, Texas versus California, getting set to go green here into the tram lines. For the final time in heat racing, we are green and we are racing here in KA100 senior. A good start once again by Xander Clements and Aiden Rudolph. They push each other forward. Jake French goes around. Jake French goes around and collects a lot of drivers. Wow, big contact in between them. Let's hope Jake French is all right. A big accident in between a lot of those drivers. So let's hope everybody's all right. Everybody makes it unscathed. But there goes Jesus Vasquez Jr. down the inside on Xander Clements. Clements falls back to third. It's Meskelis in fourth. And there's Landon Skinner further back in fifth. Jake French up and out of his go-kart. Seems to be all right and is walking under his own power. I'm sure he'll be shaken up a little bit after that big contact. Just got T-boned there completely. So he is all right, is moving around. So good to see Jake French up and out of the go-kart. But for now, it's Vinny Meskelis and Landon Skinner pushing each other along. Meskelis already a little bit defensive from Skinner, who has a handful of pace in his GFC. Looking to get the move done for the first time. Let's run you down your top 10. It's Rudolph from Vasquez. Clements in third. Meskelis in fourth. It's Skinner in fifth. It's Faulkner down in sixth. Pico in seventh. It's Truly Adams in eighth. Adrian Cruz in ninth. And Mac Parks rounding out your top 10 here in KA100 Senior for the heat race of A versus C. And there goes Meskelis down the inside on Xander Clements. Meskelis up to third, side by side in between Skinner there for a second. And Clements able to stay ahead here at the moment.
Yeah, I have a Faulkner fun fact for you. His helmet is the exact same design as his father's, even though they have two different helmets.
Wow. Well, that's a great little thing, that both of them are sharing the same helmet design. And there goes Landon Skinner down the inside on Xander Clements, who stays in fourth. And it seems like that bumper is dragging on the TB card of Xander Clements, is staying close. So isn't, I guess, an offense as of yet, but that bumper is dragging, is very loose there, and is going to slow him down here a little bit.
Thank goodness for bumper savers, but if that bumper does start to, hang a little bit wide, they may have to do something about that. But right now, I don't think there's an issue. The top five are still all nose to tail coming onto the back straight. Preston Pico is working on that gap between him and Xander Clements. They're all evenly spread out, but Jesus Vasquez Jr.'s down the inside of Aiden Rudolph into turn 6. He holds the inside. Good placement. No switchback there. Down into turn 7 and into the double right-hander.
Yeah, so Vasquez got the move done here a little bit and was able to get it done. Rudolph falls back to second. Still has a kart length in between himself and Vinny Meskelis, who's up in a third. Skinner in fourth. Rudolph thought for the move and thought better of it, so stayed in second there. The battle for the back continues to ramp up. That was Jake Faulkner further back in the background, who got passed by Adrian Cruz, who's up into the top 7 here. Yeah, so Jake Faulkner up in a 7th. Adrian Cruz further back there. And there looked to remove Landon Skinner on Vinny Meskelis, who was able to get ahead. And we've seen all weekend long that Vasquez Jr. and Skinner have pushed each other along. The two teammates under the same tent with the same chassis. We've seen them push each other. And Skinner's going to want to get behind his teammate and try and push him forward.
Yeah, but Meskelis is separating the two GFCs right now, and he's going down the inside of Jesus Vasquez Jr. That was a huge send down the inside of turn 6. But now they're all single file coming out of Switchback City into the double right-hander. Vinny Mosquera still leads Jesus Vasquez Jr. in P2 and Landon Skinner in P3.
Yeah, so Landon Skinner in P3, and that was a deep send by Mosquelis, and there goes Vasquez Jr. back on him, and there goes Aiden Rudolph on Landon Skinner. So Rudolph back to third. It's Mosquelis in second. It's Vasquez at the point of the field, and Xander Clements has rejoined the party here as these guys continue to fight. A little bit of a bumper there by Pico to the rebumper of Xander Clements. And that bumper is still kind of just dragging on and dragging along. So thanks goodness for bumper savers, like you said, right? Or that'd be unfortunate there for him. As Rudolph's still behind Mosquelis now. This is the best that Mosquelis looked all weekend. The first time he's in the top 2. And looking for a good starting spot here in this one. Junior already defensive, and there goes Aiden Rudolph, deciding to stay on the outside. A little bit of a bumper there by Mosquelis. Skinner able to get through on Rudolph. And Landon Skinner up in a P3. Xander Clements still there in 5th. And trying to look for a move here or work with the CRG Nordum driver of Aiden Rudolph. And this fighting here is opening up the gap a little bit to Peyton Phillips, who's currently at 3 kart lengths.
Yeah, Xander Clements is doing a great job in P5. You know, I mean, he can't get away from all the Grillmans. Every race, he seems to have a sort of issue. I mean, even though that bumper is still hanging on, it's separated by 1 point, so he's losing a lot of stiffness in that rear and possibly a lot of handling as well.
Yeah, correct. And you see his hands were very busy there on the steering wheel. Oh, and I think he just got the black and orange flag. So an unfortunate end to Clements' race, who gets the black and orange flag, and an unfortunate ending there for Xander Clements, who is going to be out of this race here in 5th. And there you see him looking at the bumper. He sees it and pulls off to the wayside. So unfortunate there ending for Xander Clements. The battle for the lead, though, still Jesus Vasquez Jr. with Vinny Mosquelis in 2nd. It's Landon Skinner 3rd, and Aiden Rudolph so 4th. That's going to promote Preston Pico up into 5th, as well as Truly Adams in the factory cart, who has worked his way up the field here.
Yep, Truly Adams and Preston Pico both working together to catch that main group. Your main group is in this order: Vasquez Jr., Mosquelis, Skinner, and Rudolph coming into the boot hairpin. There are no changes for a position. Out into turn 15 onto the front straight, down into the S's. Still no position. Landon Skinner kind of looking down the inside, but nothing as of yet. Vinny Mosquelis closing in with that draft, but still no change for position.
Yeah, so no change for position as of yet. I mean, we've seen Skinner and Junior work together a lot around this place, and we saw him work a lot yesterday. But Mosquelis obviously separating the two of them, and there goes Mosquelis to the lead. Vinny, for the first time this weekend, going to lead us around here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Skinner able to get through on his teammate as well. And for Aiden Rudolph staying in 4th here and trying to find a move. Just hasn't been close enough as of yet. Is going to let them fight it out. I mean, Rudolph is almost guaranteed a top 5 start later today. Just has to pretty much just keep it on the black stuff and not risk too much. I mean, we saw Phillips, Guillot, and all of them risk a little bit. And we saw, you know, it obviously it was more risk than reward, and they ended up on the bad end of the stick.
Yeah, that may be exactly why you see Aiden in 4th. You know, he's keeping it safe, you know, just trying to keep position and get as many points as he can. He did really good in the last 2 heats, so if he can keep a higher finishing position, he could go for the pole, no?
Yeah, no, for sure. So it's a very mature drive by the CRG Nordum driver, who's just trying to, you know, not push too much and push enough to keep Pico and company behind. Adams there with Preston Pico, who are pushing each other along, and there goes Adams. So that move not going to help them out, going to open up the gap a little bit, and there goes Dallas Dunlap on Preston Pico further back. So Dunlap up another spot, side by side in between Skinner and Mosquelis there for a second on the exit of the double right. There's Dallas Dunlap and Preston Pico. Pico lost 2 spots there on the in Switchback City, so unfortunate there for Pico, but trying to get it done. And there we go, side by side, almost 3 wide here, down into the shin of the boot. Everybody trying to give each other enough space. Rudolph up at a P3, Mosquelis there, trying to get through. Truly Adams gets through. A late send there by Truly Adams, able to hold on to it, and up in a P4, side by side, Dallas Dunlap and Preston Pico. The white flag is in the air, but Jesus Vasquez Jr., who was in 2nd, fell all the way back and outside of the top 5 right now in 6th here. So an unfortunate couple of corners there for Jesus Vasquez Jr., who's not going to help him out in his main event hopes.
Yeah, Landon Skinner sucking right to the back of Vinny Mosquelis. I think he went defensive, but Skinner trying to give the bumper, not too hard. I mean, he's not trying to move him out the way. Into turn 7, they go into the double right-hander. Still, it is Mosquelis, Skinner, and Rudolph, as Vasquez Jr. has something to say about that in the back. I think he gets back to P5. Truly Adams is catching rapidly right now to Aiden Rudolph. And, yeah, this one train is about to be quite huge coming into the boot hairpin.
Yeah,
for
so
the
side
final
by
corner.
side, Aiden Rudolph already going a little bit defensive from Truly Adams, who wants to go down the inside on a deep send, goes even lower than Aiden Rudolph does. It's 3 wide down the heel, and this is it. Checkered flag is out this time by Rudolph, going to finish 4th, but it's Vinny Maskelis who wins heat race number 3 in KA 100 senior. It's Landon Skinner 2nd, Jesus Vasquez Jr. 3rd, Rudolph 4th, Truly Adams 5th, Preston Pico 6th, Dallas Dunlap 7th, Adrian Cruz 8th, JD Lamping 9th, Jake Faulkner 10th, Mac Parks 11th, Sawyer Roussel 12th, Malin McIntosh 13th, Ibrahim Din 14th, Brooke Berry 15th, Kurt Goodson 16th, Jahan Davis 17th, Ian Columbus 18th, Ace Parker 19th, Dennis McCarthy across the line 20th. An unfortunate end to Xander Clements' race on lap 5. Some gremlins that they couldn't shake down, and he's going to end 21st. Jake French 22nd, who's going to start further back in the field, unfortunately. So going to be a long haul for some of these drivers, as we have some cleanup out there on the racetrack. Let's take advantage and hear a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park at Houston, Texas. Joining us now on track is the 206 junior class, presented by Seville Electric. On the pole is Chris Tracy, and joining him on the front row is Robert Arana. In row 2, that is Shane Reddy and Shelby Ramirez. Row 3, Ethan Gonzalez and Carter Coate. Row 4, Grayson Pillion and Jacob Oakes. Row 5, Mia Johnson and Derek Wargo. Row 6 is Ava Blem and John Paul Melchori. And by himself in row 7 is Samuel Doros.
And with that, the field will be released out onto the track for their final heat race for your 206 juniors presented by Seville Electric. One cart does stall out on exit. That's the 313 of Shelby Ramirez. Give a quick yank on the chain right here to make sure everything's good to go. And hopefully she'll be able to rejoin. Yes, she is able to, and goes back out to rejoin the grid as it stalls again.
I wonder if the clutch is slipping.
Could be. And they'll have to pull it back over to the grid.
That's a shame for Shelby Ramirez. I hope she can get back out before the green checker does, but as it seems right now, I don't know what they could do. They're pushing back. She's probably out of this race, unfortunately.
Tough break. She was going to be starting in a very prime position inside the top 5 for this event, so that's not going to be good for her as far as for how things will stack up for the finals later on this afternoon.
Yeah, she's out of her cart. Yeah, she's definitely out of this race. Unfortunate for Shelby Ramirez. She was doing very good yesterday. Hopefully she can, recover in the main event and get back up to the front. But as you see right now, they're starting to queue up for the race start. Chris Tracy with Shane Reddy queuing up right behind him. That's Robert Arana on the outside of Chris Tracy. They are coming through the boot right now. It is almost time to go. They're just going to get, in line and through the tram lines, and then we'll get the green flag.
Absolutely, as they work their way out of the final couple of corners here. Officials giving them the slow down signal, as it's going to be 2 GFC carts that will lead us to the green flag here today as they enter into the tram line. Officials getting the once over. Will we get the green flag? Yes, indeed. When we're off for heat race number 3 for your 206 juniors, presented by Seville Electric, as they snake their way over into turns 2 and 3 over towards the back straightaway.
Good start from the inside line. Shane Reddy goes into P2 and demotes Robert Arana to P3. Is a top 3 cart breakaway as you have Chris Tracy in the lead with Shane Reddy on the back of him. They are going into turn 6 right now. Down the inside, that is Ethan Gonzalez on Carter Coat, I believe, coming into Switchback City. It is 2 groups of 3 right now, and they're coming through the double right-hander.
It's Tracy, Reddy, and Arana leading the charge as your top 3. Then a little further back is Carter Coat, Ethan Gonzalez, and Jacob Oates as they try to jockey 4 positions for 4th, 5th, and 6th and see if they can close in on your top 3 as they come out of the hairpin, heading towards the shin of the boot. And so far, the 2 GFC carts and the TB cart of Shane Reddy are trying to see if they can separate themselves as they come in through the heel. One cart goes way wide. This could cause a bit issue as one cart goes around. That's the 325 machine, I believe, that loops it around.
325. That is Carter Coat. Shame for Carter Coat. He was in the top 5 for a second and then got spun around. But Shane Reddy still in that sandwich of those 2 other carts. Is that a GFC or is that a Franklin Motorsports cart? I'm not too sure. They look very similar to the GFC, but Robert Arana pushing Shane Reddy. He's ready to go to the lead. He gets ahead of Chris Tracy, and now you have Shane Reddy in P1.
The Mean Green machine takes over that spot and will try to pull away now, but the 2 GFC carts, I believe it is 2 GFC carts by the looks of the stickers and the designs of the nose right there, will be working together and trying to see if they can close the gap and see if they can get their way back around Shane Reddy. How about this? Tracy down to the inside will complete the pass and retake the race lead for the moment.
Switching back to the original order, Shane Reddy in that sandwich, but I don't think he's going to hold it for long. He may do something into the boot hairpin. He does not. He chooses to follow Robert Arana. Still very patient. He hasn't made any moves on either of them, just choosing to sit there and conserve his tires. Down the front straight into the S's. Still, your top 3 is Chris Tracy, Shane Reddy, and Robert Arana. Not too much going on in this front pack. They may just be working together, but, you never know. We're coming down the back straight. They got a big draft. Shane Reddy might go to the lead here if he can and get a good draft.
Well, he's a little bit ways back, I would say about 2 cart lengths, as now here comes Robert Arana to the inside of Shane Reddy, side by side, send it in, and he will complete the pass, move him up to P2 as Reddy will drop back a spot. How about Eva Blem right there in 4th position? Samuel Doros, who started in 13th, was scheduled to start 13th after the issues, moved up 8 spots, sits in 5th. Jacob Oates is in the 6th position now as they work their way through, but already the 2 GFC carts have stretched out the lead of between those 2 and Shane Reddy by several cart lanes as they work their way down the short chute to the heel of the boot.
Yep, they're extending their lead rapidly right now. Shane Reddy is falling very gradually behind the leaders. This is the tightest battle on track, I believe. Yeah, Ava Blim in P4, everything behind, not seeing too much going on. But Chris Tracy and Robert Arana through the S's they go, pushing, and they're just trying to be, real, I guess they're trying to maximize their pace right now and get away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a good time, I have to say, Rocco, for these two drivers to maybe learn a little bit more about each other, how well they can work together and put into play a game plan for themselves when we get ready for the finals for them later on this afternoon for him. What's the importance of trying to work with that teammate in these heat races? So that way, going into the finals, we can do this, separate ourselves from the rest of the field, and then wait till about those 2-to-go signals for us to really start battling.
Well, I mean, it's very important in 206 racing to have a few allies. I mean, back when I was here for TSRS about 2 years ago, this exact same track, I had about a group of 3 other guys with me for qualifying, and throughout all the races. And, together, if you have guys who can coordinate and you can trust them and you don't have to go for a defensive line, you can definitely maximize your time and get to the front of the field like these two. But if you're alone, like Shane Reddy, and you don't have anybody to really help you, you can have that scenario where you just fall into no man's land.
Yeah, absolutely, because by the looks of it, I think it's safe to say, other than maybe a little bit further back towards the tail end of the top 10, everyone's pretty much by themselves at one point or another. No one's really making a charge for position. Eva Blim is trying to close the gap on Shane Reddy. She's about a second and a half from him at the moment, so she's got a little bit of work to do, but not a whole lot of time left. About a minute plus 2 laps left to go for her as the two GFC karts of Tracy and Arana continue to lead here once again.
Yeah, second and a half behind, but she's about half a second quicker last lap by. With at least 3 to 4 laps to go, she should definitely catch Shane Reddy with this pace. But sorry, man. As we have the lead, it is still Chris Tracy and Robert Arana into the boot hairpin, still just following Chris Tracy, pushing, doing nothing but working together.
So as we watch the field of drivers here continuing on, and as they work their way across the start-finish line once again, these drivers continue to do so in the GFCs as they snake their way over towards the tail end of the field. So far, no other changes are happening right now for your drivers as they work down the back straightaway.
Chris Tracy still in the lead, but we're coming to the 2 laps to go this time by. So once Robert sees that, he may start thinking differently. And, this is my teammate, but after those 2 sticks go up, no longer. Ava Blim actually got ahead of Shane Reddy. We didn't see it, but Ava Blim is now in P3 ahead of Shane Reddy.
Yeah, Ava Blim made that beautiful pass right there around Shane Reddy for position, move her up into 3rd, and now sits comfortably. Then a little further back, you have the battle for 5th between Samuel Doros and Jean-Paul as they work their way through. They'll go side by side into the hairpin. It looks like Jean-Paul will get around Samuel for the 5th spot.
But as we come to the 2 to go this time by, we're going to put our attention to the leaders as we have this race closing down, and as Robert Arana is definitely going to start looking for the pass, but I wonder if he's going to wait for the final lap or if he's going to go right now.
He's going to see here, tiptoe his way through the corner, not trying to put any pressure now. Going to just keep pushing his teammate, Chris Tracy, down the back straightaway as the two machines are working together very well and will continue into the break zone. Arana is going to stay tucked up, not push the envelope just yet. We might see something maybe on the white flag lap for them when they head down that back straightaway.
Yeah, I didn't know it was legal to have a go-kart with 8 wheels. This kart's really fast right now. 2 karts are always going to be faster than 1. Shane Reddy still behind Ava Blim, hasn't been able to get back around into P3. They go into turn 11. Robert Arana still chooses to follow. No looks to the inside, but as we come to that white flag, it may change all up right here. Down the shin into the boot hairpin. Chris Tracy is still your leader. Robert Arana follows very closely behind. Down into the front straight. Here we go. White flag is out. Robert Arana immediately pulls out to the outside, and he will have the inside for turn 2 if he can hang it around. He does. Robert Arana has the inside, but Chris Tracy tries to hold it, can't hold it all the way, and Robert Arana gets to the pole.
It's time to switch dance partners a little bit here as they work their way down the back straightaway, and Robert Arana now has stretched out the lead by about 2 kart lengths almost and continues to try to pull away, but here comes Tracy with a big head of steam into the braking zone as they enter into Switchback City. so far, but how about that beautiful pass as now Chris Tracy looks to the inside, tries to cross him over. Contact between the two of them, but they're able to gather it back up and continue racing. But for Arana, he is now in the catbird seat. Can he now hold on and keep his teammate Chris Tracy behind as they work their way into the braking zone? Tracy sends it in deep, and can Arana cross him up? No, they're going to say side by side as they head through the shin.
Yeah, it's almost too wide. I mean, he has a nose in. He's going to get to the inside of the shin, into the boot hairpin. Chris Tracy has the inside, but can Robert Arana switch up on Chris Tracy? He tries it. He does get to the inside. I think Robert may have it unless Chris Tracy can switch back. He can't, and Robert Arana is going to win Heat 3.
How about that for Robert Arana taking home the checkered flag in Heat race number 3. Then it will be Chris Tracy. Eva Blem will hold off the driver of Shane Reddy for 4th. Then it's John Paul Picorio for the 5th spot. Samuel Doro 6th. Grayson Pillion in 7th. Jacob Oates in 8th. 9th goes to Mia Johnson, and Carter Cote rounds out your top 10. Ethan Gonzalez, and then Shelby Ramirez and Derek Wargo will not get to start the race. But now it's time to move on to our next category. And with that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. But when we come back, we'll have more racing action here for the Texas Sprint Racing Series live from the SpeedSportz Racing Park in New Caney, Texas.
All right, y'all, welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston. Oh, we have somebody spinning around on the front straight as they're lighting up their tires. Little bit of an embarrassment. I've done that before. It's not a good feeling. At least he kept it out of the grass and didn't get his go-kart all dirty, because if he did that, I mean, I don't even know if he'd be able to get it back up and start back up. But, yep, K100 Masters by High Five Performance out on track, warming up for their Heat 3. After this, it will be the finals for everybody. Pierce Baldus on the pole, Kyle Walter in P2, and Miguel Mir in P3. Miguel Mir won yesterday, but nobody had anything for him except for Pierce Baldus, who was very close to getting that win. But as he starts on the pole, he does have the advantage. Will he be able to pierce through the defense of Miguel Mir if he gets up to the lead? I am not too sure, but we'll see. Down through turn 11, they're all queuing up. They're about to slow down and get all lined up. And then we'll go racing.
Absolutely, and this, of course, is your KA100 Master presented by High Five Performance. As the field works their way to line up 2 by 2, we'll go quickly through the rest of the field. It's Shane Burkett in 4th position. Admir Caligaro will be in the 5th position. Doug Foxworth 6th. Brent Harper 7th. Evan Kozak in 8th position with David Pregande 9th. Jared Gasper will be starting in 10th with Kogan Wright in 11th. Neil Faulkner in the 12th position. 13th will be Tam Nugent, followed by John Melfi in 14th. Junded Din will be in 15th with Brendan Strayer at 16th. Keithan Hutchins in 17th. Scott Cherry, Nicholas Bergstein, and Anthony Harwin will round out your top 20 as the field enters into the tram line to get started with Heat Race number 3 for your KA100 actions presented by High Five Performance. They'll cross the line. Green flag is out. We're back at it once again here at New Caney.
To the outside line has a great start as they shuffle through and get to the lead. Huge bobble. Pierce Baldus gets around Miguel Mir. They're all shuffling back as I think Doug Foxworth gets away in the lead. Pierce Baldus and Miguel Mir 2 and 3 down the infield straight into turn 11. nose to tail, they're probably going to work together and get back up to Doug Foxworth. Down into the boot hairpin they go. Pierce Baldus still ahead of Miguel Mir. He's going to go down the inside of Pierce Baldus, but he gets the switch back. There's 2 by 2 going down onto the front straight. They're still side by side into the S's. I want to see who comes out on this. Pierce Baldus does have the inside, but Miguel Mir holds it around the outside and gets back ahead of Pierce Baldus. Our timing, I don't think our timing picked up the leader as Pierce Baldus goes P1 on timing, but he is not. I think that is Doug Foxworth up in the lead, but Miguel Mir is P2 with Pierce Baldus in 3rd place. That is Shane Burkett in P4 and Adamar Caligaro in P5. But as they get through the double right-hander, Miguel Mir still followed closely by Pierce Baldus. Down the infield straight they go into turn 11. No changes for position yet. They're catching to leader ever so slightly. When we get that time and come back around, I'll be able to find out who is in the lead. But right now into the boot hairpin. Down the inside, Pierce Baldus on Miguel Mir. He holds it, but Miguel Mir around the outside gets back to the point and points ahead. Why are we fighting? We need to go forward and get to the leader as Kyle Walter, my mistake, Kyle Walter is in the lead with Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus following closely behind. But we have Shane Burkett and Caligaro also coming up to the back of Pierce Baldus. This train of 4, if they can all work together, will quickly and easily catch Kyle Walter.
And as we pick up this here, how about this battle right here? Miguel Mir moving up further and now will take over that 2nd position as they work their way out of Switchback City. They continue to work their way through so far as everyone now starts to separate, get a little bit of separation throughout the field. But for Kyle Walter, gets a great jump and is able to hold on to that race lead as they work their way through the shin of the boot.
Yep, down into the boot hairpin they go. That is Shane Burkett and Miguel Mir with Kyle Walter still out in front. Pierce Baldus lost that position to Shane Burkett as they come across the line. It is now just a group of 3 out in front. Pierce Baldus and Shane Burkett seem to be working together and rapidly closing on Kyle Walter, but Kyle Walter still in the lead. Shane Burkett now with the fastest lap, a 56.821. That is 0.2 faster than any other lap we've seen so far on this racetrack. Shane Burkett is seriously flying right now. Miguel Mir really close to the bumper of Kyle Walter. He's going to be right there now. I wouldn't be surprised if in turn 11, if he can get a good run out of turn 8 and 9, he most likely will send it to get into P1. But now, your top 3, still Kyle Walter, Miguel Mir, and Shane Burkett down the infield straight into turn 11 they go. Kyle Walter still in the lead. Miguel Mir not close enough to go to the inside of Kyle Walter, but we'll see what happens in the next 3 corners. Down into the boot hairpin they go. Miguel Mir closing in on the break. Shane Burkett also closing in on Miguel Mir. He's slightly in there in the draft, and they're all separated. Oh, P4 and P5. That is Caligaro and Pierce Baldus. Pierce Baldus now into P5. That's Caligaro into P4. Caligaro seems to be falling behind now. I wonder if his cart is kind of falling off as the other carts are coming in, or if Pierce Baldus is just losing momentum and getting shuffled behind by the other drivers.
Yeah, he seems to be struggling just a little bit here as we pick up Shane Burkett and the rest of the field.
Somebody goes around.
Who is that? Looks like one of the crew's development drivers right there that had an issue. Could not catch the number on it, but is able to gather it back up and continue on their way for the moment. So a tough break right there as they will continue on. We'll pick up the battle for the 4th and 5th position between Caligaro and Pierce Baldus as they try to work together to see if they can work their way up to the top 3. Last time by, Miguel Mir still sets the fastest lap of the race so far, with Kyle Walters holding strong 0.3 of a second ahead. But here they come across the front straightaway once again. Kyle Walters will now hold on to the race lead, but Miguel Mir coming down very quickly to see if he can retake the race lead.
Miguel Mir pulling a little bit away from Shane Burkett. He was the fastest driver, but now Miguel Mir goes with the fastest lap, a 55.679. He's catching rapidly on Kyle Walter down the back straight into turn 6. He's not close enough to get the overtake here, but hard braking. He's right there now. I wonder if the Switchback City, if he'll go down the inside. No, he does not. He follows through. I mean, still a bit of time to go in this session. We haven't gotten the 2 sticks yet, so there's not much time. There's not much reason to be going for the lead and slowing both of them down.
Yeah, no, they still got about another 3 laps left to go here in today's race for the heat race as they work their way into the hairpin so far. But for Kyle Walters, holding very strong right now against the Lando Norris cart of Miguel Mir as he is trying to find his opening just can't get the right amount of momentum to get that run off the corner exit that he needs to go and challenge for the race lead as they come out of the final corner. Here across the line, it will be 3 laps left to go for your race leader, Kyle Walters, as they head off into turn 1 and 2.
Miguel Mir really close now. If he can get a good exit out turn 4 and 5, it's kind of hard to follow here. He does get a fantastic exit. He's right there in the draft. I want to see if he'll push or try to go around. I mean, it's really his decision. He's still, he's just going to hang in behind. Very smart and these are masters. They're very experienced, you know. They really put thought into their races, and they will put a lot of thought in if an overtake is going to be worth it or not. You know, they want to keep up with the front pack, and they want to keep the rest of the field away for as long as possible.
Yeah, these drivers here, I mean, Miguel Mir is definitely a very multi-time champion here, knows what he needs to do in order to win this race throughout the entire event. So far they're doing what he needs to do. As they come out through the final couple of corners, the flagmen will have the popsicle sticks in the air. 2 laps to go for Kyle Walters as he tries to hold on once again against a hard-charging Miguel Mir, and Shane Burkett sits there in the catbird seat ready to go and catch the lead if these two make a mistake.
Pierce Bald is now back into P4, got around Caligaro. He's kind of close to Shane Burkett, but as we come down to the final 2 laps, if these 2 front leaders don't battle, I don't know if he'll be able to get to the front, but if they do, well, I mean, he's already there. It's pretty close. I mean, Miguel's looking for the inside. He can't get it just yet, but he's definitely starting to look to go into turn 8 and 9, the double right-hander. In the draft, there are now 4 of them in this pack. I mean, it could be any of their race. It just depends on these final 2 laps.
It's a 4-horse battle for the race lead once again as they enter into the hairpin. It's now just a matter of who will make the first brave and heroic decision to try and steal the win away here in heat race number 3 as they enter into the final hairpin here so far. And now Miguel Mir shows the nose, but can't get the run that he needs. White flag in the air for Kyle Walters as they try to throw their options into different positions to set themselves up for the race win.
Yep, still 4 and a train. Final lap this time around the, or I guess this is the final lap. Pierce Baldus gets around Shane Burkett into P3. If Miguel Mir can slow up Kyle Walter, he will be able to catch up to the 2 drivers. Miguel Mir down the inside of Kyle Walter. He gets to the lead. Switchback by Kyle Walter. Can't get it. Miguel Mir places his cart in a very good spot. Can't get it there. Still a very defensive line by Miguel Mir. Kyle Walter looking to the inside. Has a nose. Goes over the curb, but can't get it. Miguel Mir still in the lead. Now we have Pierce Baldus very close. He gives Kyle Walter the bumper. Not too hard. Doesn't upset his cart. They're still very close. Oh, drops a wheel. He loses a little bit of Kyle Walter. Miguel Mir, a little bit of a cushion between him and Kyle Walter. I don't know if he'll be able to drop that gap. No, Kyle Walter, not with the best exit. Shakes his head. And Miguel Mir will win your Heat 3 with Kyle Walter in P2. Pierce Baldus, P3, losing a few positions there. Adamar Caligaro in P4. Shane Burkett with an issue in P5. David Pergandy in P6. Foxworth 7th. Gasper 8th. Kogan Wright in 9th. We have Kozak in 10th. Faulkner 11th. Harper 12th. Din 13th. Harwin 14th. Wynn 15th. Hutchins 16th. Melfi 17th. Bergstein 18th. And then Strayer and Cherry not here today. We are now done with that race. As we go to commercials, next on track will be our shifter carts presented by Houston Freightliner. Up next.
MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
We're a commercial brick.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike.
Well, thank you to Taylor Burris for covering for me for a little bit. And thank you to Rocco Ruzick as well for taking the reins here as we get set to go green. First shifter presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. It's the CRG front row of Luis Mendez and Vincent Croissant, like you said, starting on that front row. It's Noah's Arce on the second row alongside Derek Proctor as we get set to go green. Visors down, green flag is out, and we are racing here. Luis Mendez stalls it at the start. Not the best start for him, as that's Rod Clinard who goes also drops the tire into the grass, but Vincent Cassard, again, the Frenchman, a really good start by him, and already with a good gap to Jeff Mills behind him. As Noah's Arce tries to hold on, Cameron Reed looking there as well, looks for a move, and Cameron Reed got 2-for-1 special down the back straightaway, the last of the late breakers, and Cameron Reed makes up 2 spots there in that corner.
Yep, and 1 and 2 very split apart. Okay, yep, Cameron Reed, and not too sure who that is in front. Another, is that a factory kart driver? I'm not too sure, but
It's a high 5 performance Magic kart that's currently there, and that's the in that group is the Arcade Motorsports Sodi kart of Noah's Arce. There's Derek Proctor in third, a much better start for him. I spoke to him a little bit last night, told me a lot of changes for him on his Magic kart. Looks to get back up at the front of the field after struggles all day yesterday here, and that's Noah's Arce ahead of Cameron Reed. These two have gotten together before. They got together at NOLA Motorsports Park, and now Cameron Reed, we heard from her earlier today, and she said she had a break later, and she is down the inside, just wasn't close enough to get the move done there on Noah's Arce.
Breaking real late like that, not be able to make the move is only going to hurt her tires and not give her any positions. Vincent Cressart is flying away right now with Luis Mendez and Derek Proctor, third and fourth, our closest battle right now up in the front. Derek Proctor had a pretty poor exit out there. Luis Mendez was able to get away pretty good there. He was in the front. I mean, he had a really poor start. He's now catching Jeff Mills pretty quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if he does anything by this back straight. Down the front straight into the S as we go. Luis Mendez with a very promising line through there. He's still catching to Jeff Mills through turn 4 and 5. If he gets a good exit, which I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't, with the draft, there he goes. He could close this gap right here.
Yeah, so Luis Mendez closing down the gap already to Jeff Mills for the second spot. It's a CRG 1, 2, 3. Luis Mendez, the only privateer here in this class. He's pitting out of his garage here this weekend in good spirits. Vincent Cassard was the one who kind of pressured Luis to race, and Luis is having a good time. Spoke to him a little bit yesterday as well, and he was like, yeah, man, it's great. Never been in a race like this before. You know, it's much better to race than to just practice, right? Because you don't see a lot of shifters on at club races. So it's good to have this shifter class here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So a lot of these guys can, have fun, bang some gears, and and try and pass each other, which a lot of people have struggled with. You know, it's not easiest to pass. And Luis Mendez, a full head of steam through the S's, completely went over that first curb, which is, you know, what makes you fast around here. So let's see if Luis Mendez can close down the gap here to Jeff Mills down the back straightaway. He had a good entry into the double right-hander, which is not the best exit here so far.
Yeah, Vincent Cassard and Luis Mendez with very identical lap times last time by, as Vincent Cassard put down his fastest lap, a 52.018 and a 52.034. But Vincent Cassard doesn't have a draft, and Luis Mendez does. Once he gets around, if he gets around Jeff Mills, I wonder if he'll be able to catch back up to Vincent Cassard. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to do for the CRG driver of Jeff Mills and the privateer of Luis Mendez if they want to catch right back up to Vincent Cassard, who is still lapping here really quick, has the purple lap time. And just as I say that, Jeff Mills goes even quicker, a 51.852 for Jeff Mills. Luis Mendez looks really close here through the double right-hander. I think this may be his best chance to overtake for the second spot here and just loses time down the main straightaway. It seems like he just can't get the cart into gear on exit there, and wow, really, really deep into turn number 6. And he's able to continue going here, but Derek Proctor closing down the gap to these two. It looks like Mendez has a little bit more pace than Jeff Mills, but just, you know, and it seems like it's holding him up a little bit. And there goes Derek Proctor closing down the gap by the second.
Yeah, and Luis Mendez, of course, he's not looking at a race here on his laptop right now, but if he knew how fast they were right now, I mean, he could potentially just sit behind as they catch him, but, I mean, they have a huge gap to go if this pace keeps up and they keep catching Vincent Cassard.
Yeah, so the gap to Vincent Cassard ahead is at a second and 8/10, so just under 2 seconds. Derek Proctor now goes purple in the process while he's closing down the gap to these two. A 51.617 for Derek Proctor. A much better day than he had yesterday. So good to see him out here. And you know, with cooler weather today, right? The engines run a lot better. The tires maybe you know, don't heat up as much on the surface. But much like very cool day. Overcast here. The sun isn't shining. You know, good for us, but you know, also a little bit chilly.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Big mistake
Jeff
there.
Mills.
Big mistake there by Jeff Mills as Luis Mendez catches rapidly on him. He taps his helmet, but my goodness, big push by Luis Mendez moves the other CRG out the way. That was pretty crazy. Now, Luis Mendez and Derek Proctor both go into second and third. Down the S's they go. That was a huge sin by Luis Mendez. Now he's in P2. He has nobody in front of him. Let's see if he'll be able to catch Vincent Cassard.
Yeah, it's a tall ask. That second at that gap at 2.5 seconds to Vincent Cassard has been in a league of his own so far here in this one. Derek Proctor though getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of Luis Mendez here in this one. Jeff Mills was able to get going again. He currently sits in 4th here. Cameron Reed, her progress has stagnated here a little bit. She's still behind Noah's Arse. She's not able to close on that gap. Rod Clinard behind the two of them. So you know, a very stagnant race at the moment, and a very physical class. I mean, Rocco, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. You were out of the seat for some time, got back into it, and you know how physical it is, and how physical it is to go around here in a lot of the high-speed corners. You know, in these two-stroke classes. I mean, what are these drivers feeling right now, you know, while you're getting, you know, tossed around in the shifter cart going almost 80 miles an hour?
Well, you're an inch off the ground as well doing those 80 miles an hour. You know, when you go over these curbs, I mean, I'm not too sure about shifters. I mean, I think they want to avoid curbs more than go over them just because, you know, they're changing gears. They want to be as smooth as possible, as Luis Mendez has a little bit of a bobble over that curb. But, yeah, exactly. Hitting these curbs, you know, having all these high G-forces, it is super straining on the body and could definitely wear you out if you're not prepared for this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Danny Formal is a guy who isn't afraid of curbs, and we always see him, you know, go right over them. This place doesn't have too many aggressive curbs, so, I mean, not as physical as a track like Orlando Kart Center, but, you know, not too bad. The white flag comes out, and Vincent Cassard, I mean, he seems to have really good pace around here. Luis Mendez as well just went purple, 51.557. Vincent just, you know, holding on to that gap, holding on to the tires. They won't get a new set later on today. But it will mean that Vincent Cassard is starting on the pole position here in this one.
Vincent Cassard just placed the lap about 4/10 slower than second place Luis Mendez. I would assume he's already starting to preserve his tires, and by this final, he should have a lot of tire life still left in those tires as he hasn't had to fight that much this week. But, yeah, Luis Mendez with a very fast lap time last time by. If only he was there at the start when he had that good start. You see, starts are so important now, how he made that little mistake, and now his race was completely swallowed by the rest of the field.
Yeah, unfortunate there. So starts have been the issue for Luis Mendez, but it's been all about Vincent Cassard, who wins heat number 3 and is set to start on the pole. This is Shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. In second is Luis Mendez with the fastest lap of the race. Derek Proctor 3rd. Jeff Mills across the line 4th. Noah Zars 5th. Cameron Reed 6th. Rod Clinard in 7th. Brett Kelly 8th. Zachary Mabry in 9th. Martin Marquez in 11th. And Martin Kelderman wasn't able to get going here in this one. Coming up next, though, it's your 206 Cadets as the engines come to life here, and they get set to go green in a couple minutes' time.
Yeah, up in front, that's the 257. Not too sure who that is.
251, that's Tanner.
251,
Texas
sorry.
Hammer Barsh.
Tanner Barsh.
And he's starting alongside Aston Fast and Wyatt here.
That's a cool Burrell Art livery. It has an American flag on front. That is, never seen that before, but I think that's a pretty special Burrell Art livery.
Well, you're seeing it now.
Yeah.
So the Dallas, Texas Rangers fan, you know, him and his dad were super happy that the Rangers won the World Series. Me, not so much. But you know, it is what it is. Tanner, you know, in good spirits. And speaking of baseball, younger brother Brennan not here this weekend, unfortunately, playing baseball. So that has prompted Tanner to do double duty here this weekend in Mini and 206 Cadet. And we have seen himself and Aston Wyatt get away here early. Right behind him is the Iceman, Theo Mitchell, the MSL racing driver, getting set to go green. A new helmet for him as well. You know, good to see the creativity that these kids have whenever they you know, come up with their helmet designs.
Yeah, seeing a lot of things for the first time. I didn't get to see his Iceman helmet yesterday, but him sitting in pits conveniently on the camera, I'm able to see that Iceman text now. I mean, that's a pretty cool helmet, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think the helmet painter is actually graphics by Kent. I mean, pretty nice. I think it's a Dallas or a Texas-based helmet painter. I'm not sure. But let's run you down your 206 Cadet field presented by Rimrock Raceway. It's Aston Wyatt starting on the pole. Tanner Barsh alongside him on the front row. It's Drew Blem and Theo Mitchell on row 2. Marshall Steves and Dutch Westbrook, row 3. It's Tyler Morwick and Rhett Johnson, row 4. Jensen Willander and Micah Massad in row 5. Wyatt White and Yoram Angelis Vargas in row 6. Rodolfo Garza and Simon Klein in row 7. Dean Geary and Benson Hale in row 8. Mace Lejcik, in row 9 alongside Benjamin Osborne. You know, it's getting kind of hard to roll my R's now. You know,
yeah.
It's I'm kind of struggling. You know, but yeah, I guess Taylor in my ear telling me I'm getting old, and I guess he may be right. I actually don't think so. I'm only 19 years old, young at heart. As we get set to go green, though, speaking of being young, you know, these drivers, some of the youngest that we see all weekend long are the 206 Cadets, aging from 7 to 13 here, these 206 Cadets. As they get set to get going here and into the tram lines we go. Aston Wyatt going to lead us away here in this one. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Cadet. Aston Wyatt with a great start so far, side by side. Drew Blem able to get through with him as well as contact further back. That's one of the Cruise Racing Development, I think, comp carts, or it's probably just a comp cart. Not sure of the number on that one, but Theo Mitchell loses a spot there to Tyler Morwick, or Marshall Steves there, who works his way up to 4. Drew Blem now, for the first time this weekend, up into the top 2, and Tanner Barsh going to have to push Blem further up the field. Let's see what these other drivers have in store. Dutch Westbrook goes down the inside on Theo Mitchell, double duty for young Dutch. And there you have it, you know. His Tony Kart in this class, so that is Theo Mitchell Theo Mitchell in the CRG, and Dutch Westbrook, who goes for a move, and there goes Tanner Barsh down the inside on Drew Blem. And Barsh up in a second and trying to catch up to Aston Wyatt, who currently leads us away. Yesterday was all about Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt, who pushed each other further and further up the field to create a cushion so they can have enough room to fight. And here Drew Blem is joining the party and pushing Tanner Barsh through this time by, so we can shuffle things around here in this one. As Tanner Barsh leads us away from Aston Wyatt leads us away from Tanner Barsh and Drew Blem. It's Dutch Westbrook in 4th. It's Marshall Steves in 5th. Theo Mitchell 6th. It's going to be Tyler Morwick 7th. Rhett Johnson 8th. Simon Klein in 9th. And Micah Massad rounding out your top 10 here. Now Tanner Barsh has giving the bumper there to Aston White. Let's see if they decide to push each other forward. And let's see if Drew Blem has the pace in his Nitro Kart to keep up with the top 2 Burrell Art machines.
In 206 racing, it's a lot of right time, right place. You know, I mean, Drew Blem not in a no man's land right now. He is getting the draft by Tanner Barsh and getting that nice toe away from the rest of the field. I don't think they have the pace to catch back up. So if Drew Blem can just hang with these top 3, he should also be very safe and away from the rest of the field. But as they go down the shin, it is Aston Wyatt in the lead with Tanner Barsh, the Texas Hammer in P2, and Drew Blem in P3. Through the boot they go out into turn 15 onto the front straight. They are still nose to tail, very close down into the S's. Tanner Barsh gives a push to Aston Wyatt as he has a little bit of a bobble and opens up a gap to Aston Wyatt, but I'm very sure he'll be able to close it on the back straight.
Yeah, so the fastest lap of the race belongs to Tanner Barsh, 103.469. Aston Wyatt currently leads. So Tanner a 10th quicker, but seems to have struggled out of the double right-hander and has good speed there at the end of the straightaway, who looks to get and stay with Aston Wyatt as Drew Blem continues to push him along. The battle for P4 involves Dutch Westbrook, Marshall Steves, Tyler Morwick, Simon Klein, Rhett Johnson, and Micah Massad, who are in there in the battle for 4th position here. Staying stagnant, going to be, a patient race by these guys. I mean, we heard Cameron Reed earlier today. She talked about 206 racing being a lot about a chess match, right? So I mean, that's something to expect. For these young guys and girls, and later on today, whenever we see our 206 seniors go at it.
Yeah. So these top 3 being very smart right now, and they're not, they're all working together. Tanner Barsh is pushing on Aston Wyatt as Drew Blem tries to just keep him the toe. But as they're doing this, they're still working away from the field. They're lapping about, I would say, 0.7 seconds quicker than anybody else. P4 is a 104.1 and P3 is a 103.37. So, yeah, this front pack of 3 is definitely pulling away right now. As Tanner Barsh goes down the inside of Aston Wyatt, that's the first we've seen all week, especially this early in the race. Aston Wyatt now into P2. I wonder if he'll just, maybe Tanner Barsh just is like, hey, let me slot in front. You push me for a few laps and see if we can get any faster. Maybe we can get away from Drew Blem.
Yeah, very well said, Rocco. Tanner Barsh, for the first time this weekend, goes to the point of the field on Aston Wyatt. And like you said, a little bit earlier than we're used to seeing, as Drew Blem there still very much in contact with the 2 Burrell Art machines. We wanted to see if he was going to be able to stay with them. He has. So it seems like they found a lot of pace overnight, and he is very much into play coming to the main event later today. As he's still in drafting range here to Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt as they crossed the line that time by, and Tanner Barsh went quickest to 103.140 while having to make a move at the same time. So looks like a lot of pace in Tanner Barsh's Burrell Art machine here.
Tanner Barsh definitely thought correctly to go ahead of Aston Wyatt. I mean, we saw him earlier in the S's and in the double into turn 4 and 5. He'd make small mistakes and, he'd fall a little bit behind, couldn't try and actually push Aston Wyatt. Maybe that's why Drew Blem was able to keep so close, because there was no push to Aston Wyatt. But now that Aston Wyatt is in P2 and he is the pushing partner, they are starting to put a formidable gap on Drew Blem.
And it almost seems like that gap's opening up here a little bit. 4 car lengths in between these drivers here of Aston Wyatt and Drew Blem. So I'm not sure if Blem was really quick, had higher tire pressures than the 2 up front, but it seems like their cars just continue to get quicker and quicker as they go on. So they're probably already set up for the main event. The main event is 15 minutes plus 2 laps, a long main event. So a lot of these drivers have to kind of gear themselves for the long run, as it's going to be the longest that they've gone all weekend long, because they do 3 heat races, 5 minutes plus 2 laps, and then I don't know where you have a 15-minute race. So you have, I guess, the total of your 3 heat races, 15 minutes, and then plus 2 laps. So it's it promotes a lot of great racing. We see some guys be patient, like we've seen Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh be patient. So it promotes great racing, patient racing, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, these 2 working together has done nothing but help their weekend. Nobody has been able to get close except for Drew Blem as right now, but he is definitely falling behind. Tanner Barsh pulling a slight gap on Aston Wyatt right now. He may have made a slight mistake in one of the previous corners, but yes, that is Tanner Barsh in the lead with Aston Wyatt in P2. Still a little bit of a gap. He needs to get back up there so he can push his partner. I don't know if it's too important now. Their lead is so huge. They shouldn't start battling now. They'll definitely get caught back up, but they have a lot of raw pace right now.
Yeah, Wyatt was able to get one of the Heat wins yesterday, and Tanner Barsh going to look to go a spot better than he did yesterday after pushing Aston for quite a while. So let's see what they decide to do. I mean, they continue to push each other forward, and we really can't forget, right? These two drivers are under the same tent with Trackside Karting Services, the Tim Lobau base camp. And just as I say that, Aston Wyatt goes down the inside on Tanner Barsh and gets the move done. So Aston Wyatt is clear and back to the point of the field, and they created a nice cushion to them behind, to Drew Blem, who is currently a second at bay from these two and in first and second.
Yep, very close now. We're coming up to the white flag this time by, so they definitely know it's time to get a move on. Oh, Tanner Barsh looks to the inside. Aston Wyatt leaves the door open, makes a slight mistake on the braking zone. Now Tanner Barsh back up to the lead. Aston Wyatt right there on the bumper. Are they going to make any moves into the boot? I'm not too sure. Aston Wyatt decides to hold to the second place position for right now, trying to, maybe engage in a sneak attack on the final lap.
Yeah, so the white flag in the air. Tanner Barsh, the Texas Hammer, leads from Aston, Faston, Wyatt. It's Drew Blem in third, Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, in fourth, and Dutch Westbrook rounding out your top five here. It's still Tanner Barsh who leads us away. Is Aston Wyatt going to be close enough to make the move? Tanner Barsh goes defensive, Wyatt on the outside. This is a battle of gear here. Who has a little more on the main straightaway? It seems to be Tanner Barsh here, who is able to hold on to it around the inside, Switchback City, with a population of two here at the moment with Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh. Not close enough for Wyatt to get the switchback done. Not close enough as of yet into the double right-hander, and Aston Wyatt, his second to last chance is going to be turn 11. See what he can do. Tries to set the crossover move done. Not close enough. Tanner Barsh very defensive, and a good defense there to hold Aston Wyatt's Burrell Art Machine at bay. Not close enough, and Tanner Barsh again defensive into the boot. Aston Wyatt still down the inside. They go side by side into the toe. Who is it going to be? And it's Tanner Barsh, switchback move for Aston Wyatt. Over, under, is he close enough? A drag race to the line, and Aston Wyatt is going to win Heat race number 3. It's Tanner Barsh in second. Drew Blem across the line in third. Theo Mitchell fourth. Dutch Westbrook across the line fifth. It's going to be Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, in fourth. Simon Klein sixth. Tyler Morwick in seventh. Marshall Steves eighth. Benson Hale in ninth. Micah Massad 10th. Dean Guerrier 11th. Rhett Johnson 12th. Jensen Willander in 13th, Wyatt White in 14th, Mace Legistick in 15th, Benjamin Osborne 16th, Yaramangeli Vargas in 17th, and Rodolfo Lavin not getting going, I guess, in this race. Coming up next, though, it's your KA100 junior class, where Chico Brown and Jackson Woney have been super quick. But yesterday, they were denied by one of the Trackside Karting Services, GFC. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay. But I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, $70?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
back to Houston, Texas. We are live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. My name is Caleb Yeska, as always, and alongside me here in the booth is Rocco Ruzick. We get set to go green for KA100 Junior by 4T Concrete Pumping. It's Jackson Warney, the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, on the pole position. Tyrone Kemper Jr. starting alongside him on the front row. It's Chico Brown and Jackson Young on row 2. Gage Bailey and Santiago Duran on row 3. Tyler Roberts and Graham Tremmel, row 4. Doan and Cox, row 5. It's Ibarra, Duquette, Barry, Perkins, Klein, Domi, Cadena, Henry, Barry, Paramo, Reddy, Siraki, Wonderlay, Cruz, Thomas, Abernathy, Anbar, Golseth, Varile, Iturriga, and Gonzalez making up your KA100 Junior field. The last heat race that they will have today before they go main event racing. Jackson Warney and Tyrone Kemper Jr. lead us away here. The green flag is out, and we go racing. Jackson Warney already with a great start so far. Chico Brown is able to slide there in second, and for the second time today, we've seen that outside row lose almost 3 to 4 spots here at the start of Jackson Young looks to get through there on Tyrone Kemper Jr., and he does. So Junior back to 5th here at the start of the race.
Yeah, Chico Brown is leading this race as the...
No, Chico Brown leads now, and Jackson Warney was in the lead there for a second. Chico Brown, though, I guess you called your shot. Chico Brown went to the lead of the race now side by side in between the ex-teammates. Chico Brown trying to stay ahead, and it seems like they're just struggling here a little bit for grip. You see a lot of corrections, being the first lap that they're out there. So Chico already, mid-tracking it here, and there goes one of the drivers further back. A move there on Tyrone Kemper Jr. I'm pretty sure that was Eric Doan who got the move done there on Tyrone Kemper Jr. The first lap will be down, and we'll run you down your top 10 here when they cross the stripe. Jackson Warney, though, side by side there with Gage Bailey. Who is it going to be when they exit? It's still Jackson Warney. Chico Brown leads us away from Gage Bailey, who's in 3rd, and Jackson Warney in 2nd. It's going to be Jackson Young 4th. They're in line. Tyrone Kemper Jr., Eric Doan, 5th. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 6th. Tyler Roberts 7th. Santiago Udan there. Jackson Warney looks for a move on Chico Brown, just not close enough to get it done. Santiago Udan 8th. David Ibarra 9th. And Graham Tremmel rounding up your top 10 here as Carson Berry's 11th. Looking to crack into the top 10 here at the moment, just not close enough to get it done. Still Chico Brown and Jackson Warney. Another chapter in their story. We've seen them fight across the National Series all year long, and they're doing it again here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But they have company of Gage Bailey, Jackson Young, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., who have tried to split them up all weekend long. But for now, Warney and Chico Brown have found each other, and they continue to push each other forward to try and create a cushion. Yesterday, they tried to do the same thing, but after a hard-fought battle, Gage Bailey and Jackson Young and Tyler Roberts were able to try and get ahead of them. So it's a 4-cart train here at the moment of Brown, Warney, Bailey, and Jackson Young.
Down the inside goes Jackson Warney on Turner Brown. He gets clear as Gage Bailey tries to go around the outside. And, Jackson Young tries to get on the inside of Gage Bailey. Does not work out for him. He loses a bit of time. Gage Bailey now, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. goes down the inside of Jackson Young into turn 8.
Yeah, so Tyrone Kemper Jr. took advantage of that bobble that Jackson Young had after trying to overtake Gage Bailey. Just wasn't close enough there for Jackson Young, and is lost the spots here. To Kemper Jr. and falls back to 5th here. Jackson Warney with the cart length in between himself and Chico Brown, with 3 laps down in this race, and the fastest lap doesn't belong to any of the top 5. It belongs to Santiago Uran, the hometown kid, who currently sits in 7th, with David Ibarra pushing him forward. A 56.343 for Santiago Uran, who's on the rear bumper now of Tyler Roberts as they try and push themselves up into the top 3.
The top 3 now becoming a big train of go-karts. You can see Santiago Duran right in the back of that train. He is our fastest driver at the moment. No changes for position in the double right-hander, but you have Wolney still in the lead with Brown and Bailey right behind him. Kemper in 4th. He fell back behind at the beginning of the race. Now down the inside, Brown on Wolney. That's the only change for position in that corner. He gets clear as the rest of the field just follows through. But yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. fell back a little bit, got back up to the front. Now he's in P4. Down the inside goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. on Gage Bailey as there's another overtake behind. And now they're coming down the front straight, Caleb.
Down the main straightaway we go. 4 laps down. Fastest lap of the race for Tyrone Kemper Jr. While he made that move there on Gage Bailey. So Kemper up into P3 here. So Chico Brown leads us away. Bailey back to 4th. Tyler Roberts has snuck his way into the top 5. Jackson Young in 6th. And Santiago Duran has very much joined the party, and he's in 7th there. So it's a 7-car train now. As down the inside goes Tyler Roberts on Gage Bailey here. So Roberts makes a spot here to his teammate and gets up into 4th here at the moment as Ibarra, Joan, and Cox all begin to catch up to the top 7 here. For Warney, just not close enough to Chico Brown to get back to the point of the field. Next time they cross the line, it's going to be 4 laps to go here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Santiago Duran still at the back end of that train. I mean, he is still in the pack. I mean, once these drivers get around a few more laps, we could see a few more changes for position. I mean, he is working on it. He is fast, but he still has a lot of karts in between him and the leader. But now, through turn 4 and 5, you have Brown in the lead with Wolney and Kemper Jr., Mr. T in 3rd place. He has been moving from where he fell back. Now he has the pace to go. Oh, and Gage Bailey down the inside of Tyrone Kemper Jr., but he holds the inside and gets back into turn 7.
Yeah, so Tyrone Kemper Jr. able to stay ahead. Tyler Roberts now up into 4th. Bailey falls back to 5th. Jackson Young in 6th. Santiago Duran there in 7th, coming into the screen now. And there goes Tyler Roberts down the inside on Tyrone Kemper Jr. Jackson Young gives a little bit of a bumper there to his teammate of Bailey. So Young up another spot. Santiago Duran took advantage of that and passed Bailey in that corner as well. It's still Chico Brown, though, who leads from Warney. It's Tyler Roberts in 3rd. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 4th. It's Duran in 5th, and Gage Bailey, who fell back to 6th in that lap. And there further back, you see, Bailey and Young and Ibarra, who have all caught up to the lead pack. But a little bit of a breakaway in between Warney and Chico Brown. Warney's gap back to Tyler Roberts is at half a second here. And opening up a little bit the more that 3 and back continue to fight.
Yeah, right now playing spot the difference with Bailey and his teammate Tyler. I thought that was Bailey up in front, but that is definitely Tyler, as Kemper is right behind him. Duran making his way up the field now behind Kemper. He's in the P5 as he was in the back of that train a moment ago. But now through the shin down into the boot hairpin, they're all evenly spaced. Tyrone Kemper Jr. down the inside of Tyler Roberts. He gets the move almost done, but Tyler Roberts now switches back and gets back in front of him. Santiago Duran is now right there with Jackson Young right behind him. They could start to work for the 3rd position any moment now.
Yeah, so as they continue to fight for the 3rd position here, the 2 stakes are up in the air, and it's officially crunch time, but it seems like it has been that way the entire way through. Warney and Chico continue to extend their gap to Roberts, Kemper, and company as they go side by side. Santiago looks for the move, tries to hold on to 5th here, and is he close enough? David Ibarra out of nowhere tries to get an over-under move. Is he going to get it done on the 2 of them? He does. David Ibarra, the CRG Nordum driver, gets the move done, and Santiago Duran not happy at all with any of the driving that's going on. Very aggressive by everybody, but keeping it clean here at the moment. Ibarra takes advantage and has snuck his way into the top 5 for the first time here this weekend. When they cross the line, it's going to be Chico Brown who gets the white flag from Warney. It's Roberts in 3rd, Kemper in 4th, and David Ibarra in 5th here.
Yep, down into the SLEO final lap this time by Tyler Roberts and Tyrone Kemper Jr. in 3rd and 4th. Their leaders evenly spaced out. No overtakes from them so far, but Tyrone Kemper Jr. in that draft, he could possibly sin. He didn't get the best exit out of turn 5, so it would be a big sin if he could do it here. He decides to follow through, maybe into Switchback City. No, he still follows through. David Ibarra now into 5th place. He got the spoils of that moment last time by whenever Jackson tried to get underneath Santiago Duran. And, now he is working on that 3rd and 4th group.
Yeah, trying to get the work done there on that 2nd group of Roberts and Tyrone Kemper Jr. as they go side by side. All the while, Chico Brown has ran away with heat race number 3 and is one of the favorites when it comes down to pole position. So Chico Brown wins heat race number 3, and 2nd is going to be Jackson Warney. Tyler Roberts crosses the line 3rd. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 4th. David Ibarra with the fastest lap of the race that time by a 55.605.
In 6th place, it is Jackson Young. In 7th, it is Gage Bailey. 8th is Duran. In 9th place, it is Easton Cox. 10th place is Doan. 10th, Barry. 12th, Trammell. Bobby Klein in 13th. He made up a few positions. Duquette in 14th, Domi in 15th, Perkins 16th, Barry 17th, Abernethy 18th, Cadena in 19th. 20th is Nathan Golseth. 21st is Anbar. 22nd, Siraki, my bad. 23rd is Varial. 24th, Paramo. 25th, Henry. 26th, Cruz. 27th, Gus Wonderlay, my mistake. 28th is Thomas. 29th, Reddy. And your two non-finishers, Ethan Gonzalez and Hector Iturriga.
So as that chapter comes to a close here in the heat races, it is time for 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. It's Braden Robertson who starts on the front row alongside Truly Adams. Landon Melson on the second row alongside Kelvin Zing. Aiden Rudolph and Bryce Frank are going to make up your third row. It's an all-Wolf fourth row for Caden and Ethan Wolf, who are actually both in white helmets here. As you see, the two of them both have white helmets, so, got you on that one, Rocco.
Yeah.
Reagan Seville, an all-trackside karting services, row 5 for the teammates of Reagan Seville. The reigning junior champion, and your race winner from round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park. Alongside him is a teammate, a familiar face of Jacob Oliver, who had a great race yesterday, working himself up into the top 10. Samuel Young, who has a lot of work to do today, who's starting back in row number 6. So for Samuel Young, the Iron Rock Motorsports entry, he's starting alongside Jerry Fandry. The two of them, unfortunate endings to their heat races. Fandry not able to finish, and Young as well, who was involved in that carnage in turn number 2. Further back, it's going to be Zach Rivera, the VLR factory driver. From Dallas, I guess you can say he's a Texan now, moved from Nevada to Dallas, Texas over the summer. Gives a little bit of I guess, fist in the air. Good to see you in good spirits here, Zach. Best of luck in your race. He's starting alongside one of the Burrell art machines, or I think that's the Kart Republic of either Afton Willander, and further back Carter Kilgo in that group as well. Cameron Reed, Alfred Alvazer Castillo, Braden Domain, and more getting set to start this race in 206 Senior. It's an action-packed and a stacked field here in 206 Senior. Kelvin Zing, a DNF for him in the first race. In heat number 2, he was able to get the win as teammate Bryce Frank pushed him, and they stayed ahead of pole sitter Braden Robertson, who set a monster lap time in qualifying, where he started on the pole all weekend long. So it's going to be, a drive for Braden Robertson, who struggled a little bit yesterday in the third heat for pace, as the MGMs of Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank seem to be working really well, the two AR Academy drivers there. And Truly Adams, we heard a lot from him in the KA100 Senior class, and seems to be in the top 10 in 206 Senior, but a lot of carnage going on in this class yesterday that put a lot of these drivers on the back foot coming into today.
Yeah, yesterday I made the mistake of thinking Landon Nelson was was Caden Wolf. I could have swore back in the day when we raced that Caden had a black helmet, but I guess now that they both have white helmets.
Well, you're wrong. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
As the engines come to life here, the 206 engines have fired away. And for the last of our heat races, it's Braden Robertson and Truly Adams getting set to go green here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing, the second of our 2 headline classes. The 206 Seniors get set to get going. Double duty for a lot of these drivers. Braden Robertson, double duty for himself, and double duty for Aiden Rudolph here as well, as they make their way onto the track. And going to be an action-packed heat number 3. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these drivers, be a little more patient than they were yesterday after some wrecks, because you still have a long day of racing, a main event later today. So I wouldn't be surprised to not see them risk too much here in this one.
Yeah, but one very important factor in third and fourth, you have Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank. If they're able to keep together on this start, they will definitely work together. And, of course, with that coordinated teamwork, they will probably find themselves in the front the whole race.
Yeah, so it's been a good weekend of racing. A lot of teammates out here, helping each other. The Wolf brothers out here who have been working together all weekend. The 2 Jam Racing AR Academy drivers, working together yesterday to put themselves in a 1-2 spot. So a lot of teammates, a lot of team games being played, but a driver who's all out there on his lonesome is Braden Robertson. out there at the front of the field by himself here at the moment. One driver goes around. That's Landon Melson, who was slated to start third. He gets back going again, but he did make it to the commitment cone, so he should be able to get his spot back. Rudolph's there waiting for him, for Melson to get through. And, this is all about, mindset. It kind of knocks him out of his rhythm, goes for a spin, trying to warm up his tires. So unfortunate spin there for Landon Melson, but he's able to get going again and getting slated to start. A crawling pace so far as we get set to go green for the last of our heat races here. After this, it's going to be all about main event racing, and that's where the hard word comes. For now, it's heat race number 3, and it's all about starting position later today. It's Robertson and Truly Adams for the last heat race. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Senior. Truly Adams with the best start he's had all weekend long on the inside there of Robertson. Gets a good start in turn number 2. And to the point of the field here early on, Robertson slides in a second. Kelvin Zing in third there, and Bryce Frank falls back, loses a spot there to Aiden Rudolph. Already going defensive here for Truly Adams. Doesn't want to lose that starting spot. He goes low, but Braden Robertson goes lower. And to the point of the field, into turn number 6, side by side in Switchback City. Landon Melson looks for a move. Kelvin Zing tries to go through as well, side by side in between them. Landon Melson gets stuck on the outside, and Kelvin Zing up to P3. He needs a top 3 finish if he wants to start in the top 10 after DNFing yesterday in his heat race. So they go, and it's Robertson who leads from Truly Adams. There's a move further back. Landon Melson gets together with Aiden Rudolph and goes around again, this time in the race. So unfortunate for Landon Melson, an unfortunate start so far for him. He's going to be out of this one here early on into the back end of the field. As Robertson leads from Adams, side by side further back. It's Seville and Frank who go side by side. The Wolf brothers in this group as well. Jerry Fandry at the tail of that group looks to stay ahead and up into the top 10 for himself. But it's a top 3 breakaway so far for Zing, Adams, and Robertson. Adams already looking for a move, looking to make a move here early on, not wanting to follow. And, it's kind of uncharacteristic for 206 Racing here, Rocco.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I thought that the top 3 were working really well together, all trying to get away from that second group, that huge train right behind him. But after that half move into turn 5, it just slowed him and Braden Robertson right down. Kelvin's now be able to get to the back of Truly Adams and be able to push, but he's been separated from his teammate Bryce Frank, and so he's kind of on his lonesome right now.
Yeah, and there goes Robertson mid-tracking it, not as defensive. But all the fighting in between Adams and Robertson has prompted Aiden Rudolph to close down the gap to Kelvin Zing ahead of Bryce Frank not too far back, who's currently sitting in the 6th spot. And there goes Adams wanting to pass already. Into the boot we go. And Adams looking for the lead of the race. Who is Kelvin Zing going to decide to push? He decides to stay with Robertson, and Adams going to get absolutely freight trained here down the main straightaway. And that's kind of what happens, right? I think Zing saw that Adams wasn't wanting to work with Robertson. He was like, you know what? I'm going to push Robertson because this is a guy that I've raced with. I raced with him yesterday. We push and we get away.
Yep, these top 3 now, probably the scariest top 3 I've ever seen in a 206 race. They could possibly run away with this if Truly Adams doesn't want to work with Ethan Wolf down the inside. Truly Adams is now side by side as the top 3 are getting away. Bryce Frank down the inside of Truly Adams. And is that Ian or Caden? I can't tell with the helmet.
Not too sure. They look the same. So we're playing a game of tell the difference. The liveries are different as Kelvin Zing goes to the point of the field. Rudolph going to follow through as well. This is what Kelvin Zing needs. He needs to win. Bryce Frank off the racetrack with Reagan Seville. The two of them go off the racetrack. Frank was within a good starting spot today, but let's see what that does to his average finishing place as Rudolph gets stuck on the outside to Truly Adams. Truly Adams continuing to look for moves and not wanting to work with anyone. They still go side by side here, and the other of the Wolf brothers gets through. So Ethan Wolf currently sits in 3rd. He has the white livery there ahead. Caden Wolf is in the Comcart livery as Oliver and Truly Adams go side by side, and Oliver gonna have to stay put behind Truly Adams and push him forward.
Yeah, Truly Adams not working with anybody right now. It's really hurting his race. I mean, he's trying to go for all these overtakes, and they aren't working. And he's been relegated back to about P6. But now inside, Aiden Rudolph on Caden Wolf. Drops a tire,
and into the water goes Caden Wolf, who loses a handful of spots, and another disappointing heat race for him seems to be in the cards here. So unfortunate there, as there goes Ethan Wolf, Caden Wolf, brother there, going on Aiden Rudolph. Rudolph going to get help from behind from Truly Adams, going to push him through into the boot. Adams look to go as well, not close enough. Adams going to stay put behind the CRG Nordum of Aiden Rudolph. It's Kelvin Zing who leads us from Braden Robertson. This is what Zing needs. He DNF'd from the first heat race. He won the second one after getting pushed by teammate Bryce Frank. And now if he wins this one, he'll be in within a shot of a top 5 starting spot.
That'd really help him out right there. But now his pushing partner, Bryce Frank, fell far behind. He won't be able to start the final with his teammate, Braden Robertson, sucking up to the back of Kelvin Zing right now. He's going to choose to push him and get away from the rest of that field. They go 2 by 2, nose to tail, as Aiden Rudolph and the rest of them follow into Switchback City. That is Truly Adams in P4 behind Aiden Rudolph. I wonder if he's going to try and get around Aiden Rudolph here, or if he's going to push him for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Truly Adams work with really anybody around here, so I'm going to be surprised if he decides to push Rudolph through here and up. And the other guys who aren't working with each other is Robertson, who goes down the inside there on Zing, knows that Rudolph and Adams are closing down, and he'd like to be a spot safer from Aiden Rudolph, who has been quick in both classes here this weekend. Adams looked for a move, thought better of it. Jacob Oliver is the driver, the GFC, who currently sits in 5th. Behind him is going to be Samuel Young. He had his, it's going to be one of the Wolves. Caden Wolf, who's, a champion here before at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Samuel Young had his breakout year last year with his first win in Odessa, Texas. Goes fastest while he's at it at 102.549 for Samuel Young. Cameron Reed, 9 spots gained. We heard from her earlier today. It seems like she's found the pace here in this 206 class as moves further in the field. It's Aiden Rudolph down the inside on Kelvin Zing, who's going to lose 3 spots almost, but not enough for Jacob Oliver, who's going to push Zing through here. So Zing able to hold on to 4th. He went from 1st all the way back to 4th. Oliver back in 5th, pushing Zing here at the moment is, and just as I say that, Rudolph to the point of the field. Adams gets through as well. Robertson goes through. Oliver looks to go through on Zing, and he does. So Jacob Oliver in his sophomore season and 206 senior up into the top 4 here in a heat race.
Aiden Rudolph playing in his backyard with the rest of the field. He's up in the lead. Truly Adams finds himself back up in the front after losing a bunch of positions in the middle of the race. That is Braden Robertson and Jacob Oliver pushing in 3rd and 4th, and Kelvin Zing in 5th place. Through the S's they go, all single file. Nobody side by side right there. You can see Caden Wolf behind Kelvin. Oh, he tried to go on the inside, and he gets it. Stuffs Kelvin on the outside, and Samuel Young gets on the inside of Kelvin as well. Samuel Young is struggling with pace here. Braden Robertson on the inside of both of them. He gets both Truly Adams and Aiden Rudolph, and gets to the point in turn 7.
Yeah, so Robertson back to the point of the field. Rudolph still in 2nd. Adams up into 3rd. Oliver still in 4th and staying there. For Caden Wolf, he sits in 5th. Kelvin Zing wasn't too bad. He went back to 7th, lost a couple of spots, but Robertson already defensive. They're kind of doing the KA defensive line, trying to stay ahead of the rest of these 206 drivers, and it's almost a 10-cart train for the lead. Rudolph goes down the inside. Adams is helping. Robertson looks to hold on to it here. Oliver looks to push Robertson through. Can Oliver get ahead of them? Adams getting stuck on the outside, and all this fighting is going to release Aiden Rudolph. The white flag is in the air, and they continue to jockey for position here. Samuel Young and Oliver side by side into the S's. Oliver stays ahead. Wolf able to get ahead as well. Young getting stuck on the outside. Zing gets the move done, and it's turn number 4 on Samuel Young. So Zing up into the top 6 here. Aiden Rudolph leads from Braden Robertson, who has help behind from Truly Adams. Robertson looking to get the over-under move done in his Switchback City with a population of almost 10 drivers here at the moment. Wolf gets the move done on the inside of Jacob Oliver. A lot of action to keep up with here. Rudolph still defensive from Adams. Robertson, Oliver, Zing, Young, Wolf, Reed, who's in the group as well. Seville, who went for an off-track excursion and still in the top 10. This is it, turn number 11. Everybody keeps it clean here for now. Almost 20 carts in this battle for the lead here at the moment. It's Rudolph who still leads. Truly Adams looks for the move around the outside. Crossover, is he going to be close enough? Goes lower than Aiden Rudolph, who's stuck on the outside. Truly Adams looks for the move, but Rudolph, will he get help from behind? Not close enough as of yet, and it's going to be Truly Adams who wins heat race number 1. Aiden Rudolph finishing 2nd, Jacob Oliver 3rd, Kelvin Zing 4th, Caden Wolf across the line 5th, Braden Robertson 6th, Samuel Young in 7th, Reagan Seville 8th, Cameron Reed 9th, Ethan Wolf in 10th.
Rivera in 11th, Dorenbaum in 12th place. Bryce Frank fell 7 positions down into 13th. Fitz 14th. Chambers up 17 positions into 15th. Castillo in 16th. Fitz 17th. Harrell 18th. Willander 19th. Kilgo 20th. Braden 21st. Columbus 22nd. Long 23rd. Domine 24. McLeod 25. Benru 26. Toll 27th. Herring 28, Jerry Fandry down 17 positions in 29th. That is unfortunate for Jerry Fandry.
Yeah, no idea what happened to Jerry. He was up in the top 10 at one moment, but lost a lot of spots here in that one. So unfortunate. Who's going to be starting on the back foot and trying to work his way up the field. It's Mackenzie Colum in 30th, Cooper Larson in 31st, Landon Melson 32nd, Luke Waller 33rd, and Drew Chappell not going in this one. We have a 1 hour lunch break coming your way. When we come back at 1:15, we're going to go live with main event racing beginning with our mini Swift class. We're going to go to a 1 hour lunch break. We'll be back at 1:15 Central. For those of you watching on the East Coast, it's going to be 2:15 for you guys. So we hope to see you guys back here in an hour's time. From all of us here at Kart Chaser, we'll see you back in 1 hour's time for main event racing here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. My name is Caleb Vieska, alongside me Rocco Ruzic. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back here in 1 hour's time.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
It's time for main event racing here at round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We are live from Houston, Texas in SpeedSportz Racing Park, where some of the rental carts are going around and giving us a preview of what we will see here shortly on the pro track right next door. Coming up is your Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy from Houston's High Speed Playground. As we get set to go green for round 2, the spring roundup, where here shortly we will crown our first winners of round number 2 at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Kimo Ahmad was the big winner at round 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park for the winter warm-up. This time, though, Royce Vega and Alex Chandler sit on the front row of the grid and get set to start on the front row. Royce Vega, the Dallas, Texas native, making his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series here this weekend alongside the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart of Alex Chandler. Behind him is Liam Nacho Wadi in his Paralin machine, but not for long because he just signed a multi-year contract with Sodi Racing USA. But in his return to the Texas Sprint Racing Series, looks to get a podium or maybe even a win. Aston Wyatt starting on the second row alongside him in his Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Burrell Art machine. Nicholas Orbezo on the third row in his Tony Kart, Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. He is your reigning Rock Cup USA champion. He's going to start alongside Tucker Trebe, the newly signed CRG Nordum driver of Pasha Ali, starting on row 4 alongside the Iron Rock Motorsports Intrepid of Sawyer Chambers. And it's Josh Bergman, the Trinity Karting Group driver, who starts alongside Colton Schniegenberg, the GWR Gillard. And then it's Cade Casper and his Trackside Karting Services GFC. And then it's the Franklin Motorsports entry of Cameron Johnson. And more have come out to play here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. We get set to go green, 15 minutes of action. And Rocco, I cannot wait.
I can't wait either, Caleb. A lot of stacked drivers in this field. I mean, oh my gosh, dude, Mini Swift is like the seniors of Micro Swift.
Yeah.
You know, this is the premier Swift class, I would say. You know, a lot of fearless kids. You know, they all think they're invincible. You know, they're going to send a lot of deep shots in this final. You know, it's going to be, I mean, first few laps, you're going to probably see a lot of working together, but in those last few laps, it's going to be carnage.
Yeah, definitely. All these kids are going to look to try and beat each other here this weekend. You know, a lot of competitors and a lot of very, very talented drivers in this field. We said it was Cade Casper starting on row starting 11th here, alongside Cameron Johnson. It's Oscar Gus Wonderlay in 13th, Tanner Barsh 14th, Simon Klein 15th, with Rodolfo Lavin alongside him on row 8. Nathan Hughes and Sofia Sadagova set to start on row 9. Emerson Lane and Brett Johnson on row number 10. Jack Cowell and Adrian Vargas starting on row number 11, and Aldo Iturriga, Shotgun Charlie on the field, starting 23rd as these drivers get set to go green here into the heel of the boot as the yellow flags are out, and the track officials get these drivers to slow down and set the race pace. But the race starts whenever Royce Vega decides in his Bennick, nods the head to Liam Nacho, tells him, gives him a little head shake. He's like, yes, let's push each other forward and try and stay ahead of Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt, who are going to start on the outside. We've seen the inside row always get a good start around here as compared to the outside line, who you know, hasn't had the best of luck as of yet. But Alex Chandler going to look to change his luck here in this one. It's Royce Vega and Alex Chandler, Bennick versus Iron Rock Motorsports, getting set to go green for the first main event of the day. It's Royce Vega and Alex Chandler into the tram lines for the first and last time this weekend in this Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in Mini Swift. Royce Vega with a great start. Nacho Wadi up in a second already. Orbezo gets a good start up in a third. Pasha Ali from 8th all the way up to 4th, and one driver goes around further back in the field.
Yeah, very different start for Pasha Ali as opposed to last race. You know, very good start. Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt getting swallowed by that inside line down on the start. Back straight, No chance. Oh, down the inside on Pasha Ali. That is no, that is not.
Yes, Josh Bergman. Josh Bergman in the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic goes down the inside there and gets the move done. So Josh Bergman up to P4. He started further back in the field, and the Trinity Karting Group driver, I spoke to him right before he sat down in his go-kart. He was like, I'm feeling good, and I think this is the one that I'm going to be able to get it done. He's been on the back foot almost all weekend long, but here in this one, it looks like he has a lot of pace in his Kart Republic and already up in a P4 and behind Nicholas Orbezo's Tony Kart here. Into the boot they go for the first time. Royce Vega is going to lead us away from Liam Nachawati in second. It's going to be Nicholas Orbezo in third. Josh Bergman fourth. Pasha Ali in fifth. Chandler fell back to sixth. Cade Casper seventh. Aston White eighth. All the way down, losing 4 spots down to 8th. Tucker Trube 9th. And Sawyer Chambers rounding up your top 10 here.
I would definitely keep my eye on that lime green helmet of Alex Chandler. I mean, he was on the front row, and then he fell back really big time on the start. You know, I mean, he's going to be coming through this field real quick.
Yeah, very well said. Alex Chandler has a lot of pace. Just unfortunate start for him starting on the outside and just did not get the jump that he would have liked. We have seen that outside line get the jump a couple of times today. Just hasn't and just wasn't good enough for Alex Chandler, as he has a lot of work to do right now as he looks for the move on Pasha Ali. Goes down the inside and not close enough for Alex Chandler, who's right there on your screen. And Pasha Ali, the first race for him this weekend with that CRG Nordum team. Got the call from you and Jeffrey. He was excited for a new project. And there goes Nicholas Orbezo down the inside on Liam Nachawati. Orbezo looked to get the move done, but was not close enough that time by. Is going to have to stay in third here. And Josh Bergman looking to push him along. And you said to look out for the lime green helmet. And I tell you what, he just went purple a minute and 46 hundredths of a second. So a good lap there by Alex Chandler, who looks to get around Pasha Ali this time by.
Cade Casper also hanging by Alex Chandler. Pasha Ali going down the inside of Josh Bergman down the back straight. He's going to go inside. Alex Chandler's going to fall and pass for the lead. Liam Nachawati on Royce Vega. Royce Vega goes back on Liam Nachawati, and he's going to fall through and into the double right-hander. That is Orbezo in the third place cart. Pasha Ali followed by Alex Chandler. This top 3 carts that go into the back midfield straight into turn 11. Orbezo down the inside of Nachawati into P2. He's going to follow suit and get into P2. Now, with that battling, you have Pasha Ali very close to this front group. Now, Alex Chandler already there. I'm not too sure that is going down on the inside about for P6, that was.
Yeah, so a move was made. That was Cade Casper who made the move. Cade Casper up into P6 here. The Trackside Karting Services GFC up a spot on Josh Bergman, who had a really good opening lap pace, just wasn't able to get it done. New fastest lap of the race for Sawyer Chambers, who's the fastest man on track at 59.522, who currently sits in 8th. And there goes Nicholas Orbezo looking for a move for the lead into turn number 6. And Orbezo able to get clear. Vega looks to go back again. The second time that we've seen this already. Drivers try to go down the inside on Royce Vega. He's able to carry enough speed around the outside of 6 and have the inside line for turn number 7, Rocky.
Yeah, what they need to do if they want to get around Royce Vega is they want to send it really deep into turn 6 and get ahead of him. Down the inside goes Orbezo on Royce Vega. Is anybody going to follow suit? No, Nachawati has to fall behind Royce Vega, but if he can go down the back straight and get ahead of him before the apex and park it, he shouldn't be able to get down the inside again if he can cover the inside.
Yeah, and there goes Nachawati trying to cover the inside, and he gets clear on Royce Vega. So Nachawati up in a P2. Pasha Ali in 4th. Vega looking to get the move done on Nachawati. This time by, not close enough. And I tell you what, new fastest lap of the race. Tanner Barsh down in 11th holds it, and it's a group of almost 11 go-karts in this battle for the lead. All this passing has prompted more and more drivers to include themselves in the battle for the lead here. Down the back straightaway, is Vega close enough to get the move done? No, and just as I say that, went side by side there, had the nose on the inside of Liam Nachawati, couldn't get it done. And Sawyer Chambers, for issues for him yesterday, seems to be getting himself into the top 5 here, and a great drive so far.
Yeah, he fell behind because of that outside line start. They got swallowed there, but now Sawyer Chambers working on it. I mean, he got past Alex Chandler. Chandler was fast a lap before, and so now that they're together, if they hook up, they could eat away at this front pack right here.
Yeah, so going to be important for him to get it done. And then there goes Nachawati for the lead of the race, side by side in between him and Nicholas Orbezo. You see all the hand signals from the mechanics on the fence line telling these kids to push each other forward. And Orbezo your leader here still. And there goes Sawyer Chambers. Is he going to do his famous move into turn 3? He was close, couldn't get it done, but into the double right-handers we go. Sawyer Chambers with a good, a full head of steam, I should say, down the back straightaway. This time by into turn number 6 we go.
Sawyer Chambers on the move. He's probably going to look for the overtake here on Liam Nachawati. He does, down the inside, and so does Alex Chandler on Pasha Ali. They are side by side, Liam Nachawati and Sawyer Chambers. They're coming through turn 7 into the double right-hander. Alex Chandler still there with Sawyer Chambers. Aston Wyatt, think he goes out around the outside of Pasha Ali. He does, and gets right behind Alex Chandler there.
Yeah, so he gets right behind Alex Chandler and trying to push. There goes Chambers again on Liam Nachawati. Alex Chandler wants to get through as well, but not close enough. Nachawati able to stay ahead of Alex Chandler here. Aston White there right behind Ali. Gets bobbled there a little bit with Tucker Trebe. So that battle further back, that's the battle for 5th and back there. It's the Kart Republic of Josh Bergman and the CRG of Pasha Ali all in tow. But this is the battle right here for P3. Sawyer Chambers with a full head of steam working his way up to the rear bumper of Royce Vega and Nicholas Orbezo, who try and push each other to create a cushion by the time it gets to the 2 laps to go.
Alex Chandler is looking down the inside of Liam Nachawati. We're just over a third done with this main event. And, you know, the nerves have stopped, have not stopped, but come down a little bit from the start. And these kids are starting to realize that they need to work together to stay with that front pack, but some of the kids are still trying to josh for position and just get up to that front pack.
Yeah, and I tell you what, none of these drivers are going to be content with a top 10 finish. All of these drivers have contended at some point in their short careers for a race win in a national series, and they're all going to want to win here in Texas. This is where a lot of these drivers have rejoined at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and have made it a 10-kart, almost 11-kart battle with some of the best drivers in Texas who have come back, who have been gone on national spell, have come back this weekend here to test for a big national event that's coming to town in 2 weeks' time. And you have 5-6 karts in tow here at the moment. It's Royce Vega and his Bennick who leads away from Sawyer Chambers in 2nd, Liam Nachawati in 3rd, Alex Chandler in 4th, Nicholas Orbezo fell back to 5th, and it's Aston Wyatt and his Burrell Art Allen Rudolph Racing Academy machine further back in the field. There goes Royce Vega looking for the move, side by side in between Nachawati, who's on the inside. Switchback City here with a population of 6. Nachawati leads them away. Royce Vega down the inside there on Sawyer Chambers. Vega able to stay ahead here at the moment. Nachawati with the kart length in between himself and Royce Vega. But there goes Royce Vega down the inside into the buckle. Can Vega stay ahead? Not close enough for Royce Vega, and Liam Nachawati still leads us away here in Mini Swift.
Liam Nachawati down into turn 6 that this previous lap. That was a great. Royce Vega down the inside of Liam Nachawati. He holds it around the outside and gets into P2. Sawyer Chambers still following that pack of 2 with Alex Chandler behind. They're going to be good partners working together. I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes a 2v2 right here between Sawyer Chambers and Alex Chandler, and then Royce Vega and Liam Nachawati.
And I tell you what, Rocco, I think we're going to have more than a 2v2 because Josh Bergman in 7th place just went fast. It's the 59.047 for the Trinity Karting Group driver. And there goes Sawyer Chambers. A 2-for-1 move from Sawyer Chambers all the way from 3rd. Goes to the point of the field here. Royce Vega back to 2nd. And there is Chandler looking for a move. Nachawati has the inside line. Nachawati stays ahead. Chandler back to 4th. Orbezo still there in 5th. Trying to catch. 3 kart lengths separates them. There goes Royce Vega down the inside on Chambers. We've had so many lead changes that I can't even count. Nachawati was in the lead for just a second there. Not close enough, and they go side by side, door to door. Nachawati and Alex Chandler, who's going to be out ahead? Nachawati stays in 3rd. And there goes Bergman down the inside on Orbezo. Can Bergman get clear? Not close enough, but this is shortly going to become an 11-12 kart battle for the lead here in Mini Swift.
Yeah, into the S as they go. We have about a group of 5 and then a group of 3. I mean, it could turn into a one big group of 8 at any moment now. I mean, it's starting to kind of form that way. But your leader, Royce Vega, leads us down the back straight with Sawyer Chambers possibly looking for the overtake. It's a train of 3. And Royce may be going a little defensive, a little bit to the inside. Yes, he is. And Liam Nachawati is going to try again to go around the outside. He gets one position on Sawyer Chambers. Into P2 goes Liam Nachawati. And then Alex Chandler now side by side with Sawyer Chambers. He can't get the position. He's on the outside. Sawyer Chambers keeps his 3rd place position. Now Orbezo and Aston Wyatt and Bergman catching up. Sawyer Chambers goes to the inside of Liam Nachawati. And Alex Chandler is going to try and also get around Liam Nachawati. Liam not happy with that.
Yeah, Liam wasn't happy with that. Falls back to 4th here. This is some of the cleanest and most respectful racing that we've seen all weekend long by some of the youngest drivers all weekend as Bergman goes down the inside on Aston Wyatt. And up in a P6 here for Josh Bergman. Royce Vega still leads us away. It's Chambers in 2nd, Chandler in 3rd, Nacho Wadi 4th. It's Orbezo in 5th. It's it looks like Josh Bergman is up into 6th here. Sorry about that. Aston Wyatt in 7th. Tucker Trebe in 8th. Schneegenberg up into 9th. Cade Casper in 10th. And Pasha Ali falling outside of the top 10. And there goes Alex Chandler down the inside on his teammate. And Nico Orbezo on the inside of Liam Nachawati as well. A lot of position changes here in this one, but they've all kept it clean. And everybody has been able to keep it going here, Rocco.
The moment Alex Chandler gets a nose in on Royce Vega, Sawyer Chambers is going to try and push him through and get both of them through on Royce Vega. I don't know when he's going to go for it. He's looking for a setup here, maybe a crossover into turn 11. Doesn't do it. They're still nose to tail, but this group of 8 has split apart. It's now, not too close together except for these top 3. They go through the boot hairpin. No changes for position there. You may see something down this back straight. What do you think, Caleb?
Yeah, no, for sure. All these drivers are doing a great job trying to keeping it clean, but they have changed their position a lot in this race. Trading, going back and forth all weekend long. But it's been Royce Vega who's kept it out in the front almost all weekend. We've seen these drivers push each other, this weekend, but all that's out of the window here in this one. They're all going to try and just win this race, right? They're really, really good competitors, and some of the youngest drivers that we see, the fact that they've kept it clean and nobody's DNF from this one is absolutely insane to me. The fastest lap of the race, though, still for the Trinity Karting Group driver of Josh Bergman, who sits in 7th.
Yeah, last time down the out of turn 5, Sawyer Chambers didn't have the best exit and couldn't push Alex Chandler down the back straight. So I feel like if he could, it'd be a much different story. Maybe next time by, if he gets a better exit, he can push him past Royce Vega into turn 11. They go still single file, nobody making any overtakes down the front straight. Still Royce Vega, Chandler, Sawyer, and then that's Orbezo and that is Nacho Wadi in 5th place.
Yeah, so Nacho Wadi up into 5th and fastest lap of the race for Nicholas Orbezo, a 58.943. 12 and a half minutes down and 2.5 minutes to go left in this race. It's Royce Vega leads from Chandler, Chambers in 3rd, Orbezo in 4th, and Liam Nacho Wadi in 5th. Some of the best mini Swift drivers in the nation start right here in Texas and at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This is a series where a lot of them grew up racing. One of the biggest racing series that they started racing in, and now you see all the success that a lot of these drivers have had over the years. Orbezo, a Rock Cup USA champion. Sawyer Chambers was fighting for podiums at the Rotax Winter Trophy. Alex Chandler as well, fighting for podiums at the Rotax Winter Trophy earlier this year. Royce Vega, a SCUSA Pro Tour winner earlier this year. And all these drivers fighting here at Houston, Texas and SpeedSportz Racing Park. It's still Vega who leads us away. Chandler in 2nd. Orbezo looked like he wanted to make a move there on Chambers. Nacho Wadi there as well. And Aston Wyatt, I can't fail to mention, he was really quick last year at the United States Pro Kart Series, and an unfortunate end to his main event put him out of that one. But he looks to go better 2 weeks' time, and he looks to recrown himself as the Texas Sprint Racing Series champion this year. But he's currently in 6th, and a lot of work to do to pass a lot of good drivers and a lot of talented drivers here. Some of the best drivers in the nation here in Texas.
Yeah, he's running out of time to make these moves. He has to make 5 overtakes in the matter of about 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps. Oh, big bumper by Liam Nacho Wadi moves Orbezo out the way for P4. That was quite forceful. Sawyer Chambers now being trailed by Liam Nacho Wadi. They're kind of starting to split apart. Liam Nacho Wadi down the inside of Sawyer Chambers. Orbezo's going to just slot right in behind Sawyer Chambers and push. He had a little bit of a bad exit there. Sawyer Chambers got to pull away. It's splitting up now. The leaders are starting to break away ever so slightly. If they don't work together now, they'll never catch those leaders, Caleb.
Yeah, Liam Nacho Wadi tapped the back of his helmet, pointed his hand forward, and he was like, hey, we need to go. The leaders are getting away. So Liam Nacho Wadi is going to try and lead the charge, the train, I should say, of Chambers, Orbezo, and Wyatt, and more. But Chambers not wanting to work down the inside there in turn number 6, still side by side in between Nacho Wadi and Chambers. Nacho Wadi able to stay ahead and taps the back of his helmet again and emphatically points forward. Wants to get up to the rear bumper of Alex Chandler because right now they are losing touch by the second. Vega and Chandler that time by where the gap was at a 10th, but it continues to grow the more and more that they fight and jockey for this third position. It's Sawyer Chambers now who retakes that third position. It's Nachawati back into fourth. Orbezo still there. Josh Bergman not too far off, as well as Tucker Trebe, who has joined the party here. Pasha Ali and a CRG a little ways back to this group of 6 go-karts who try and catch up to your leaders. The 15 minutes are up. 3 laps to go in this race. It's going to be 2 sticks in the air and officially crunch time when they cross the line. Next time by Aston Wyatt behind Nicholas Orbezo here. They try and lead the charge and catch up to the leaders. The Iron Rock Motorsports entry of Alex Chandler, who started alongside Royce Vega. 1-2 haven't moved. And there goes Nicholas Orbezo on the inside of Nachawati. Can Orbezo stay ahead? Not close enough for now. And Sawyer Chambers going to stay there. Aston Wyatt side by side with Orbezo, who tries to get the move done into the double right-hander. Orbezo, can he get ahead? He's ahead by inches right now. Nachawati with a great run. And this is going to split up Chambers and the 2 right here on screen. Orbezo, wow! Bergman goes super late into the brakes and goes off to the wayside. And there goes Nachawati. Liam Nachawati into the grass and out of this race. That's going to end his race win hopes. But all this fighting has released Royce Vega and Alex Chandler. The 2 sticks are in the air. And ladies and gentlemen, it's officially crunch time.
Yeah, it's a party for 3 and behind, but your top 2 have left without saying goodbye. It's Royce Vega and Alex Chandler coming through 4 and 5 onto the back straight. 2 sticks were in the air last time by, so you're going to see Alex Chandler, instead of working with him all race as he has been, he's going to start going for the overtake. Maybe not this lap, but the next lap for sure.
Yeah, so they have created a healthy cushion to Sawyer Chambers further back at a 1.5 seconds here at the moment in between Sawyer Chambers and Alex Chandler. It's going to be a long haul if Chambers wants to catch up to the Bennick machine and to the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart machine of Alex Chandler. These 2 started side by side where Royce Vega got a good start. Alex Chandler was on the back foot at the start of this race, had to work his way up the field, went all the way back down to 8th at one point, and now it seems to be deja vu from the heat races. It's 1 and 2 once again, and for the final time this weekend in Mini Swift, the white flag is going to fly this time by. It's Royce Vega versus Alex Chandler. Dallas, Texas versus Houston, Texas. Who can get it done? It's Bennick versus Iron Rock. Royce Vega not going defensive as of yet. Alex Chandler isn't going to throw a fade here. Not close enough. Down the back straightaway for the final time this weekend in Mini Swift, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Down the to the bottom of the racetrack goes Royce Vega. Defensive from Alex Chandler into turn number 6 for the final time. Chandler not able to hold on to it around the outside. Can't get it done in Switchback City. Vega still being really defensive. He's put on a defensive clinic almost all weekend long. Has been able to keep Alex Chandler at bay. Can he do it one more time here in this main event for Mini Swift? Going defensive again into the buckle. Alex Chandler looks for an over-under move. Not close enough as of yet. Royce Vega in the Bennick able to stay ahead here into the boot for the final time this weekend. Royce Vega still ahead to the bottom of the racetrack in turn number 15. Alex Chandler. It's going to be a drag race. Not close enough. Vega still defensive. Chandler around the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the line. All the while, though, Royce Vega wins in Mini Swift. Alex Chandler second. Sawyer Chambers third. Nicholas Orbezo across the line fourth. And Tucker Trebe finishes in 5th.
Your 6th place finisher is Aston Wyatt. 7th, Pasha Ali. 8th place went to Cade Casper. 9th, Colton Schniegenberg. And 10th was Josh Bergman. 11th, Liam Nachawati lost 8 places that race after going off after turn 11. 12th place is Tanner Barsh. 13th, Cameron Johnson. 14th was Gus Wonderley. 15th, Klein. 16th, Hughes. 17th, Levin. 18th, Sadagova. 19th, Ituriaga. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Rhett Johnson in 20th, and our 2 non-finishers are Adrian Vargas and Jack Cowell.
Yeah, Emerson Lane not able to get going here today, so unfortunate there. An action-packed first race this weekend. Our Mini Swifts definitely delivered. Coming up next is the youngest drivers here this week, and it's going to be our Honda Kit Karts coming up next, presented by Gallery Furniture. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of Round 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to SpeedSportz Racing Park in Houston, Texas. On track now is your Honda Kid Karts by Gallery Furniture. They're just, getting queued up right now. They're getting ready for their green flag. And joining me in the booth right now is Marcelo Sanchez-Lara for the first time.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to be up here, and I'm very excited to watch this Kid Kart race and hopefully provide some insight throughout this main event.
Yeah, we'll see how tight this field is through this main event. I mean, the Kid Karts are going for 15 minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a 15-minute Kid Kart race. So the field will probably be spread quite thin around the end, but the top four in the last race were able to hold it pretty close on the track. So maybe we see a crazy finish in the Kid Kart race today.
Yeah, anything's possible in Kid Kart, absolutely. Sometimes you have a newcomer out of nowhere have absolute blistering lap times and close in on that gap last couple laps with some dive bomb moves that you would think in the senior category no one has the guts to do that, but sometimes these Kid Karts, they don't even know, they're not very spatially aware, and they don't know how close they are to the next go-kart, and sometimes they just absolutely sense something. You hear a crowd roar over here in the grandstand, you hear like a little whoa, like what's going on? And I think it's easily one of the most exciting categories to watch, especially with a grid like this. I think it's going to be a great race to watch.
Yeah, the factor that the kids are so young, it adds a whole different excitement to the race. I mean, you're like, oh my gosh, that kindergartner just sitting on another kindergartner. It's pretty crazy. But as they get rolling now, one kart stalls and trying to get it started. It's rolling. Oh, he gets his ankle run over by a Kid Kart, and it stalls again. Oof.
Oh no, we got
a little bit of trouble in the back for I'm not sure. Is that Bradley? Is that Brackley? Wait. Oh, yeah, Beckley Anderson. I think that was Beckley Anderson. No, she stalled again.
Another stall for our third-place starter, Beckley Anderson. Unfortunate. Let's see if she can get it fired back up here right before they get to the trend lines. Shout out to the TSRS staff, making sure they're in their tram lines, keeping it safe. Gets out of the way. I love it.
Here Anderson comes to get. Oh, she still isn't in her position. This might be a little bit of a bot start. Are we going to get the green flag? We are. So your leader into turn one is going to be Bodie Bayer with, Rafe Ali and Brown make a little bit of contact going into turn two. So, yep, they're all single file now following through. Pretty clean start. Nobody got taken out on that start. And it is Bayer, Brown, two. Is that two? No, that is Rafe Ali in third place, actually. He made a great start. Oh, he's already about to make it on Brown. Wow.
Rafe Ali closing in already, making a pass, already down to the hairpin.
Anderson as well on a Caden Tudor gets into fourth place. Yeah, Rafe Ali and Brown still duking it out in for second and third through Switchback City. Oh, Rafe Ali goes around, and so does. Oh man, that's a shame. Brown and Ali both go out in turn 7, and that is going to be most likely the end of their winning chances. Marcelo, you work on these go-karts. What goes in for setup? I mean, what do you do to prepare one of these go-karts for a main event?
Honestly, man, when it comes to setup with these go-karts, it really comes down to is the driver set up ready to race? I mean, it all comes down to how much video we do with them and making sure that they're hitting their marks over and over again and making sure that they're confident in the go-kart themselves. But when it comes to wrenching on a kid kart, the only thing that we really look at is that toe angle, make sure those tires aren't fighting each other and making sure that we're not dragging anything on the go-kart. I mean, all the gears are the same on every single kid kart, and there's only so much you can do with these 4-stroke Honda engines, man. So it honestly just comes down to driver video, understanding what they're doing and what they're doing wrong and how to fix it. And honestly, we don't even really put the snipers on the go-kart that often. We occasionally look at toe, but really there's not too much into it, making sure all the tires are the same tire pressure and send them out and make sure they've been listening to you all weekend.
So you're saying that working order is the best setup you can possibly do?
Yeah, absolutely
okay.
It is.
Is there any caster changes you can do to the kart or no?
I mean, these go-karts are sent from the factory with a specific type of frame.
Oh, goes around. Caden Tudor makes a mistake in turn 6. Loses a few positions there. We're going to go and look towards our leaders now.
Bodie Bayer out in front by at least 10 kart lengths. Second place, Beckley Anderson. She's doing a great job. After the 3 stalls in the start, she's brushed that off her shoulders, and she's moving on, and hopefully she's going to try to chase down Bodie Bayer here.
Yeah, promote Holden Henson up to P3 after that mistake by Caden Tudor. Unfortunate mistake for him, but now he's relegated a few positions back. I wonder if he'll be able to make it up. And those, I mean, it's a long kid kart race, and, you know, pace varies in these races. I mean, you can see one lap a kid will, you know, place a steamer, and the next lap he might be looking for his dad or his mom and, you know, be a second slower. I mean, I've seen oh, is there a – no, everything's fine for Bodie Bear. I mean, I've seen times and times again in kid kart races where there will be a huge lead from first place and second. I mean, one where you would think that they couldn't close the gap by the end of the race, and then by the time of the end of the race, you know, a few mistakes later, it's back to a battle for the win.
Absolutely, I agree. Let's not count out Ray Filey after the little spin. He's still climbing. He's just made another move down into the double right-hander before the back starter. He's doing a great job. He's making a big comeback now. He's still got the same top 3 of Bayer, Anderson, and Henson.
Yep, Rafe Ali did make a little bit of a mistake at the beginning of that race, but yeah, Bodie Bayer going to the double right-hander right now, still in your lead. Last time around, he put down the fastest lap of 122.279. That is almost a second quicker than anybody else in the field right now, unless Rafe Ali has something to say about that. His fastest lap is a 124.2. If he can, you know, get a move on, he could probably catch with these. I mean, we're only 4 minutes into this race, so you could definitely see something happen by the end of the race.
Yeah, I would never write off anyone in kid kart because, like you said before, anyone could put a steamer in the next lap. They're looking for their dad and looking for the hand signals, because here in kid kart, hand signals do come into play, because if you give the wrong hand signals as a parent, you could throw off your child, and it's game over for that race for them.
Yeah, these kids, I mean, I never thought of it that way because I never raced kid karts, you know. I mean, I started very late in the sport, but I mean, I bet they do depend a lot on their parents to give them feedback from, you know, what's going on in the race. I mean, they can only see so far over the steering wheel, so they're really worried about that racing line and not much else.
I can tell you firsthand, man, when I was growing up racing go-karts, man, I would always look for my dad every time when I was at Newcastle, looking down the iCart corner, looking for my dad to give me a hand signal. I remember that very vividly. So I know what these kids are going through. Fatigue does come into play here. I mean, these kids are all in kindergarten. How cool is it to say that, hey, I'm in kindergarten and I'm racing go-karts? Yeah, and they get tired pretty quickly, man. I've seen some kids go from, you know, they wake up Sunday morning, they're super happy, ready to play with their friends. When it comes down to the final, they're getting a little sleepy. I myself have fallen asleep on the grid before a main event, unfortunately. But, yeah, these kids are definitely long day for them. Hopefully the fatigue does not play too much of a role here. I mean, the weather's fantastic outside. We got a big breeze. It's not too hot, not too cold.
Yeah, wonderful weather out here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Bodie Bayer last time by put a new fastest lap of the race, a 121, broke the 122 barrier, 121.9. He's coming back around. We'll see what he does this time by. The only other person testing that pace is Beckley Anderson with a 122, and also Rafe Ali. When he comes around, we'll see what kind of lap time he's doing. He's coming through the boot hairpin right now. Through the boot hairpin onto the front straight, and we'll see what kind of lap time he posts according to or comparing to Bodie Bayer.
To the stripe, he does a 22.711. He's only 4 seconds behind the go-kart in front of him, and only 16 seconds off the lead. I could definitely see that gap coming down over the next 10 minutes. Absolutely.
We do have 9 minutes to go. I mean, anything can happen in kid cards. I mean, in K Senior, I would think, there's only so much that you can really imagine happening in a full-size race, but in kid cards, anything is possible.
Absolutely, anything is possible. I've seen some kids leading the race by 30 seconds, and they just spin out, mistake on their own, they take themselves out of contention, unfortunately, and that happens. And that's what happens with these young drivers, but it's great to get them started right now in the sport because it keeps the sport young. We get new kids and new classes, and it's a fantastic way to keep the sport growing, in my opinion.
Yeah, earlier in this race, we saw a few self-induced mistakes, one even catching out Brody Brown, and he's still down in 8th place right now, lapping at a 1:24 pace. But Rafe Ali coming through turn 11 all on his own. There are 2 go-karts behind Rafe Ali. I'm pretty sure that is Caden Tudor and Dusty Strayer. A little ways separated coming out of the turn 11 hairpin, but I wouldn't be surprised if it closed back up anytime soon.
My oh my, Rafe Ali is closing quick on Holden Henson, and Waylon Galeano.
Rafe Ali across the line posts the fastest lap time by almost half a second, a 1:21.571. He's only about 2.5 seconds off of Wylan and gaining rapidly. He's about a second and a half faster than Wylan, but up in that lead, he needs a lot of work done before he can catch the leader.
One thing is catching, another thing is passing, especially these kid cars. But, man, these kids do have some guts that I've never seen before.
Yeah, I always say, these kids, I think the younger they are, the more invincible they think they are, fearless drivers. You would never see some of these overtakes in the younger races as you do in the seniors because, there's a whole different kind of thinking game that goes on. As you get older, there's just more experience, Same with those, mistakes. You don't see them as much in the older fields, but down here, you just get the whole package.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that one. Rafe Ali is closing even more and more. He's now down to a 6 kart length gap.
Rafe Ali through the shin into the boot hairpin. He is ever so slightly gaining. He was quite far away from Wylan to begin with, so he has a lot of work to do before he can catch him. But right in front of Wylan is Holden Henson, so he could gather 2 positions very quickly in the next few minutes down the front straight. Yeah, he's already there with Holden Henson. Like I said, you can close a gap surprisingly quick in these races because if somebody makes a mistake, it's a kid kart. They have like 4 horsepower. They're not going to go anywhere after that mistake.
Rafe Ali with another purple lap, back-to-back purple laps, 1:21.244 flying lap from Rafe Ali.
Yeah, Beckley Anderson able to break into the 121s as well. Her and both Bayer in the 121s. Rafe Ali getting really close now to both Caden Tudor and Wylan Galeano. Galeano actually just went around. Wait, no, that's Holden Henson. Sorry, around Holden Henson. They're going to be slowing each other up now. Rafe Ali is going to be catching even quicker now.
Here he comes.
Wide line around turn 8 and 9. They're still tripping over each other's toes with Rafe Ali right behind. He's going to go down the inside of turn 10. Can't stick the nose in just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes in for it in turn 11. Stays behind of Holden Henson. My goodness!
Rafe Ali around.
Rafe Ali around, and both Holden Henson and Wylan Galeano get together, and Holden Henson stuck in the infield. Rafe Ali now has all that work to do again to get back to P3.
2 more go-karts coming around right now. Maybe looking for a move on Rafe Ali.
Rafe Ali going through the boot hairpin. Who is that behind him? I think that is Dusty Strayer.
Whoa.
Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there. Caden Casper gets down on the inside of Dusty Strayer there, and now he is up ahead into P5. Rafe Ali, he spun that lap, so not another fastest lap posted, but, he's back underway, has some good pace. 3rd place is right in front of him, and he could hop on the podium any second now. Down the back straight they go. He's out of the draft. He is already ready to pull by. He flies
pulling alongside
right
and looking right at him. Wow.
That is a nicely set up Honda Kid Kart right there. Down the inside he goes into turn 6. Rafe Ali through into Switchback City, just a population of 2, almost a ghost town here. Into turn 7 they go. He's already pulling a huge gap against Williano. But, there we go. Rafe Ali into P3 and basically into Kid Kart no man's land. up in the front, about a 5-second gap between Bodie Bayer and Beckley Anderson. She posted a faster lap than Bodie Bayer last time by, about half a second quicker. This time by, Bodie Bayer puts a 122 down. Beckley Anderson puts down a 121.2, about 8 seconds quicker, drops that 5-second gap down to a 3.6 second gap. I wouldn't be surprised if in these next, we have about 11 laps already elapsed, 4 to go, plus 2 laps. By the time the 2 to go flies, we could, like I said at the beginning of this race, have a fight for the finish and for the win.
Absolutely, I agree. Beckley Anderson, she's doing a fantastic job of keeping in line with Bodie Bayer. Before that, last lap around, she was 4 seconds adrift. Now she's only 3.6. If she keeps at this pace, for sure by the time the 2 sticks come out, she'll be right on his back bumper.
Yeah, shame for Rafe Ali with 2 mistakes. He's a fastest driver on track, but he's about 23 seconds away. There's no way he's going to catch up to that field unless, like we said, anything's possible in kid karts if something happens up in the lead. Right now, we're looking at Caden Casper and Dusty Strayer down the back straight. They're quite close on track right now. Probably the closest battle we have so far through turn 7. It is a pack of 3 now. That is Wylan Galliano in 4th place with Caden Casper right behind. He's right there. Pulls alongside. They're now 2 wide coming down the infield straight into turn 10. Dusty Strayer looking down the inside of Caden Casper, but thinks otherwise. Single file through turn 11.
Oh, no, he runs it a little wide off the track. Dusty Strayer threw on Waylon Galliano.
I took a moment to look down at the timing and looked up, and Galliano was out in the grass. Caden Casper gets a free position for that. Dusty Strayer does as well. They follow through. Down into the boot hairpin they go. And our leaders, okay, that is Bodie Bayer. I think he's about to go around a lapper, if I'm not mistaken. That is Liam Lofton in 10th place. Bodie Bayer puts a cart between him and Beckley Anderson. Through turn 7, he is the leader right now. Very, very aggressive lean to the inside of the corner, getting all that weight transferred over. That's a very, very fast kid kart right there. But Beckley Anderson, another very fast kid kart. Last lap only was able to put down about a 1/10 of a second on Bodie Bayer, but again, I said anything can happen in these laps. That gap could open severely or close severely in these closing rounds.
Hopefully Beckley can get around this lap traffic real quick without anything happening, or else she's going to let Bodie Bayer get away. And that race is slowly slipping away from her hands the longer time she spends behind him.
Yeah, she's still behind him right now. They're coming through the boot hairpin. I don't know if she'll be able to get around him. She is slotting behind. Come on, can she get around? She's poking out to the outside, to the inside. She's not. It doesn't seem like she's being held up that much just yet. She hasn't gotten up to the front bumper, but we'll see as the delta has dropped down to a 5.7 second gap, and she is stuck behind this lapper right here. Bodie Bayer seems to be extending his lead substantially right now. Down the back straight, Beckley Anderson pulls to the inside of Liam Lofton, has the motor to get around ever so slightly. Down the inside of turn 6 and clear, I presume. No, Liam
shuts
Lofton
the door.
Around the outside. Where are the blue flags at? Beckley Anderson now finally gets around Liam Lofton and into. She was always in. Oh, there's a cart in the infield.
We got a cart.
Is that Bayer? That's not Bayer. No, that's 11. That is Trevor Knight.
Fortunately, what an unfortunate end to his race.
Yeah, a shame, but. For Bodie Bayer, I was a scare for a second, but he's still in the lead. Don't worry. Beckley Anderson still in P2. Far of a gap in between. 15 minutes are about to come up. We have about 5 seconds left until we hit the 15-minute mark. We have the 2 sticks coming up this time by. Bodie Bayer, in a zip code of his own, comes to the 2 sticks to go, and he's basically clear of any other driver right now. Beckley Anderson coming through to the 2 sticks now. That is a... How far is that gap going to be? It's 8 seconds she has now between her and the leader. I don't think that's going to be close in these last 2 laps. And Rafe Ali.
In another area code of his own.
Yeah, Rafe Ali, still the fastest driver. But, yeah, not too sure what happened there. He's still very far behind.
He just went
really
from a
changed,
20-second gap to an 18.2-second gap. Dropped 2 seconds on that lap alone. Fantastic pace from Rafe Ali.
I was looking around the track for a second. I don't think I could really understand how big an 18-second gap was until I looked at the track. But here we come. Bodie Bayer around turn 8 and 9. This will be next time he comes around, he'll get the white flag. I mean, he's alone right now. He's just, you know.
Oh no, Liam Lofton around.
Liam Lofton
in Switchback City.
Oh no.
Stalled it.
Dang.
Hopefully we can get that marshal to get him started up and hopefully back on the track in a safely manner.
Bodie Bayer coming down the shin right now into the boot hairpin. He goes basically, I mean, alone right now. I wonder what he's thinking, you know. Is he daydreaming? Is he very focused? I mean, he's still crunching some laps right now. He's still in the 121s. Down into the last corner we go. This is going to start the final lap, and he's alone right now. I mean, completely alone. Into the S's he goes. It's still, of course, it's still Bodie Bayer. He's alone. But through turn 3 he goes. You know, I mean, this whole race he's been up in the lead. Nobody's been able to contest with him so far. Even Beckley Anderson. I mean, she was a little bit close at one point. She was 3.6 seconds behind, but after running into Liam Lofton at lap traffic, she is now down to 8.9 seconds.
Yeah, good drive so far by Beckley Anderson, putting herself into the podium places. But let's talk about Bodie Bayer. He swept all weekend long at NOLA Motorsports Park. It's been a little bit of the same this weekend here at the at SpeedSportz Racing Park. His final last time out at NOLA, he had issues on the main straightaway where the engine just died. This time, though, has been a lot different. He's kept it on the track and it is set to get his first Texas Sprint Racing Series win as he goes into the boot for the final time this weekend. Beckley Anderson as well. She was in contention for a podium last time out at NOLA. Just wasn't able to get it done in the end after contact with other drivers. But Bodie Bayer is set to come across the line as the big winner here in Houston. It was upset in NOLA, but it's been a fairy tale ending to a hard and long weekend of racing for Bodie Bayer this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He crosses the line and wins in Houston.
Next across the line, Beckley Anderson in P2. There's a little battle. I think it's Caden Casper and Wylan Galliano to cross the line next. That is Rafe Ali in P3. But as Caden Casper and Galliano go by turn 11, that is that Wylan? Yes, that is him and Caden Tudor. Brody Brown. Brody Brown was somewhere in that mix the lap before, I presume, but he's not there now. Dusty Strayer made it all the way up to P4 from 7th place. He will take 4th place coming across the line. P5, give it to Caden. No, not Caden Tudor. Give it to Wylan Galliano, and then Caden Tudor P6. Brody Brown comes across the line in P7. Holden Hinson lost 3 positions into P8. And Trevor Knight in P9 with Liam Lofton P10. That is your Honda Kid Karts. Up next, we will have Micro Swifts, and yeah, I mean, that was a pretty interesting Kid Kart race, Marcelo.
Yeah, I thought it was actually a very interesting race from the beginning. I thought it was going to be action-packed, and we were not disappointed.
Yeah, and now a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll be Micro Swifts.
We're at a commercial break.
Well, we get set to go green here for the Micro Swift class presented by Kart Racing Solutions. Thank you to Marcelo for covering for me for that race. I appreciate it. So we'll get to see Bodie Bayer coming out on top with Beckley Anderson, her first podium, and Ray Foley as well. So congratulations to our podium finishers in the Honda Kid Kart class presented by Gallery Furniture. Up next, though, is your Micro Swifts presented by Kart Racing Solutions. It's Kimo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook starting on the front row. Deja Vu from the Mini Swift class. It's Bennick on the front row alongside an Iron Rock Motorsports OTK. It's going to be Marcelo Flores from Monterrey, Mexico, starting on the second row alongside Brody Stoffel, Andrew Anastasio, and Bay Wyatt on row 3. Tyler Blackwood and Victor Gus Wanderley on row 4. Kaysen Sanders and Ayeli Vargas starting on row 5. And Rodolfo Garza starting shotgun Charlie on the field in 11th here. It's been an action-packed race all weekend long in between these Micro Swifts. Kimo Ahmad, Marcelo Flores, and more have all gone at it and have all led laps here this weekend. But Kimo Ahmad is going to start this race as all these drivers getting super eager to get going here in this one. For the final time this weekend, into the tram lines we go, and no green flag. The yellow flag is not out, they did not, the green flag isn't out, and they are not racing here at the moment. That was way too fast. The officials were not happy with that start. Way too fast in between Ahmad, Flores, and Westbrook. As I think they still think they're racing, but we did not, I can confirm, we did not get the green flag that time by. As Stoffel goes around on the back straightaway, the 228 goes around. This is all mulligans for all of these drivers, but they aren't racing here at the moment.
Yeah, Kimo Ahmad, the pace setter for that start. I mean, Marcelo Flores, every race before this, every heat we had, he was the pace setter, and he liked to roll really fast. But now that Kimo Ahmad is up in front and Marcelo is behind him, it seems that he is, I wouldn't say it's just him because there are a lot of carts behind Marcelo as well, but that whole inside line was ready to go, and they were all pushing the leaders way too much, and we couldn't get a clean start.
And I tell you what, there's drivers everywhere. I'm more than certain they probably won't get it this time by, and they're still rolling super quick. They're not going to get it. They're not going to get it. So yeah, it's a yellow flag again, and they're not going to get the green flag here. Yeah, just way too fast for these young guns that are super eager to get going. And I think they think they're racing, but they are gonna stop the race here. The officials not happy with how this one tried to get started. It's just way too quick. So the red flag is out, and this race will be paused. So the red flags are out. Officials weren't happy with how this race was going to be started by Kimo Ahmad and company, and I really think it's not so much Ahmad, but I think it's everybody else further back just pushing and wanting to go super quick and just super eager to get started here. Sorry. So race director Matt and assistant race director Neil down there talking to all these kids, telling them that they are getting their last chance here in this one. And Neil, there you see him talking to these drivers, telling them that they have to go a lot slower than they were that time by. So Neil is content with what he's told these young guns, and hopefully they can get the green flag this time out. They have one more warm-up lap And then one more try at it for Chemo and Dutch, or else they're going to have to go. They're going to have to invert the leaders here in this one. So last try for Chemo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook, and a lot of the other drivers who are just eager, to get going here in this one. I'm not sure if the time has started here in this one, or if we're going to have a complete restart. So we're going to have a complete restart. All right, so I just got confirmation that the time has already started since they did go around twice, but the time was stopped. Not sure at what minute or how much time they have left. 13 minutes plus 2 laps. I just got confirmation. Thank you very much to our timing director, Tom. So we have 13 minutes plus 2 laps left in this race. And Chemo Ahmad and Dutch Westbrook have one more go at it before they invert the leaders here in this one. So let's hope they can get started. And Rocco, I mean, it's always nerve-wracking when you're side by side, wheel to wheel, and trying to get started. So for a lot of these kids, it's important to see them try and get going.
Yeah, all weekend we've had this class specifically roll really fast into the starting box, and it seems now that there's a new leader. I mean, everybody still in the back wants to, they're really antsy and they're really ready to start racing here, so they're all pushing the leaders a little bit too much. But after that red flag, we had our directors come out and talk to them a little bit, let them know what they want to see, and now they're coming around the last corner and they're about to get the green, Caleb.
Yeah, about to get the green for the last time this weekend for these drivers. Neil gives a thumbs up, tells them it's A-OK, the pace is good. So into the tram lines for the last time this weekend, and they will get the green flag this time by Ahmad and Westbrook. Get going here, and Marcelo with a good start here so far for Marcelo Flores, already up in a second, and a lot of drivers already off. That's Rodolfo Garza, who DNFs here in this one. Looks like he won't get going again for the CRG driver, who's going to be out on the main straightaway, and they're going to have to clear that one up here quickly.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook and Chemo Ahmad pulling away from the field. In P5, the Sodi driver trying to go on the inside of Andrew Anastasio. Is that? No, that's not Westbrook.
That's Brody Stoffel. Brody Stoffel looked to go on the inside there of Angelo Anastasio. Wasn't close enough for Brody Stoffel and just couldn't get the move done that time by. It's still Chemo Ahmad who leads us from Marcelo Flores. Dutch Westbrook's in third in the Benek machine. Angelo Anastasio is the white helmet in fourth in the Richard Petty Burrell Art. And in fifth is the Sodi Racing USA machine of Brody Stoffel.
Yeah, Marcelo Flores already kind of just having a peek down the inside of Chemo Ahmad into the boot hairpin. A little bit of a gap between him and Ahmad, but, a few corners go by with that draft, he'll be right behind him. If he can get a good exit out of this turn 4 and 5 double right-hander, he would possibly, with the speed and excitement that Marcelo's had this weekend, he would probably go to the point.
Yeah, he has a lot of speed and can go to the point here. Last time out at round number 1 at NOLA Motorsports Park, it was all about Chemo Ahmad, swept the entire weekend. The young Egyptian was in a class of his own, but this weekend Marcelo Flores from Mexico has come over and wanted to get some testing in before the United States Pro Kart Series comes to Houston in 2 weeks' time, and decided to race here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and has been doing a good job so far, keeping up with Chemo Ahmad here in third. Those three have found themselves Westbrook, Anastasio and Stoffel are pushing each other forward. It's Wanderlei in sixth, and sitting there trying to catch up to the three ahead of him. It's Bay Wyatt in seventh, Kason Sanders eighth, and more drivers in this one. Ayeli Vargas still out there on the racetrack, I believe, and I think the 2 karts that were involved in that first lap wreck were Rodolfo Garza and Ayeli Vargas, unfortunately.
Yeah, Chemo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores in a opportunity to just work together, and never mind Marcelo Flores looking down the inside, slots back in behind Chemo Ahmad. He was looking for a second though, but with being behind Chemo Ahmad, if they just sat 1 and 2 right now, they seem to be pulling a slight gap on this group of 3 behind them. The gap last time to the leader from the group of 3 behind them was about 0.7 seconds. I'm not too sure what it is now. I think it's a whole second, but if they just hold 1 and 2 nose to tail, they should be able to get away.
Yeah, so the gap in between Westbrook and Flores is not too. is not too close, right? It's at just over a second here. Marcelo Flores is in second with the fastest lap of the race, and he continues to look to make moves on Kimo Ahmad, but just has not been close enough as of yet, and just can't get the move done. He looks to set it up. We've seen him do this time and time again this weekend, where he tries to go and set up the move, try to take different lines than Kimo Ahmad into the S's, and then when it gets to the main straightaway, it just doesn't help him out, and isn't there towards the end to try and make a pass. He tries it, but thinks better of it. We call those half moves in karting, right? Those usually don't seem to help you out, right, Rocco?
Yeah, they don't help you out. They actually do more than that. They hurt you quite a lot. These half moves are, it's better to make no move at all, but right now, Marcelo Flores holding closely behind. He's not making too many moves on Kimo Ahmad right now. He's more of just, kind of peeking down the inside every now and then, trying to see where he can and cannot pass. I mean, I said earlier, if I were leading, I wouldn't want to be the leader. I'd want to be in second place, and I'd be studying my my enemy.
Well, while these two have stayed stagnant, I'll tell you who hasn't. The battle for third place has just kicked off. It's Brody Stoffel, Dutch Westbrook, and Anastasio. Stoffel was behind the two drivers behind him now and went ahead of them and into the podium places for Brody Stoffel, side by side in between Westbrook, who looked to stick the nose down the inside on turn 2 and thought better of it and just pulled back there just a little bit. That could have been pretty bad if they would have gone together. So good to see that that Stoffel thought better of it, held back a little bit, and is going to stay in 4th as he looks for a move down the inside, a deep send into turn number 6. And welcome to Switchback City, Dutch Westbrook. What a move there on the inside of 6. And Brody Stoffel going to have to stay in 4th here at the moment with Angeli Anastasio not too far back in 5th.
Unless they decide to work together now, it may just turn into a battle for the last place on the podium, as Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores are still working together in tandem. They're pulling an even larger gap now at 2.6 seconds ahead of that group of 3 behind them. Is Brody? No, okay, there they are. That is our leaders right there, but in 3rd and behind that is Dutch Westbrook with Brody Stoffel and Andrew Anastasio in train down the S as they go. And what do you think is going to happen this time down the back straight, Caleb?
Yeah, it's going to be definitely interesting here in between these 3 drivers. We've seen them jockey for position all race long. Flores and Ahmad have been content to continue to push each other forward. And just as I say that, Stoffel and Westbrook side by side into turn number 6 as a move is done there by Brody Stoffel and goes ahead of Dutch Westbrook. So Stoffel back into the podium places, and just as I say that, Dutch Westbrook gets the move done and back into the podium places for himself. So the Bennett driver up in a P3, Stoffel falls back to 4th, and they're in 5th. It's still Andrew Lee Anastasio staying patient with these guys.
Yeah, I think these guys realize that in their current situation, there's no way that they can catch up to the leader, so they've just decided to, race like it's already the end of the race, because there's nobody behind them. They're all joshing for that 3rd place position. And I think anything they do right now, unless it's a big mistake, there shouldn't be anything that could keep these 3 separated.
Yeah.
Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores still pushing, and they have a lead of 4 seconds now, just pulling away from this group of 3 right here. Down the back straight, it is Dutch Westbrook. Brody Stoffel pulls out to the inside. He's going to go through to the inside, and I think Anastasio is looking down the inside as well. He's going to try and follow through, but Westbrook does have the inside, and Anastasio has to settle for that 5th place position again.
And Dutch Westbrook still in that 3rd place. And Stoffel up into that 3rd place. Westbrook in 4th. And Anastasio in 5th here at the moment. And they continue to fight as Westbrook down the inside on Brody Stoffel into the buckle. And there's Dutch Westbrook, who is able to stay ahead. Get back ahead of Brody Stoffel that time by. The gap continues to grow here by the second. It was at 4 seconds that time by. What does it look like when they cross the stripe this time? 4.5, almost 5 seconds the gap in between Marcelo Flores and Dutch Westbrook. So the more and more that the second group continues to fight, the more and more that Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores have been able to get away and create a good cushion for them to fight for the lead with 10 minutes down and 5 more to go. Stoffel retakes that 3rd place here. This is the battle for the podium. All these drivers aren't going to be able to take the win, but they are going to be looking to take some hardware home and finish 3rd in the podium places.
Their only hopes now to get back to that front pack is if they start battling early, but I mean, as we can see, they're thinking really hard, very smartly to just work together and not make any moves on each other, anything to slow each other down. I mean, it's a 5-second gap. It's not the biggest gap in the world, but because I don't think they're going to overtake until like the last lap, there's no chance that they're going to gain 5 seconds in the last lap, Caleb.
Yeah, I'll call it risk versus reward. You don't want to risk too much in the early stages because the reward isn't too high. The later on you get into the race, the more you risk, the reward can be higher.
Yeah, there's no winner on the 4th lap for first place or for 3rd, so the group behind these leaders right here, I really, if I were in their shoes, I would really, if I were the 3rd place driver, I would try to tap my helmet and point forward and really try to tell the drivers behind me to work with me.
Yeah, for sure. But, they obviously are still kind of, they've been more stagnant. Anastasio for the first time gets himself up in a 4th. A better race this time out for Anastasio after contact with the back marker. Last time out at NOLA put him out of that race, and now he's even contending for a podium place here as he goes up in a 3rd for the first time this weekend. Andrew Lee Anastasio into the last of the podium places. Stoffel falls back to 4th here in Westbrook. Going to try and push Stoffel back up to, and just as I say that, Westbrook goes for the move on the inside of Stoffel, and the Toyota Racing USA driver falls back to 5th.
Now Anastasio with a bit of a cushion between him and 4th place. Brody Stoffel and Westbrook now are trying. They're not working together yet, but I hope they try to work together to get back to that 3rd place driver. I mean, that's what I would do. But now, if they can link together and get by Anastasio, I wonder if they'll get the the gist of it and start working together, try to catch that front group.
Yeah, so we haven't seen much of that so far. The gap opens up a little bit in between Anastasio and Westbrook, currently at 2 kart lengths. Anastasio with a little bit of a cushion, not enough. Westbrook still in drafting range to Anastasio ahead. And Stoffel still sitting there at 3rd in this group of 3 for Ahmad and Flores. If you're wondering about what's going on in the battle for the lead, not much. They haven't moved. The gap currently sits at 2/10 of a second here, where Ahmad is opening up his gap little by little to Marcelo Flores in 2nd.
If I were Marcelo Flores and I had enough pace to just sit behind Chemo and preserve my tires, I wouldn't be too worried about a 0.2 second gap as long as I was in the draft, because I would definitely want to save all my tire life for those last few laps. But now our group of 3, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place drivers, in that order, it is Anastasio, Westbrook, and Stoffel. They're all a little bit spread out right now. After a little bit of battling, they've been kind of moved away from each other, but they'll all eventually start back up to each other in the draft.
Yeah, so the draft is keeping them very much together here. And Rocco, I mean, how hard is it to really, go around this place when you aren't bumper to bumper with someone else? Because we know how much the draft can do around here. There's not, we have one really, really long straightaway on the back, but there's also a bunch of short shoots that have some draft effect to it. How much does the draft help around here?
The draft is really important, in any of the Swift classes, they're not the most powerful class in the world. Every class is momentum racing when you really think about it, but in these lower powered classes, it matters even more. Our leaders here now on screen, they're still pushing, they're still working together, but the leaders now into turn 6, into Switchback City still is totally stagnant, working together, and running away from that group of 3.
Yeah, and running away. And like you said, you were talking about momentum, right, of how these drivers can keep their momentum, and it's a momentum-based class, correct? So for the likes of Anastasio, for Westbrook, and Stoffel, who have been fighting the entire race, they get slowed down a lot because they lose momentum whenever they go for passes. They lose momentum on exit. And momentum is time around this place because it's a very technical track. You have a lot of S's. If you don't have the right momentum going into the S's, it's going to mess up the straightaway. If you don't if you don't have a good exit into turn number 1, it's going to mess up turn number 2, then 3, and it's going to mess up everything on the main straightaway and your top end speed. That's why we've seen this track be one of the hardest tracks on our regional circuit, and it promotes for great racing because if you make a mistake into the S's, it's going to really compromise you on the main straightaway.
Yeah, in all honesty, the exit to turn 6 really starts all the way back in turn 1 because the most important corner of all time in any racing scenario is always going to be one that leads onto a straight. But right now, for Marcelo Flores, he's trying different lines in the S's. He may fall a little bit behind, but, that draft always pulls him back up. He's just testing stuff right now. He's studying, If he goes around the outside, he wants to be ready for it. And, he's just, very smart right now, sitting behind, studying. And Kimo Ahmad is very ready to just, take the pushes and stay in P1 right now.
Yes, so Ahmad got his first national podium at the start of the year at the Rotax Winter Trophy in Orlando at Orlando Kart Center. And last time out at the Texas Spin Racing Series, got his first regional win at the Texas Spin Racing Series in the micro slips class. So Ahmad, he was elated after that first win, and he looks to repeat the same thing here at his hometown track. Marcelo Flores has been the driver to challenge him so far this weekend. The 15 minutes have just ran out. It's 2.5 laps to go this time by, and 2 laps. And guess what, Rocco? It's officially crunch time when they cross the line and the 2.6 go in the air.
Yeah, these are 2 very, very high-level drivers right here. As you can see, they pulled very far away from the rest of the field, Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores. When they see those 2 sticks to go, these 2 drivers will start fighting very hard. I wonder if it'll happen in the second lap or the last lap. I mean, a little bit of a look there, but I think he was just shadowing Kimo right there, not really trying to make an overtake. He's still pushing him. Here we go, 2 laps to go into the S's. Now Kimo still leads. Marcelo Flores taking a slightly different line through turn 1, gets a little bit of a gap, but maybe he's doing that to set up the turn 5 exit and get onto the back straight. A little bit of a gap between him and Kimo right now. Down the back straight, he won't be able to make a move right now. Yeah, and you see the exit that Kimo Ahmad has on the exit of the double right-hander that helps him and prompts him, puts him in a safe spot to stay ahead of the SLA Kart Republic of Marcelo Flores. Into the double right-hander we go. Kimo Ahmad still leads away from Marcelo Flores. It's the Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard who leads us away and has led almost all weekend long. Marcelo Flores has been the only driver to challenge him here into the buckle for the final time. For the second and last time for Kimo Ahmad. He tries to stay ahead. He looks back, knows that Marcelo Flores just isn't close enough at the moment to make the move. The white flag will fly. This time by will be the last lap for Kimo Ahmad and Marcelo Flores, who has a great run on the exit there of the heel of the boot. Can he get it done? We have seen him struggle through the S's and not get the best exit out of the double right-hander. Ahmad has so many laps around this track and knows how to drive it. A couple weeks ago, tested a KA engine on that same Gillard chassis, and there goes Marcelo Flores trying to challenge. Ahmad goes defensive, able to stay ahead, and Kimo Ahmad still ahead in turn number 7. Ahmad, a lot of practice time around this place, knows how to go quick. He went quick, like I said a couple weeks ago, strapped on a KA100 engine onto that same Cadet chassis, and it was going super quick, almost supersonic around this place. And he said, you know what, that taught me a lot. When I got back into this Microsoft kart, it showed me how fast I can go and that this really isn't that fast. He's shown his pace. He's shown his class so far. Into the last corner we go. Kimo Ahmad, it's been all about him. He won in NOLA, and he wins in Houston. Kimo Ahmad wins in Houston. Marcelo Flores in second. Andrew Anastasio in third. Dutch Westbrook fourth. Brody Stoffel coming across the line now in fifth. It's Bay Wyatt in sixth. Victor Gus Wanderlei seventh. Kason Sanders in eighth. Tyler Blackwood in ninth. Rodolfo Garza in 10th. And Nayeli Vargas rounding up your field here in Micro Swift by Kart Racing Solutions. It was all about Kimo Ahmad. Led almost every single lap in this race. He won in NOLA, and he wins again in Houston. We do have some pickup coming your way, but when we come back, it's the Maverick starting side by side with David Roddy. TB Kart versus that Top Gun livery that's sitting on the outside line there for the 513. Nick Maverick Miller against David Roddy coming your way next and live from SpeedSportz Racing Park.
We're at a commercial break.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is...
Well, after we're back from that commercial break, our 206 206 heavies presented by TB Kart have made their way onto the racetrack. It's David Roddy and Nick Maverick Miller who are going to lead us away here in this one. David Roddy was able to get a win in that third heat, and Nick Miller was able to win heat number 2. Madison Knox starting third behind Roddy. It's Zeren Lee starting fourth. Marcus Pillion is back, as well as Lucas Hart and more, getting set to go green here. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 heavy. A good start so far by that inside line. Ooh. Oh, wow, Lucas Hart into the grass, and that's going to end his podium hopes here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
Yeah, big shame for that. Still, your leader, David Roddy, with Madison Knox right behind Nick Miller in third. Down the back straight, they're all evenly spaced out. I mean, it's the start of the race. I'm not expecting too much overtaking right here. I mean, especially in 206. That's basically the name of the game. First few laps, especially at the main event, you are going to work together, and you're trying not to slow each other down.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, a weekend that was a fairy tale story so far for Nick Miller has put him on the back foot already in this heat race, barely going down the back straightaway, and unfortunate for the Maverick, who has lost his hopes here in this one. But it's David Roddy who leads away from Madison Knox in second. In third, it's going to be Marcus Pillion. It seems to be Zeren Lee in fourth, and another driver, that's Kevin Dickerson there, not too far off.
Marcus Pillion looking for the inside there on Madison Knox. He thought better of it and slot back inside. Gave him a bit of a bad exit out of the boot hairpin. Now the two leaders are just pulling away, and Madison Knox is pushing. Oh, she makes a bit of a mistake, and Pillion catches right back up to the bumper of her. I wonder if he's going to go around and try to help her. Probably the latter. I mean, still very early in the race. They haven't lost sight of David Roddy. Until that point, I think it's going to be pretty. Oh, down the inside goes Marcus Pillion on Madison Knox. Fully clear, and now has the inside for turn 7. He totally has that corner right here.
Yeah, has the corner by a mile. Oh, and just as I said that, commentators curse for Marcus Pillion. Unfortunate, Rocco. We're terrible people, you know. We're just cursing all these people here. So welcome to the crew.
I'm like a witch, dude.
Yeah, it's tough. Can't forget the Rocco pun counter today is at 6. So hopefully that can continue to extend today.
I'll make it 7 for sure.
He'll look to make it 7. He just has to ponder here for a little bit. Madison Knox in second. Fastest lap of the race was her first lap. Let's see what it looks like when she crosses the stripe this time by. Seems like she's closing down the gap to David Roddy, who sets a 1:06 .075. So a good lap that time by for David Roddy. And Madison Knox, who stays in second. For Nick Miller, unfortunate. In 6, so not the start of the race that Nick Miller would have wanted. It was a fairy tale start to his weekend, and unfortunate start. Not too sure what happened there to him down into the double right-hander and took him out of contention in this race. A lot of race to go though. Barely 3 minutes down and 12 minutes to go left in this one. So. He has to be almost perfect every single lap and set in purple lap times if he wants to catch up to the likes of David Roddy and Madison Knox. But anything can happen in this one. We saw, chaos at the last 206 heavy race at NOLA that put David Roddy on the box and onto the podium. So good to see him out here again, and this time a little different for him leading. He was out here testing last week, and he was like, you know what, I didn't give the first race back all that I had, and this race, it's going to be different, and I want to try even harder than what I did the first time. And he's been testing, he's been pushing himself to try and show his son Taylor that he's like, you know what, I can do it too, and I think I know a thing or two about racing. So for David Roddy, who told me he was a football player in high school, didn't race, didn't have a racing background, but got into it when his son Taylor found interest and out here and racing himself.
Yeah, when it comes to racing, age doesn't really matter too much. I mean, you can get it at any point in your life into the sport. David Roddy right now, I mean, earlier this week, qualifying, he was, I think, not in the top 4 in qualifying, and now, I mean, gradually throughout the heats and gathering all those points, he managed to get the pole, and he's managing this race very well from the lead right now. But Madison Knox in P2, she is gaining on David Roddy right now, looking to push, I presume, on David Roddy because there's nobody behind her. There's no reason for her to really worry about anything behind her.
Yeah, I tell you what, there's a lot of wind around here at the moment. You see some clouds moving in and making it a very overcast day here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. And so David Roddy, who leads from Madison Knox, Marcus Pillion, fastest lap of the race, so 105.448 for him. Zren Lee goes 4th quickest, Nick Miller 5th, Kevin Dickerson 6th, and Lucas Hart still in 7th.
Yeah, it's great having these kind of track conditions out here with the weather we have and the temperatures that we have, and especially the clouds that we have. We're able to keep this track very fast. It's not heating up too much where the track gets really greasy and slick, especially with all this rubber on track. I mean, that's all the grip you really need. If we had heat and the rubber, I mean, we'd probably have carts getting too over-gripped right now. A lot of setup changes for main events if that were the case. But right now, David Roddy still in the lead. Marcus Pillion is working on that gap after dropping a tire on the exit of turn 7 a few laps ago. But it is still David Roddy, Knox, Pillion as your top 3, and they all seem to be forming one chain right now.
Yeah, everybody, getting into the draft, and Knox gives a big bumper there to David Roddy, and Pillion around the outside through the grass and able to get the move done. Was 2 tires off the track and got the move done there. So what a move by Marcus Pillion. Honestly, I've never in my years of racing around this place have never seen that move work. Usually, whenever you get onto the grass, that grass just seems to suck you and throw you onto the fence line. And Marcus Pilion, the first time in my years of racing and my laps of racing around this place, have never seen a move like that be completed before, Rocco.
Yeah, you saw earlier how Nick Miller had the Top Gun livery. I think Marcus Pilion, as down, Madison Knox goes on the inside of Marcus Pilion. But as I was saying, I think Marcus may need a Dale Earnhardt sticker kit on that go-kart after passing through the grass like that. Down into turn 11, he follows with Madison Knox. They need to work together if they're going to catch David Roddy here. I mean, the only way that they can be faster than David right now, who actually isn't the fastest driver on track, Marcus is, but maybe it's, little pick to the inside there, no overtake made, but if they're going to catch David, they better make sure that their two karts are faster than just the one up in front. And down the outside goes Marcus Pilion. That's a move I have never seen before, but he's probably just, I mean, like I said in the earlier races, looking for opportunities, just studying. He washes a little bit wide out of turn 4 and gets a bad exit. Madison Knox has a bit of a cushion between her and Marcus Pilion. But up ahead, it is over a second gap now for David Roddy and these 2 and 3 place drivers.
Yeah, David Roddy has done a great job to drive here this weekend and trying to get his kart fitness up. Well, we've talked a lot. It's been a talking point all weekend long. Being kart fit is one thing, and then just being fit is a completely different thing. I mean, I've seen a lot of guys trying to get into the go-karts, and they just can't really keep their head on their shoulders or even their neck on their shoulders because of how many G-forces some of these drivers get around a track like this, right? The ribs, start to take a toll. Many different things. You have to have a good core strength to be able to sit in the seat, at shoulders as well, to be able to drive these things at the speed that you drive them in a lot of high-speed corners around this place. So very, very, tough racing around a place like this and just anywhere that you go, in reality. Being kart fit is one thing, and then just being fit is a different thing.
Yeah. Sorry, Caleb. Whenever you're working out normally, you're working. Oh, down the inside goes Marcus Pilion on Madison Knox. Down the back straight, he totally gets clear before turn 6, and she just follows clean through. But, yeah, what you were saying about being kart fit versus being regularly fit. Oh, side by side, still into the double right-hander. Is she going to try and switch back? She tries but can't and follows clean through. When you're karting, being kart fit is working certain muscle groups that maybe you weren't really working, at the gym. When I was karting, I never really, I probably should. It probably would have helped me. I never went to the gym, but I came to the track every day. So, I was getting beat up every day on this go-kart, and driving a go-kart after a few, maybe a year or two of driving was nothing.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely difficult, to try and do what some of these drivers do, and that's why we see a lot of the K100 seniors. They're so young, right? The younger you are, it's usually they say the faster you are. So, that seems to be true. A lot of the young drivers are the faster ones. Jake French is, I guess, an anomaly to that. I guess he's not even that old, but he's one of the older drivers who has been able to be super quick around a place like this, and he's been quick all year long. He has a lot of years in this, I guess, in this sport in karting, and shows his quality every time he hits the racetrack. And just like, the drivers that are on track right now, David Roddy, who has been, went from, I guess, team owner and team operator last year with Slipstream Racing to just focusing on joining a new chassis. They were with a comp kart last year, decided to make a change this year, go to the TB kart team, joined Kyle Uchinsky and his Amarillo team, and they joined forces and brought a lot of drivers and a lot more of green, white, black, and red to the grid. So good to see that for David Roddy, who, is putting on a clinic here at the moment. Last lap time was a 105.540 for him. And Marcus Pilion and Madison Knox running 5/10 quicker than David Roddy here at the moment. So I don't know if David Roddy's getting a little bit tired here. The longest that they've gone all weekend long, already 10 minutes down, and 5 more to go here in this one.
Yeah, they're gaining on David quite quickly here. Marcus Pilion already about less than half a second behind David Roddy in this double right-hander coming here. I wonder if he, like you said, maybe he's getting tired, maybe he's conserving. I have no idea. But if he were out that far in lead, I don't know why I wouldn't just push for it. But Yeah, they're definitely catching him right now. Out of turn 11 they go. It's evenly spread between the three of them, about a cart length between each of them. Into the boot hairpin. See how David Roddy's doing on the line. He's clean there, but Marcus Pillion seems to just pull a lot more pace out of the boot hairpin. Their cart just maybe coming in a little bit late in this race.
So what seemed to be a clinic by David Roddy has now turned into a three-cart battle in between Roddy, Pillion, and Madison Knox, as Pillion is looking for the move on David Roddy. Not close enough for now. On to the TB cart, who still leads us away. And I'm not even sure if David Roddy knows that Pillion is going to be side by side with him. And there he looks over. He sees that Pillion is there. And your new leader for the first time this weekend, Marcus Pillion, is going to lead us away here in 2:06 heavy. Knox slides in a third. And Roddy looked to get the move done again. Just wasn't close enough. And I don't know if his tires fell off. Maybe tire pressure was a little too high. If he's too stuck here in the late stage of this race. But he has lost a lot of time. And that gap to Pillion currently sits at 2 cart lengths.
Yeah, setup in 206 is quite important if you don't have the right setup. I mean, most of the time I would run neutral, but I mean, if you have a few tenths left off the table for most of the corners, I mean, every lap you're going to be losing quite a bit of time in the race pace.
Yeah, no, for sure. Right? I mean, you don't have the power that can probably mask a setup. So, you know, setup is kind of make or break in 206. If you're too stuck, you know, you're going to be glued to the corners and not being able to make moves and going to be hopping around the racetrack, which, you know, isn't fun. Hurts your ribs, hurts your neck, you know, getting bobbled around like that the entire time. So for David Roddy, you see Taylor going out next right after his dad, David. But for David Roddy, you know, staying there in second and very much in draft with Marcus Pillion. Let's see what he can do here in this corner. Not close enough. Has a much better exit out of turn number 6 in Switchback City than Marcus Pillion does, who has a lot of laps around this place. And there goes Madison Knox down the inside. A 2-for-1 move for the Trackside Karting Services GFC. Got it done on the two of them. Madison Knox took her time. She was patient and got the move done on Pillion and David Roddy. Madison Knox, your new leader here. Oh, wow. Pillion and David Roddy go around. And I tell you what, Nick Miller isn't too far back, and he is going to want to get onto the podium and onto the box this time by. Wow, absolute carnage. But this is a gift, a heaven-sent gift to the Trackside Karting Services tent, to the GFC chassis, because Madison Knox leads by a mile here. She is all on her own. Marcus Pillion currently sits in second. And what would have been a fairy tale weekend for David Roddy all comes to an end after spinning out in turn number 11, the buckle that seemed to bite back here in this one.
Yeah, coming out through turn 8 and 9 last lap. I think Marcus Pillion was expecting David Roddy down the inside, but left the door open for Madison Knox, and that's how she was able to get that 2-for-1 move right there. Through Switchback City we go. Just a lonely population of one right now as Madison Knox takes the double right-hander all by herself. Only a minute and 10 seconds to go plus 2 laps. The gap she has now is over 7 seconds. I don't know if anybody has anything to say about that.
Yeah, I am not sure if anybody's going to be able to contend with Madison Knox here. She sat patient there in she sat patient in third place for almost that entire race. She saw the move into turn number 8 and 9, and for the first time this weekend, we saw a 2-for-1 special in that corner. She was at Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals, and David Roddy, unfortunately, goes around again. And I tell you what, Nick Maverick Miller is closing in shortly, but Zeren Lee, your new podium sitter here around here, crosses the line third, and David Roddy, unfortunate for him, who falls back to fourth. Nick Miller still in fifth, so unfortunately there for the Maverick. It looks like he's just going to run out of time. 14 minutes in the bag. It's going to be 2 sticks in the air, and the final time around for Madison Knox. She was at the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals. She struggled a little bit for pace that weekend, but it's all the opposite here this weekend. She was fighting for podiums at the opening round, got into a little bit of a scuffle there with Michaela Bradley that put her out of contention, but this time out, a much better weekend and a near-perfect weekend for her. She stayed patient. Issues for her put her out of the second heat yesterday, some sort of engine issue that put her out of that heat race yesterday, but it's been all the opposite all day long today. She's been able to keep it clean. She kept her nose clean, started third here in this main event, stayed there for most of the race, but when it mattered most, she was able to work her way to the point of the field. A 2-for-1 move. It could be the move of the weekend, a move that really forced Pillion and Roddy to fight against each other and forced the two of them to make a mistake, and it really has just released Madison Knox, who goes down the back straightaway for the second and last time here at SpeedSportz Racing Park.
Yeah, Madison Knox definitely practicing on track, but I wonder if she's been practicing chess at home, because she was very calm in third place for the majority of this race, and then the moment she saw that opportunity to know the door was completely open for Marcus Pillion, she just went right on by. There's a lapper right there, going to let her bide and slow her down at all. Good job from him. Madison Knox totally clear from the rest of the field now, just a Sunday drive all the way back to the checkered flag. Into the buckle we go, out into turn 12. Down the shin we go. Madison Knox totally comfortable right now with her race pace, just, cruising along. Boot, hairpin, and then one more lap to go. Take us to the checkered, Caleb.
Well, for Madison Knox, like I said, it's been a weekend to remember. Is set to come across the line and take her first Texas Sprint Racing Series race win. Let alone that, I think this could be even her first podium at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. She is absolutely flying out here. Like I said, started in third. She worked her way up to the lead, made the move into the double right-hander. She has gone quick, has been purple almost all weekend long. The fastest lap, only 0.2 quicker than her. That's owned by Marcus Pillion in second, but he couldn't keep it on the racetrack. He had issues. He went around, but Madison Knox, with nerves of steel, she kept it on the racetrack. She was almost perfect, and it will be perfect whenever she crosses the line this time by into the buckle for the final time this weekend for the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Madison Knox. A breakout weekend for her and a breakout year at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. She was perfect. She took advantage of the moves, and she played chess perfectly here. A checkmate, I should say, for Madison Knox as she rounds the final corner. Madison Knox wins in Houston. Coming across the line next is Marcus Pillion, and after him is Zeren Lee, who is slated to cross the line ahead of David Roddy, who is on his way there. And you see Zeren Lee making up the last of the podium places with his first Texas Sprint Racing Series appearance. It's David Roddy fourth, Nick Maverick Miller unfortunate, and ending in fifth for the Maverick, Lucas Hart, all the way from Kansas City, Missouri. An unfortunate start to his race. Podium looked like it was on the table, but unfortunately slipped away in this one. So there goes Lucas Hart and Kevin Dickerson rounding up your field here. We saw a checkmate and a masterclass drive by Madison Knox. This time out, it's going to be Alex Stanfield and Jesus Vasquez Jr. starting on the front row. Dallas, Texas versus California. Trackside Karting Services versus TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex starting on the front row. It's going to be Aiden Rudolph on the second row. It's starting third on the inside. His home track, looking to repeat his luck and what was a fairy tale start to his story with CRG Northam on their return to the scene. Landon Skinner starting on the outside there, the rookie. Impressive in his first showing at NOLA Motorsports Park, and has been impressive this weekend as well, fighting with some of the best drivers in the nation and solidifying himself as one of the best drivers in Texas. Behind them, Vinny Maskelis, who we have seen way more this year. He's starting on the third row after seeing him again at the SCUSA Pro Tour, seeing him back here this year at Texas Sprint Racing Series. And Braden Robertson, who thought that it was going to be his last year in KA 100 Senior last year, found the drive and found the money to run KA 100 Senior this year, and going retro, going old school, paying homage to the powerhouse that Crosslink Motorsports was back in the day in the karting scene, with the offset Crosslink suit and that old Xperi go-kart that he's going to drive and try and take to the front here this weekend. It's Diego Guillot, another rookie, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Tony Kart, starting on the fourth row. For him, a breakout year, all last year and this year as well. Looks to put himself up at the front and fight against some of the seniors and some of the seasoned vets of this class. Next to him is going to be Peyton Phillips, who is running in the 901, the reigning champion. Opening race to forget for Peyton Phillips, but he looks to change his luck this time out after making contact with a driver who's slated to start right in front of him, Braden Robertson. We saw the two of them get together last time out, but they look to do better this time out as the engines come to life here. The GoPros get set on. The last words of encouragement by everybody here in the paddock. It's Beckett Friesen, another rookie. he was impressive, put it on pole position at his first race in the senior class, and looks to try and do the same thing and have the same luck and change his luck, I should say, than what he's had so far this year. Alongside him is Michael Levitt. A good weekend for him, running in the top 5 after being just outside of the top 10 all weekend long at NOLA Motorsports Park. As they take to the track, Truly Adams as well in his factory cart looking to get going. Dallas Dunlap, JD Lamping out there. Preston Pico, another rookie who has been impressive this weekend, running in the top 3 at one point, is JD Lamping and Joey Friend. Jake Friend starting mid-pack as Dallas Dunlap goes around on the main straightaway. Dallas Dunlap around before the commitment cone, but that's going to knock his, his brainwaves a little bit out of a little bit out of control. So he's going to have to, lock back into this one. But Dallas Dunlap there, able to get going again. J.D. Lamping starting 13th on the 7th row alongside Preston Pico. It's Jake French, Joey Friend on row 8. It's Adrian Cruz and Ian Howell on row 9. Faulkner and Music, row 10. Suplee Altman on row 11. Chappell, Roddy, Vacantesh, Trejo, Asensio, Parks, Din, Roussel, Barry, Clements starting 32nd. Cadena 33rd. Goodson, Rubke, Davis, Parker, Columbus, Pope, Renfro, McCarthy, Del Castillo, Bratton, Good, Bamrue, Egdroff, Knight, and Cohen Summers. All 48 drivers getting set to go green here in KA100 Senior. For the first time, we're going to have all 48 KA100 Seniors on the racetrack at the same time. And out of all of these 38, it was Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Alex Stanfield, who had the best finishing average, and Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, starting on pole position against Alex Stanfield, the one who thought he was going to retire after last year. And he was able to get going here again this year, got the call from Kyle Uchinsky and the TB Kart Amarillo team, and is able to get going here.
Dunlap has a bent axle. He was just hopping right there. He pulled into that infield. Yeah, his race is definitely over as far as he's concerned. There's a lot of damage there.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Dunlap, who won't get going here in this one. Is into the tram lines we go for the final time this weekend. The main event is getting set to go green. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in Houston, Texas. Vasquez with a good start. Alex Stanfield with an even better one down the inside on Vasquez. Will all of them make it through? 48 drivers through the S's. It seems to be clean here for now, and it's going to be the California kid who leads us away from Alex Stanfield. Down the back straightaway for the first time this weekend, and a lot of go-karts here on track at the same time as Alex Stanfield looks for the move down the inside on Jesus Vasquez Jr. Alex Stanfield leads. Landon Skinner and his teammate Jesus side by side, and Vasquez able to stay ahead. Robertson looks for the move there on Landon Skinner. Everybody just kind of tiptoeing around the racetrack. Aiden Rudolph down, stuck on the outside there and not able to get ahead. He is, though, lost a handful of spots there on the start. He started third, but unfortunate start for Aiden Rudolph so far, who has a lot of work to do to get back up to the front of the field.
Braden Robertson with a good start, already up a few positions in 4th place. They're coming through the boot hairpin now. They're all single file as somebody sends it down the inside of Vinny Miskelis. I think it may have been Jake French. They're side by side coming through on the front straight. We're following the leaders right now as we go through the S's. It is still Alex Stanfield who leads, Jesus Vasquez Jr. in 2nd, Landon Skinner in 3rd, Robertson 4th, and I'm pretty sure that is Peyton Phillips in P5.
Yeah, so Peyton Phillips is up into 5th, so he has a good drive so far as a lead change once again. Jesus Vasquez Jr. and teammate Landon Skinner look to go to the point, not close enough for Skinner, and a gaggle of go-karts all bumping and pushing each other here at SpeedSportz Racing Park in Switchback City. Not close enough. The fences are lined for this one. Everybody out to watch. Eyes are glued on the racetrack for this one. Everybody getting through. Aiden Rudolph, and that was Truly Adams, who was looking for the move on Vinny Miskelis, couldn't get it done, and has tried to work his way further and further up the field. Further back, still a gaggle of go-karts trying to work their way through the field, and it's just a really stacked race here in this one. A lot of drivers, anybody in the top 10 can really win this one, as Alex Stanfield looked for the move on Vasquez. Not close enough that time by for Alex Stanfield, who continues to go through the S's and content to follow Vasquez, but not for long, because Braden Robertson is joining the party here shortly. Peyton Phillips has arrived on the scene. Skinner fell back to 5th, and there they go. Vasquez still defensive here, goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Alex Stanfield going to stay behind. Braden Robertson around the outside. Can he get it done into Switchback City? Not close enough on the inside of Alex Stanfield. Is going to make up a spot there, though, and there goes Peyton Phillips. And Alex Stanfield on the wayside, on the outside, gets stuck out there as Rudolph gets a move done into turn number 8, and up in a 5th here for Aiden Rudolph.
And down into turn 11 they go. That is Peyton Phillips down the inside of Braden Robertson. No contact there. Very clean pass. He's now in a P2 right behind Jesus Vasquez Jr. Jesus looking to go forward. He was pointing forward a few corners before. Peyton to the inside of Jesus Vasquez Jr. Huge dive bomb there, and he makes it, and he is in P1 now. Jesus still pointing forward, but Braden Robertson is now on the inside. Alex is going to push Braden Robertson, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. is going to push Peyton Phillips back into P2, and now he holds that position, and Peyton Phillips leads the race here. Down into turn 5 on the back straight. Aiden Rudolph right behind Alex Stanfield. As they're joshing for position, the rest of the field is catching back up, and this train of 5 is now growing into a choo-choo train, Caleb.
Wow, Alex Stanfield around the outside, looked to go around 3 carts, couldn't get it done, but Alex Stanfield up to P3. Rudolph looks to go on. Alex Stanfield is going to be a little bit passive here with Alex, let him get ahead, and Rudolph slides into 4th. What could have been there for Alex Stanfield, who looked to get the move around the outside of almost 5 go-karts there, but couldn't get it done. A lot of bumping, a lot of shoving here in this one, but Peyton Phillips, the reigning champion, leads us away from Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, in 2nd. It's Alex Stanfield in 3rd, Aiden Rudolph in 4th. There goes Skinner looking for a move on Vinny Maskelis, side by side in between the two of them, and Maskelis points emphatically, trying to get Landon Skinner to work with him and push him forward. Adrian Cruz not too far off, and right behind Landon Skinner here, the top 4. It's still the same. It was last time out at NOLA, it was Aiden Rudolph who was in a California sandwich, and now it's Jesus Vasquez Jr. who's in a double bread Texas sandwich, but not for long, because the California kid goes back to the point of the field.
Yeah, he turned into the bread there and put Peyton in the meat. There is Aiden Rudolph in 4th place. You know, the heats before this, in Heat 3, he wasn't leading most of the race, but in the ones before, he was pretty dominant. I think the other drivers are starting to figure out their setup a lot more as we got into the final. Jesus Vasquez covers the inside ever so slightly on Peyton Phillips, but he wasn't going for the move anyway. They're all single file working together right now. Vinny Maskelis in P5 with Landon Skinner behind him. They're trying to work back together and get up to the front. They're there now. Oh, Peyton Phillips kind of gets stuck there. He was kind of sandwiched, try to just get out the way of Jesus Vasquez. Didn't really look like an overtake attempt there. Aiden Rudolph now into P3. Alex Stanfield relegated to P4.
Yeah, so Aiden Rudolph thought it was time to go on his friend Alex Stanfield, so Aiden Rudolph goes up to 3rd. Stanfield falls back to 4th, and this is now an 8-cart train. Landon Skinner, Adrian Cruz have all joined the party. Phillips looking for the move, not low enough. Alex Stanfield around the outside. Can he get ahead of Aiden Rudolph here in this one? Maskelis looking to go through as well on Rudolph, who's going to be stuck on the outside, but has the inside in turn number 8. So Rudolph able to hold on to 4th here, and Cruz up into the top 5 here in the main event. So a good drive up the field so far by Adrian Cruz. Is he going to go on Rudolph? Not as of yet. We have seen a lot of aggressive moves, but we have seen a lot of these drivers, bide their time. It is a long race. We're only a third of the way in, and there goes Adrian Cruz down the inside on Aiden Rudolph. Skinner looking to get through as well. Not close enough that time by. We have seen a lot of patience from these drivers, but they have to work together and not let the California kid get away here in this one.
Yeah, you saw Alex Stanfield last lap by. Unrailed that train into the switchback city, got around the outside of Aiden Rudolph. We've seen that a few times by a few different drivers this race now. If they can break deep enough into turn 6, if there's a train on the inside and just hang it around the outside, they go single file through turn 6. No passes there at all. Adrian Cruz, Aiden Rudolph, and Landon Skinner in that group of 3 behind the top 3. They're going into the double right-hander, still single file. That is Vinny Maskelis behind Landon Skinner. Into the infield straight, down into turn 11. Still Aiden Rudolph down on Adrian Cruz, and Landon Skinner is going to follow. And he gets clear of Adrian Cruz. Aiden Rudolph points forward, pointing to the rest of the leaders, letting us know that they should go forward. Down into the boot hairpin. Jesus Vasquez Jr. covers really low onto the racetrack, and Peyton Phillips has to follow him through.
Yeah, and I tell you what, a big gaggle, an accordion effect there, because Peyton Phillips looked to make the move into the toe of the boot on Jesus Vasquez Jr., just was not close enough, and this really brought everyone back together. Peyton Phillips at the moment is lapping 2/10 quicker than Jesus Vasquez Jr., who still sits in the lead of the race. Jesus Vasquez Jr. to the bottom of the racetrack, can't go low enough. Alex Stanfield around the outside. He's tried it once and twice before. Looked to go for a 2-for-1 move, wasn't close enough. While everybody goes low, Alex Stanfield goes high. high, looks to go later on the brakes than everybody else as Peyton Phillips muscles his way through and up into third for Phillips. And Rudolph not happy, pointing Phillips emphatically forward and trying to tell him to work together and not let the leaders go away. But Alex Stanfield tried it once and twice before. For the third time, seemed to be a charm because he's now up in a second and has Jesus Vasquez Jr. all to himself here in this one. Is down the inside. There goes Aiden Rudolph on Peyton Phillips side by side for the lead. It's Alex Stanfield and Jesus Vasquez Jr. Once again, the TB Kart leads here. Alex Stanfield back to the point of the field. Aiden Rudolph and Phillips closing here by the second. The reigning champion right behind your last race winner in Aiden Rudolph with a little bit, 7 minutes to go left in this race as they try and close down the gap. Stanfield not going to go defensive, thinks he can outbrake Vasquez Jr. Can he hold on to it around the outside? Rudolph on the inside, not close enough. They're on the outside of turn number 7, not close enough. And Rudolph loses a spot to Peyton Phillips, who looks to get the over-under move into the double right-hander. Not close enough, though, for Peyton Phillips. And Jesus Vasquez Jr. back to the point of the field here in this one.
Yeah, but now see your 2, 3, 4, 5 group. That is Stanfield, Peyton, Aiden, and that right there is Peyton Phillips, I think, or Vinny Muskelis. I'm not too sure. But they are hauling right now, trying to catch back up to.
Wow. Aiden Rudolph goes through on Peyton Phillips and back up to third. So Peyton Phillips falls back to fourth. There is Truly Adams. And I tell you what, there's a lot of go-karts as one goes around. One of the SpeedSportz drivers goes around on the main straightaway just like Drew Chappell did. Head in his hands. Unfortunate end to his race. The battle for the lead, though, still Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Alex Stanfield there as the yellow flags come out onto the main straightaway. A lot of action down this back straightaway. That's Jake French there trying to catch up to this gaggle of go-karts that continue to fight for position. That's Truly Adams. Oh, wow, Landon Skinner and Truly Adams get together. Landon Skinner gets slowed way down and on the apex of that corner. The yellow flags go out, and a lot of drivers get through. That group further back, led by Beckett Friesen, J.D. Lamping, Jake French, Muskelis, Music, all of these drivers able to get through. Clements up 16 spots from where he started. You're a hard charger here in this one, and looking to make up even more spots as Jesus Vasquez Jr. still leads from Alex Stanfield. Rudolph in third, Peyton Phillips in fourth. We knew there was going to be carnage in this one, and unfortunate for Landon Skinner, the rookie, out early in this one.
Yeah, him and Truly Adams, unfortunate for the both of them. It was just a big mistake there coming out of turn 7, but now your new leader is Jesus Vasquez Jr. with Alex Stanfield and Aiden Rudolph. That is your top 3 right now. They seem to be a little bit alone. There's a 0.4 gap between him and Peyton Phillips. So right now they're all pretty tame coming through Switchback City. No overtakes here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. still leads Alex Stanfield and Aiden Rudolph through the double right-hander. You can see the fence line is totally packed right now. Everybody stopped what they're doing. Everybody stopped wrenching or talking to come watch this race. Aiden Rudolph down the inside of Alex Stanfield into P2. Aiden Rudolph now into P2. Alex Stanfield slots in behind. And you can see Peyton Phillips behind just rubbing his hands together because he wants to catch back up to that lead pack.
Yeah, this is the most aggressive and some of the best racing that we see all weekend long. This is why the fences get lined every weekend and every time that these KA100 seniors hit the track because they know something interesting is going to happen. Something is going to go off. Always fireworks going off here in this race. And again, leading the pack here is Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Aiden Rudolph. The two of them fought at NOLA, and it was Aiden Rudolph who won there. It was last time out here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, though, it was Jesus Vasquez Jr. who took the win away from Aiden Rudolph in his own backyard. Aiden wants to change that here today. Move teams from Burrell Art to CRG over the winter. Was a fairy tale start to the start of his story with CRG Nordham. He won his first race. He looks to repeat here in his own backyard. Is not going to be happy if anybody else but him ends up on the top step of the podium. He's closing down the gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. Has a good friend in Alex Stanfield behind, and I tell you what, Aiden Rudolph already 2/10 quicker than Jesus Vasquez Jr. He was purple the last time, a 55.396. What does it look like this time by when he crosses the line? A little bit slower, but still lapping 2/10 quicker than the California kid who stays in the lead. It's Houston, Texas, Dallas, Texas, and Austin, Texas, second, third, and fourth, respectively. And they haven't been happy with the way that Jesus Vasquez Jr. has been taking wins away. Being a Californian himself, these Texas drivers aren't happy that Jesus came in and started taking wins away in a series that they felt like was theirs here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So they look to change that here today, and let's hope that Vasquez can hold a very hungry Texas pack behind.
Yeah, and looking P4, Peyton Phillips. Oh my goodness, Aiden Rudolph tried to send it, but accidentally got into the bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr., bobbles up everybody else behind Jesus, and now He gets a huge cushion there. Alex Stanfield falls to P3 as Peyton gets a free position there after the mistake by Aiden Rudolph. Down through the boot hairpin. They didn't lose too much time. They could easily work their way back up. They still have 3 minutes, before the two sticks come out. As long as they work together, which, they're definitely experienced enough and smart enough to know to do that. They will, they're already catching Jesus Vasquez Jr., Caleb.
A lot of championships in between the second and fourth the second, third, and fourth place drivers here. A lot of Texas championships around here. Drivers that have raced in this series and at the Texas Pro Kart Challenge for a very long time. Tracks that they know and tracks that they've raced at since they were young and since they could start walking here. Aiden Rudolph grew up at this racetrack during the week, is out here testing new things with the CRG Nordam team and looks to close down the gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. and is closing down here by the second. Made a mistake, but able to get back on the front foot and close down the gap to Jesus Vasquez Jr. in the lead. Not close enough to attempt the move as of yet, but the time is running out. 13 minutes down and 2 minutes to go left in this race, with a lot of drivers very hungry and very eager to try and find whatever they can in this race. It's Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, who leads us away. Alex Stanfield losing a little bit of touch with Peyton Phillips already, still in drafting range, but could be losing, could be too high on tire pressure maybe, but anything can happen. There's 4 drivers in tow here. In 5th is Adrian Cruz in the Cruz Racing Development LN Kart. In 6th is Beckett Friesen, the rookie, up in a 6th with much better luck this time out. Jake French in 7th, JD Lamping 8th, Vinny Miskelis 9th, and Justin Music rounding up your top 10 here. This lead group has been pretty stagnant so far, and just trying to stay with the California kid here at the moment. Just haven't been able to really, get in touch with the rear bumper. So Peyton Phillips, let's see if he looks to, get past Rudolph and maybe lead these 3 to try and catch up, or if he decides to stay patient and try and push Aiden Rudolph up to the rear bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Well, from Peyton's point of view, he may see that Aiden is losing the back of Jesus Vasquez Jr. That could either make him want to work with Aiden more or get around him, depending on how this final laps go. But as we go through the back straight into turn 6, it is Vasquez, Rudolph, Phillips, and Stanfield. Peyton Phillips down the inside of Aiden Rudolph, gets into P2. He needs to get into P2 because he needs to be pushed by Aiden Rudolph now. He feels that he's faster and that he may be the one to catch Jesus Vasquez Jr., Caleb.
Yeah, and it seemed like Aiden Rudolph was just losing touch a little bit with Jesus Vasquez Jr., who set a personal best last time by a 55.502. And it's impressive because the personal best lap time for Jesus Vasquez Jr. has arrived just in time. The 15 minutes are running out. There's 5 seconds left on the clock. Are they going to make the line in time? No, they won't. 2 sticks are in the air, and it's officially crunch time. Jesus Vasquez Jr. with a good gap behind to Peyton Phillips. And it's anybody's game here at this point. It's Vasquez Jr. against Peyton Phillips, Aiden Rudolph, and Alex Stanfield, who's pointing emphatically to these drivers to get their way up to the rear bumper of Jesus Vasquez Jr. They have a good draft. Phillips had a breakout win. I shouldn't say breakout win. Had a good win at the SCUSA Pro Tour last time out at Orlando. A commanding win for him, and looks to repeat here this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series at SpeedSportz Racing Park. A track that he's had a lot of laps around, but Jesus Vasquez Jr. currently leads him away and has a really good exit and continues to set personal best lap times around this place. It seems like that GFC has come to life here in the closing stages of this race. And for Peyton Phillips, Rudolph, and Stanfield, let's see if they have anything in the bag to try and deny the California kid from taking Texas glory. As the white flag goes up in the air, it's still the California kid who leads away with a good gap back to Peyton Phillips in second, Rudolph in third, Stanfield in fourth. It's 3 Texas locals against the California kid. Can any of these Texans deny the Californian from another Texas Sprint Racing Series win here at SpeedSportz Racing Park? Down the back straightaway, not close enough for anybody. Jesus Vasquez Jr. not even going defensive here, as Peyton Phillips isn't close enough to attempt the move. Rudolph goes on Phillips, and the gloves get thrown off. Aiden Rudolph is going to have to try and close down the gap to Peyton Phillips here in this one. Let's see what it looks like into the buckle. Are any of them close enough to try and attempt the move on Vasquez? Not close enough. Rudolph going defensive, going to try and cut his losses and take a podium place here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The white flag was out last time by, but the California kid has kept it almost perfect. Rudolph goes defensive again. The Californian has kept it perfect. The Texans weren't able to deny him. Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins in Houston. Aiden Rudolph across the line second. Peyton Phillips in third. Alex Stanfield fourth. 4 wide across the line. Beckett Friesen crosses the line in 6th. Vinny Mosquella's 5th. Jake French up 8 spots in 7th. JD Lamping 8th. Diego Guillot 9th. Justin Music in 10th. Michael Leavitt in 11th. Braden Robertson 12th. Joey Friend 13th. Jake Faulkner 14th. Preston Pico 15th.
Taylor Roddy 16th. Ian Howell 17th. Xander Clements up 14 positions in 18th. Kendo Cadena up 14 positions in 19th place. Brooke Berry in 20th. Summers 21st. Trejo 22. Vikatesh 23rd. Asensio 24th. Parker 25th. Roussel 26th. Alvarez Del Castillo, my mistake, up 15 positions in 27th. Landon Skinner lost 24 positions out in 28th. Supley in 29th. Truly Adams in 30th. Bamru in 31st. Renfro 32nd. Davis 33rd. Cruz.
Oh, wow. What happened? Adrian Cruz, who fell all the way back to 34th at the end of that race. Unfortunate ending to his KA100 senior race. And just an unfortunate start to his season here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Alex Pope, 35th. Drew Chappell, 36th. Ibrahim Din, 37th. James Good, not able to finish. Neither can McCarthy, Columbus, Altman, Rob K. Parks, and Kurt Goodson. All out of this race here early. Dallas Dunlap wasn't able to even get going here in this one. So an unfortunate end, but the Texans could not deny Jesus Vasquez Jr., the California kid, a checkmate in what a game that looked like chess out there while the rest were playing checkers. So Jesus Vasquez Jr. gets the win here. The Californian can't be denied here this weekend and wins in Houston. As pickup gets set underway, that was one of our 2 headline classes. The fireworks were insane. I had chills halfway through that race. Couldn't believe the great racing that we were watching. But we have one more of those races getting set to kick off later today. Our 206 seniors, the second of our headline divisions here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. They get set to go last today, but sorry about that. The allergies are insane out here. Coming up next is your 206 juniors, and we'll be right back after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Spring Roundup.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Action-packed day of racing so far in Houston, Texas. Live for the spring roundup, round number 2 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. My name is Caleb Bieska, and alongside me, the Croatian sensation, Rocco Ruzic, as we get set to go green for our 206 Juniors presented by Seville Electric. It's Chris Tracy and Shane Reddy starting on the front row. John Paul Curry starting on row number 2 alongside Robert Arena, Ava Blem, and Samuel Doro starting on row 3. It's Cote and Pilion on row 4. Oaks and Johnson on row 5. Gonzalez and Ramirez on row 6. An unfortunate engine issue for Ramirez after having to swap that one out. She's going to start on row 6, and Shotgun Charlie on the field on the outside here. But Chris Tracy almost perfect all weekend long, being able to get the better of his teammate in Robert Arena. Shane Reddy as well. Finished second in one of those heat races and was able to go one spot better than Robert Arena. John Paul Curry as well, starting up there in the field and not behind his teammate for this one. So going to be interested to see what these drivers can do here today, Rocco.
Yeah, for sure. Very good 206 junior field today. I mean, like you said, Shelby Ramirez way in the back now. We might want to keep an eye on her. She could be coming through the field today.
Yeah, for sure. She could very well, make her way up the field and try and maybe make some overtakes. Her first race this weekend with a TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex team, and looks to go, 11 spots better than where she is right now. But she has to get through Chris Tracy, Shane Reddy, John Paul Curry, and Robert Arena, who have been doing an amazing job to keep their karts up at the front of the field here this weekend. For the final time in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric, Chris Tracy and Shane Reddy will lead us away. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Junior. Chris Tracy with a good start. Shane Reddy up there as well, looking to get through. Not close enough. Ramirez already making moves. Ooh. One driver already around. That's the 325, I believe, of Carter Cote, if I'm not mistaken here, who went around. That's a Comcart. And there goes Chris Tracy and John Paul Curry for the first time this weekend up into the top 2 in his first Texas Sprint Racing Series start. So good start so far by him here, Rocco.
Yeah, like you said, Chris Tracy and Mel Corey in 1 and 2 there. But see, Robert Arena was looking for the inside down the back straight on Shane Reddy. But he decided to slot back in and work with him. There you go, Ava Blem. He's looking again, but decides to work together. Ava Blem behind Robert Arana in that 5th place. If they work together, they could catch up to Mel Curry very quickly. Oh, looking to the outside is Robert Arana. He's probably trying to get a switchback.
Wow!
Whoa! Into turn 13 they go. 14. Still, it is Shane Reddy in 3rd place with Robert Arana in 4th. He keeps looking down on the inside, on the outside. He's trying to find a way around Shane Reddy. He has the inside for turn 2, and he takes 3rd place.
Yeah, so Robert Arena thought it was time to go and made the move on Shane Reddy, who falls back to 4th. Arena up into 3rd, and now in drafting range with John Paul Curry, and they look to work their way up to the rear bumper of the other trackside karting services, GFC. And I tell you what, these drivers are moving very swiftly and fastly around that back straightaway now. They have a big tailwind that's going their way and pushing them even more than I guess they were being pushed before, with a big tailwind here at SpeedSportz Racing Park.
Yeah, with the tailwind, I feel like the draft is a little bit less effective because everybody's getting pushed along. If it were a headwind, you would really want to be tucked in behind somebody. I mean, regardless, you still want to be because it's 206 racing, but now your top 3 leaders all sucking up to each other as the group of 4 and 5th are kind of falling behind. Chris Tracy, Mel Corey, and Arana in 3rd place. Coming through the boot hairpin, they're all nose to tail working together. I mean, we just started. I mean, we're 2 minutes down. We have 13 more minutes to go before we even get the 2 sticks. So, I mean, I'm expecting for them to work together here quite a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Robert Arena push John Paul Curry there to the rear bumper of Chris Tracy. 16-mile-per-hour winds here as the wind continues to work its way in, and it seems to be windy for the rest of the day here today. So it could change some gearing for some of these guys, and they could be hitting the rev limiter a little bit sooner than they were before as they get pushed even more along that back straightaway here. So they continue to work their way through. It's John Paul Curry, who's in a GFC Trackside Karting Services sandwich here at the moment. as he tries to find maybe even a race win in his first Texas Sprint Racing Series start here at SpeedSportz Racing Park.
The only thing I could see changing right here is the position for second and third, unless McCory wants to go for the lead, because those are both teammates in first and third. And if we remember any of the other heats that we had, it was Robert pushing Chris Tracy the whole way to get away from the rest of them. But right now McCory is spoiling that party at GFC as he pushes Tracy away from Arana into the S's, trying to separate the two teammates. But if Robert can get around Milcory and push Tracy away, they might be able to leave Milcory if he doesn't have the pace to keep up.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've seen the two Trackside Karting Services GFCs work together all weekend long and work their way further and further up the field, find a cushion, and there goes Arena. Thinks it's time to make the move on John Paul Mulcurry. Gets it done. Is going to bobble Mulcurry here a little bit, who holds on to that inside. And very smart move by John Paul Mulcurry, who moves into third. Doesn't want to waste any time, does not want to lose any time, and doesn't want to lose the draft or any momentum, I should say, for John Paul Mulcurry, who thinks it's better to hold on to that third place. And for, I guess, the fourth time this weekend that we've seen, it's Robert Arena and Chris Tracy pushing each other along. But the Burrell Art Machine of John Paul Mulcurry in his first Texas Sprint Racing Series start, only a year into karting, looks to deny a GFC 1-2.
Yeah, all Robert was looking for there was to get linked up with his teammate, and as you can see, they're pushing quite well. There's a small gap between them and Mulcurry, not one to really worry about. I mean, he's still heavily within the draft range, and if he can just stick there, you know, I mean, maybe because he's in the draft, even preserve his he goes a little bit wide into turn 4 and loses quite a bit of time, about a few car lengths. I mean, he's ever so slightly out of the draft range now, and Robert is still glued to the bumper of Chris Tracy down into turn 6. They're working together very closely. I mean, coming out of the corner, I mean, whenever you brake for a corner, you usually want to give the driver in front of you a little bit of room so you don't hit them, but I wouldn't be surprised if they've been working and practicing out here very much to keep it as close as possible to two teammates up in front.
Yeah, and we have one driver out of the race here and pulled on to, I guess, the exit of the grid. It's Ethan Gonzalez in the Intrepid Machine, who decides to bring it in early and is out of this one here early. Yeah, as they continue to work their way through. I mean, you said it earlier today, right? I've never seen a go-kart with 8 wheels, and I'm seeing one now here at Houston, Texas, because Arena and Chris Tracy have worked as one, worked together, pushed each other forward, and you know, done what they're doing to John Paul Mulcurry, just leaving him stranded there in a no man's land.
Yeah, 1 and 2 flying away from Mulcurry now. I mean, I thought it was going to happen a few laps ago. I mean, Mulcurry looked very healthy in P2 there for a little bit, you know. I mean, he was driving the infield also just as well as your 1 and 2, but after he lost a little bit of ground there in turn 4 and 5 a few laps ago, I mean, he fell out of the draft, and now, I mean, this 8-wheel cart is just flying away from him right now. In no man's land, 4 and 5 could even swallow him, as Shane Reddy and Ava Blim may work together and catch P3 now.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job around here, right? I mean, you see this all the time in the 206 senior class, but for juniors who are doing this at such a young age, I mean, we saw it in the cadets as well with Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt all day yesterday. I mean, they'll probably do it when it comes time for their final later today as well. But they've been doing a great job so far, and just being smart, playing really and being really patient. They were out here last weekend testing and driving together, and I kid you not here, Rocco, they were driving the exact same way they're driving now, because in 206 racing, it's very important to push, because whenever you're pushing, you're way faster than everybody else.
Yeah, it's very important, like I said, to have your, as you said, to have your friends with you. You know, if you have somebody who you can really trust and you don't have to, block at all, you can just keep your line and not waste any time getting on with it, you can really get an advantage over the rest of the field. These two drivers, still perfectly working together. I mean, Robert is really good at following. I mean, you pay attention to that gap between his front bumper and Chris Tracy's rear bumper. I mean, at all times, it's less than half a foot,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't, like you can't even stick a foot in there. I mean, now I could, it opens up a little bit in the braking zones. But yeah, you couldn't even, stick a baby in there. So it's crazy as Chris Tracy still leads us away. I mean, Rocco, we talk a lot about best friends, right? Robert Arena and Chris Tracy, they seem to be best buds here this weekend, working together. Did you ever have a friend like this, someone, a little bit of a bromance with anybody else when you were racing 206 senior?
Well, I mean, if I go back to the only TSRS weekend I ever really, the only one that really counted, it was 4 of us. It was me, Bryce Frank, Mikey Bolin, and then who was that? I think it was Ethan Arndt. Yeah, we hired
Okay.
Ethan Arndt. We had a Burrell guy with us too. You know, and I mean, we all went out for qualifying. You know, and the four of us together. You know, very coordinated. We were able to put it 1, 2, 3. You know.
Yeah.
Very good qualifying with that.
If I ever turned around and looked behind my shoulder and saw that group before, I would assume that that havoc was about to be wreaked. So I'd definitely either pull into the pits or try and get away. So I mean, Chris Tracy and Robert Arena have been an absolute bullet train here in this one, just driving and doing the best that they can to continue to push each other forward. I mean, they're showing their pace. They're already over a second quicker than John Paul McCurry. You see the gap there, all on their own. John Paul McCurry a little further back. What could have been, a fairy tale start to his Texas Sprint Racing Series campaign. Was probably going to end up being a podium here as Shane Reddy, Ava Blem and Shane Reddy continue to fight for position for fourth. But nonetheless, I mean, a good drive so far by this Burrell Art machine, the 360. Doing a great job in his opening round. Spoke to his dad out at NOLA, who was wrenching. He was telling me that John Paul was really sad that he wasn't able to go out to New Orleans and go out there and race and show what he's got in store. And this weekend, I think he's definitely shown his class with some of the best in Texas and shown that he can hang. He was up there fighting with the leaders for a little bit. But it was just an unfortunate ending. But he's done a great job nonetheless. Fighting with some of the best 206 drivers in Texas, and some of these guys you're going to see him at Cup Karts North America later this year. Whenever Tim Lobo takes his trackside karting services team out there with Austin Garrison, doing the data for these guys. And I mean, it's shown that Chris Tracy and Robert Arena have learned so much from all. I guess you can say the amenities that Tim Lobo has offered them with Austin Garrison, a big name national driver, teaching a lot of those guys under that tent, how it's done, guiding them in the right direction and showing them what they can do. There on screen is Shane Reddy. Ava Blem was able to get ahead of him, but Shane Reddy also had a good weekend this time out. We didn't see him at NOLA. We saw him here in Houston, and definitely has had a weekend to remember. Has been pretty good. Fought for the podium, fought for the lead even at some points here this weekend, and has done a great job nonetheless.
Yeah, John Paul McCurry in that third place position. He's lapping the fastest he's the fastest kart that's by himself, because Ava Blem and Shane Reddy are lapping slightly slower than him. He's in a pretty comfortable cushion right now. A lot of space between him and fourth place. If you can just keep composed and keep these good laps down, he will. There's a chance for him to be on the podium, of course.
Yeah, correct. He's doing a great job keeping the gap steady and growing to Ava Blem and her Kart Republic further back in fourth. As Shelby Ramirez, you said she was going to be one to watch here this weekend. She's up 6 spots from where she started for the R2 Racing TB Kart, Valley Truck Racing kart this weekend. Her and her dad, usually a solo team, privateers. They run out of the back of their out of the Suburban, but this weekend they came out this weekend after joining forces with the TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex team, adding Kyle Uchinsky, adding 2 junior drivers in Jacob Oakes and Shelby Ramirez into his fleet of go-karts, and Shelby Ramirez showing, I guess, these boys how it's done, right? Ava Blem as well, 2 girls that have been super impressive this weekend, showing that they can drive as well and doing a great job at that. Unfortunate for Shelby Ramirez, who just engine issues all weekend long, put her on the back foot, but an engine change here in the last hour has really helped her out here today. So she's doing a great job nonetheless, and up in a 6 here already and trying to go another spot better with Sammy Odoros right behind her and pushing her along as they continue to close down the gap to Shane Reddy in 5th.
Yep, on your screen, though, it's still Chris Tracy and Robert Arena pushing down the back straight. There has been no move, and there probably will be no move for the next 3 minutes and plus 1 lap, because I would assume even on that second to last lap, Robert would just sit behind. But as we go through the double right-hander, still your leaders going through the infield straight. Nothing between them. Not a paper could go in between those 2 go-karts as they come into turn 11. Gives a little bit of room so he can have his partner go through the corner cleanly, so as himself. One thing about this track is that when you're following a go-kart, it's much harder to spot the line and follow like that. So you really need a lot of practice in order to follow well when you're out in front, you have a clear space. I mean, you can see the whole track. You can see your line. You can follow your own line. One thing that some drivers do is that whenever they're behind someone, they will follow a cart in front of them instead of their own line and start making mistakes. Whenever you're driving in that P2 spot, you need to drive through the leader.
Yeah, no, for sure. So he's doing a great job, Arena, holding on to that second spot and pushing Chris Tracy forward. These two, continue to push, showing what it's like to work as a team. Even showing Rocco and myself how to work as a team, because they're doing a better job than I guess we ever could. So they're doing a great job, working together and showing what it's like to be teammates, But whenever the white flag gets thrown up into the air, they definitely show they definitely show that the gloves get thrown off and it's anybody's game at that point.
Yeah, but team drivers have teammates. Privateers, I think I would call him a homie. Like Bryce Frank. I mean, he and especially Mikey Bowen. I remember a long time ago, whenever I fell into the midfield point, I happened to find Mikey Bowen behind me, and I remember if I count correctly, he told me, "There's Rocco, let's go." So he just started pushing me blindly, and we ended up going through the field. But now your two leaders down the back straight. That's still Chris Tracy and Robert down the back straight. He's going to go to the inside. Wow. We weren't expecting that this early in the race. Robert Arana down the inside of Chris Tracy to the lead before turn 6. There he goes to the lead for the first time. But Chris Tracy, having none of it, goes over the curb in turn 7, back to the lead, covers the inside. Robert Arana around the outside might go for the switchback. Nope, he falls right behind down the infield straight. He's going to push his teammate down into turn 11. There they go. Is he going to poke out? Nope, he's going to follow his teammate. Maybe that was just a little bit of a taste of what's going to happen in the next few laps. We only have about 20 seconds left to go. I'm not too sure. I can see the flagman out, but he has him hidden behind his back. We could either come to 3 to go or 2 to go. We have about 10 seconds, so we'll see as we come down this time by. Do we have
No, we don't.
3 to go.
Laps to go. They just beat the markers. We're going to get 3 more laps of action-packed racing in between Robert Arena and Chris Tracy. They kept you on your toes, though, and if you don't have a teammate in the field like Chris Tracy and Robert Arena do, Rocco Ruzick says find a homie in the field that you can work with. But I guess these teammates are fighting, and Robert Arena muscles his way through and into the point of the field with a nice little gap behind to Chris Tracy. So Robert Arena going to lead us away here with 2 laps to go as the wind continues to pick up and throws some overcasting clouds here. I don't want to, assume anything, but anything can happen. We're in Houston, Texas.
We are in Houston, Texas. And as we go into turn 11, there's a slight gap as Chris Tracy makes a slight mistake on the exit, goes a little wide, has to slow up on exit. Now Robert Arana with a bit of an advantage coming to the 2 to go. Through the boot hairpin he goes. Now, will Chris Tracy be able to close that gap in these 2 laps? He's slightly in the draft range, but if he wants to get back up to Robert Arana, he's really going to have to wheel that go-kart.
Chris Tracy losing time to Robert Arana ahead. Arana bided his time, pushed Chris Tracy forward, pushed him into deep waters, I should say. Got his prey, pushed him way into deep waters, and Robert Arana now pulling away from Chris Tracy here in the closing stages of this race. 2 laps to go. The gap that time by was at over half a second. So a handful of kart lengths in between Arana and Tracy at the moment. I'm wondering if Arana just knew he had a lot more pace than Tracy here, but just wanted to push his teammate along to not risk, making a move at some point. And it seems like his go-kart is absolutely working. The battle further back in the field for 4th continues to ramp up. Ready, trying to defend from Blem and Shelby Ramirez, who looks to go top 4 here. Ramirez able to get through on Blem, and she's able to work her way up into P5. It's still Arana who leads away from Chris Tracy. He will get the white flag this time by Robert Arana, who's had a great race so far. So the white flag in the air this time by Robert Arana. Still leads us away from Chris Tracy, and I think this is going to be all she wrote, and Robert Arana has a really good gap and a really healthy gap back to his teammate in Chris Tracy.
Yeah, Robert Arana still, that gap is staying stagnant from the last lap. It was about 0.6 of a second, stays that way, and only 1 lap left to go. I mean, Robert is, crunching some laps right now. The only way I could see Chris Tracy catching up is if Robert Arana makes some big mistake. But right now, it seems that gap is still staying pretty healthy going into turn 8 and 9. Chris Tracy probably giving it everything he's got now, but, Robert Arana sitting behind him that whole time, he wasn't the one leading, so he could have probably conserved his tires a little bit more, brake a little bit later. As we come into turn 11, Robert Arana still with that 0.6 second lead. Coming to the last few corners, Robert Arana was doing a very good job this weekend, and as he comes to the last final corner, Robert Arana will win the 206 Junior Final and take the checkered flag with Chris Tracy in P2. There we go, Robert Arana, your winner. And now back in here, it is Ava Blim, Shane Reddy, Shelby Ramirez, and that last driver, Caleb, help me out.
That's Doros. Doros in the battle as well for P4, but it's John Palmo Curry who finishes on the podium here. Yeah, a fist bump in the air. Who gets it done? Ava Blem looking to get the move done. Shelby Ramirez side by side. Who is it going to be? This is the battle for fourth, and it's Ava Blem who gets it done on Shane Reddy. Ramirez able to stay ahead of Samuel Doros. Grayson Pilion across the line now in eighth. Next is Mia Johnson, and Jacob Oaks going to round your field here in 206 Junior. Presented by Civil Electric. So unfortunate ends here early on for Jacob Oaks, Ethan Gonzalez, and Carter Coate, who won't finish this one out. But an action-packed race where we saw Robert Arana take Chris Tracy into deep waters and then swallowed him whole and got a really good gap further on back. Coming up next, though, is your K8 100 Masters class. As pickup gets underway, you're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the spring roundup. And I shouldn't even say that because the engines come to life now for the K8 100 Masters. They got the 1 minute mark already, and they get set to go green here shortly. So let's shift gears. And we'll take a word from our sponsors after this one. Going to be a good race. Starting on the outside is going to be Pierce Baldus, and on the inside, Miguel Mir. We've seen a lot of throwbacks here this weekend. We saw Braden Robertson, paying homage to Crosslink Motorsports with a Crosslink livery and a Crosslink suit. But the driver starting on the pole position, there he is, Miguel Mir. Talked to him during the lunch break. He was like, hey, I know you've been talking about, retro, and this suit means a lot to me. He won Rock Vegas a couple of years ago with that exact same suit. He was like, I haven't had the best of luck in the past couple of weekends. And for the start of the year, he was like, I think I need that luck back. And wearing this suit, I think, is what's going to bring it back. So Miguel Mir starting on the pole position. Pierce Baldus starting second. Kyle Walter in third. Shane Burkett in fourth. Pergande fifth. Adamar Caligro sixth. Doug Foxworth in seventh. Evan Kozak eighth. Drew Gasper ninth. And Kogan Wright rounding up your top 10.
Neil Faulkner in 11th. Brent Harper in 12th. Tam Wynn in 13th. Anthony Harwin in 14th. Judane Din in 15th. John Melfi in 16th. Hutchins in 17th. John Melfi in 17th, Keithan Hutchins in 18th, Brandon Strayer in 19th, and Scott Cherry is not here today.
Yeah, so Mr. Rimrock himself not here today, but KA 100 Masters presented by High Five Performance is here. And it's going to be a great weekend so far. Been good and action-packed as Miguel Mir gets set to start on the pole position here. He has a win with that suit already. Looks to get it done here again. Has had a winless first part of his year this year, but looks to change that here today at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Into the tram lines they go. It's Pierce Baldus and Miguel Mir for the final time this weekend in KA 100 Masters. They will lead us away. The green flag is out, and we are racing here in KA 100 Masters. Miguel Mir with a monster start as Kyle Walter looks to get through there on Pierce Baldus, who's going to get the bat on the stick, and David Pergande going to go through there as well as more and more drivers try and cycle their way through and jockey for position. But I got to move so far, and a good start by Miguel Mir, who has a commanding lead so far.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus goes from second to, he goes down to third into turn 6. Back to third place from fourth. He lost 2 positions off the start, but got one back just right away. He's going to work on that second place position. He might over-under right here. He's on the inside. He gets second place, and he's back in his starting position now for that group of 3. They need to work together if they're going to catch back up to Miguel Mir because he has that crazy pace down the inside of Kyle Walter. I think that's Shane Burkett. I'm not too sure. We need to wait for the timing to come back around, but Pierce Baldus still in second place, leading that pack. Somebody tries to send it down the inside of, I think that was Caligaro trying to get, somebody trying to send it down the inside of Caligaro. As we get back around, it is Miguel Mir in the lead with the fastest lap of the race right now. Pierce Baldus in second place. David Pergan in third place with Kyle Walter in fourth.
Yeah, Caligaro currently fifth. Shane Burkett was the driver trying to make the move around the inside into the toe of the boot. Wasn't close enough, though, for Burkett. Doug Foxworth in his Kart, getting pressured here by Evan Kozak. Down the back straightaway, Adrian Gasper, 9th. Neil Faulkner rounding up your top 10 here in KA100 Masters. But a great start by Miguel Mir, who puts him out with a commanding lead so far at over a second already to Pierce Baldus and company, who continue to fight here for the second spot.
Yeah, just slightly over 1 second of a gap. These three drivers, I know David Brigande wanted that position for third, but now is he gonna work with Pierce Baldus? I mean, he knows he's fast, so I'd be very surprised to see. Oh my goodness, he just lost it. Oh
wow,
my gosh.
That was really, really close. Good to see Brigande is okay and gets through. Wow, a big scare for us up here in the booth, but good to see he could get going here in this one. So everybody okay? Everybody gets through. Just a little bit of a scare here, Rocco, that's keeping us on our toes.
Yeah, now though, Kyle Walter is put into the third place position. He is, he's been up there already all week. I mean, if he gets to Pierce Baldus, I would definitely assume he's going to work together because they can see that Miguel Mir is pulling away right now. Caligaro now very close to Kyle Walter. I mean, he's closing the gap as well. That whole train, I mean, this is the closest I've seen the rest of the field to that second group. As they go into turn 11, Pierce Baldus still keeps a little bit of a gap on Kyle Walter right now. I mean, he's quick, but, I mean, he's still losing a little bit of time to Miguel Mir as he's still setting down purples. 1.7 seconds was the gap last time by. Down the inside goes Caligaro on Kyle Walter, but Kyle Walter tries to get the switch back. They're still side by side coming through the last corner. Ooh, over the curb goes Kyle Walter, and Caligaro gets the third place position. Down the inside goes Shane Burkett on Caligaro as well, follows him through. Yeah. Kyle Walter losing multiple positions there in that corner. Now, down the back straight, it is Caligaro in third place with Shane Burkett in fourth and Walter in fifth. But no one has an answer for Miguel Mir, who is 1.8 seconds now behind, ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, and that gap continuing to grow here as Miguel Mir putting on an absolute clinic as the battle further back for third continues to ramp up. But Miguel Mir already, he wanted the suit to bring him luck, and it has definitely done so here as he's done a great job so far and continuing to put a clinic on for these K100 Masters. It's Pierce Baldus in second, opening up his gap to Caligaro in third, who's getting pressured by Kyle Walter here. Shane Burkett. Is Burkett close enough? Side by side into the heel, and it's Caligaro who stays ahead.
Shane Burkett is dicing through the field right now. Seems very aggressive. He's looking for it on Caligaro. Down through the S's he goes right there on the back bumper of Caligaro. Through 4 and 5 he goes down the back straight. He has a little bit of a gap, but that draft will bring him back. Kyle Walter right behind him. Down the back straight. He's going to get a little bit of a push by Kyle Walter. Is Kyle going to send it on Burkett? I don't think so, but Burkett's going to send it on Caligaro. He gets to the inside, but Caligaro holds it around the outside of Switchback City, gets back to the inside, and a switchback. Look at that. Burkett to the outside, hangs it around the outside, and the switchback from Kyle Walter around Caligaro. Caligaro loses 2 positions there as Kyle Walter and Shane Burkett get around.
Wow, these the veterans of the sport, showing us how it's done, keeping it clean here in this KA100 Masters class. Very respectful racing. They are all usually in good spirits. It's down the inside. There goes Kyle Walter looking to get the move on Burkett. Burkett's on the bottom of the racetrack. Caligaro looking to get through on Walter. Can he get the move done? Wasn't close enough that time by, and it's Burkett who leads the second group.
Yeah, this second group is only third and back. The 2 leaders out in front are getting away right now. P2 is only a little bit ahead, but Miguel Mir is in a zip code of his own right now. Shane Burkett and Kyle Walter realizing that they need to work together now. He's going to go around. I guess they didn't realize it. Down the inside, Kyle Walter goes. He's on the inside of Shane Burkett. Now into Switchback City, they all file through one by one. Caligaro right behind Shane Burkett. I think there was a few position changes right behind them. I'm not too sure who those drivers are, but they file through into turn 8 and 9 now. Kyle Walter and Shane Burkett coming into turn 11. No changes for a position there. All single file. Down the inside.
Down the inside, further back in the field. That's one of the Cruise Racing Development drivers who was getting the move done on him. Doug Foxworth in that group further back, as well as Neil Faulkner, all fighting for position here in this one. Miguel Mir crosses the line. The gap that time over 2 seconds and a half. Miguel Mir putting on a clinic here so far. Pierce Baldus in second. But just cannot compete with the lap times that Miguel Mir is putting down here at the moment. Kyle Walter third. It's Shane Burkett fourth. Caligaro fifth. Kozak in sixth. Kogan Wright in seventh. Foxworth eighth. Gasper ninth. And Neil Faulkner rounding up your top 10 here in this one.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough how important starts are in these races. I mean, Pierce Baldus was on the front row of that start, and his line just didn't have the best start. He got swallowed by that inside line. But he is lapping about a tenth behind Miguel Amir. If he were in the draft and he did get that start, I mean, I don't know. We could have seen a battle for the lead right now, but as it stands, Pierce Baldus is far behind Miguel Amir. Right now, we have Kyle Walter and Shane Burkett coming through the boot hairpin. They are third and fourth as they come through here. A little bit of a gap, about a half a car length between them. Shane Burkett right there in the draft range. If he can get a good exit out of turn 4 and 5, I could see an overtake return down into turn 6, but a little bit of a bobble there by Kyle Walter. Maybe some contact. I'm not too sure. Can't see from here, but now onto the back straight. In the draft, Shane Burkett, there he is, tucked in Kyle Walter. Will he go for the overtake? Let's see. He pulls down the inside, but he doesn't have the space to get in there.
Yeah, not enough for Shane Burkett to get the move done there on the inside of Kyle Walter into turn number 6. And he's holding on to this position here at the moment. This is the battle for third here. It's Walter who leads from Burkett. Caligro further back in 5th here. And more drivers right behind them. It's Kozak, Wright, Foxworth, Gasper. All staying stagnant and trying to work together to catch up to Kyle Walter in 3rd. Baldus as well has opened up the gap to the second group. His gap further back is at 2.5 seconds as well. Is Baldus catching up here to Miguel Mir? But I just think he isn't going to have enough to really close down his gap. It's coming down a little bit. Was 2/10 quicker that time by a 56.810. Went 2/10 quicker than Miguel Mir. But I'm afraid halfway into this race, he may run out of time to get to the rear bumper of Miguel Mir. But it's Shane Burkett, looks for the move. Caligro very deep into the brakes and off and into the water there, into the brush. Adamar Caligro missed the braking point, slipped, was very deep in the brakes, and into the forest Caligro goes.
That was quite a wild ride for Caligro. I've never seen a kart go that far. Thankfully, he didn't hit anything out of his go-kart and A-OK. A shame for him, though. His race ends prematurely now. Shane Burkett and Kyle Walter in the 3rd and 4th place positions. From the leaders, 1st and 2nd, each it's about a 2.5 second between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th. About a 5-second gap between 3rd and 4th and the leader. Now, Kyle Walter in that draft. I mean, they're not too far from 2nd place. They're only 2.5 seconds, but at this point, I don't think working together would really help, and probably it's just going to be a settlement between 3rd place between the two of them.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's definitely going to be a settlement in between the two of them, right? I mean, I've been in this position before, right? You know, being 3rd, not being able close enough to challenge for 2nd. For 1st or 2nd, you know, it's just tough, and it's almost deflating, you know, that you have to fight for the leftovers, for the rest of the podium. So I can really understand how Burkett and Walter probably feel right now, but they have to go all out and come away with something at the end of this, right? Because at the end, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You know, this is another leg, the 2nd leg in this long marathon. I guess you can say the 2nd mile in a 5-mile marathon that is the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So for a lot of these guys, you know, it gives them learning experience, more seat time, and more time to kind of improve stuff by the time we get to Crescent, Texas. Later on in April. So, you know, some work to do for these other drivers to try and catch up to the likes of Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus. Miguel Mir, talking a little bit about him, right? He struggled at round number 1, was 3rd all weekend long. Sean Owens was able to get away from him almost all weekend and had no answer for Mr. DKC himself. You know, but Miguel Mir has had a much better weekend this time out, leading by a lot.
I think Faulkner out. He's out in turn 7. He's in the infield, completely stopped. I think his race is over, but now back into 3 and 4th. It is Shane Burkett and Kyle Walter. And look who's catching up, Kogan Wright and Doug Foxworth. There is Faulkner, the father of Jake Faulkner, out of this race. I'm not sure what's wrong with that go-kart, maybe a chain or just a technical issue, but he is definitely out of this race. Shane Burkett still leads the podium. For 3rd place, Kyle Walter behind him. Kogan Wright now in field. I mean, Kyle Walter isn't too worried right now about getting around Shane Burkett. Even whenever he does have the opportunity, he hasn't passed him so far. Shane Burkett taps his head. Maybe now they start working together. Maybe they can get away from Kogan Wright, Caleb.
Yeah, they try and get away from Kogan Wright in that 5th spot there. Not close enough for Kogan Wright. A good drive up the field for him, though. 5 spots from where he started. So a good drive so far by Kogan Wright, who's, you know, having a good race so far, just not close enough to put himself on the podium. The gap to the lead, though, was at 2.5 seconds a couple laps ago. It's now at 2 seconds flat. So Pierce Baldus definitely closing in on Miguel Mir, but I'm not sure that he's going to have enough time. We know the quality that Miguel Mir has. He's contended for national podiums, and I tell you what, Pierce Baldus just went purple, 56.694, 3/10 of a second quicker than Miguel Mir. I'm not sure if Miguel Mir, if the cart's just getting too stuck, maybe tires have overheated a little bit here, because it seems like Pierce Baldus is closing down that gap to Miguel Mir, and he's closing it down rapidly. 3/10 of a second last time by. Let's see what he can do as Ibrahim Din slowing on the main straight. No idea what happened to him, but seemed to be issues for him here in this one.
Yeah, a few laps ago, it was a 2.5 second gap between him, Miguel Mir and Pierce Baldus. But now, as we see, it is closed down since last time around to a 1.9 second gap. Miguel Mir's kart isn't necessarily falling off. He's still around his best lap time, but it definitely seems that Pierce Baldus' kart was set up for the late end of the race. He's coming in now with his fastest lap times, still gaining. He's a 1.7 gap now. We still have 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps. If it stays like this, we could possibly see what I was talking about earlier. I mean, he had a bad start, but he seems to be making up for it right now, Caleb.
Yeah, he's definitely making up for it right now and closing down that gap to Miguel Mir. But did the start of the race compromise him too much? Because that gap is a tall ask. It's at over a second and a half. He is closing down quickly. And, on the same straightaway, I guess you can say closing into the zip code that Miguel Mir is in. If he keeps this up, he may have enough time. 13 minutes down, though. He has 2 minutes plus 2 laps to continue and close down the gap to Miguel Mir. It's going to be close, but Pierce Baldus has to pull out whatever he has left in the bag. He needs to push harder than he's ever pushed before in his life if he wants to catch up to Miguel Mir. The gap now at under a second and a half. So Pierce Baldus is catching, lapping 0.2 of a second quicker than Miguel Mir. Is Pierce Baldus going to have enough time to catch up to the rear bumper of the LN Cruise Racing Development Academy driver of Miguel Mir? Will he have enough time? Will he get close enough by the end of this race? It's Pierce Baldus against Miguel Mir. Miguel Mir, a 7-time Texas Sprint Racing Series champion. He's done it time and time again, has a lot of experience, and is one of the best Masters drivers in the nation. Has contended for national titles before, contended for one earlier this year, and has not had the luck that he would have wanted. And that luck can also go away here if Pierce Baldus can pull out monster lap times and continue to close down the gap to Miguel Mir, the Dallas, Texas local, who looks to try and hold off Pierce Baldus, who goes even quicker. That gap now at a second and 2/10. It was at a second and a half last time by. Pierce Baldus continuing to go quicker. He was 0.3 of a second quicker that time by. Is he going to have enough time to get to the rear bumper of Miguel Mir? 14 and a half minutes down. 20 seconds to go before we get the 2 sticks in the air. Pierce Baldus trying with everything that he's got to close down the gap to Miguel Mir.
Yeah, Pierce Baldus, he has the reference while Miguel Mir doesn't. He can see that he's catching Miguel Mir. I don't know how much Miguel's looking back. I don't think he is at all right now. He's not too worried. But I think Pierce Baldus driving with a little bit of anger now that he sees that he's catching. He's driving very quickly, closing that gap very rapidly now as we come across the line. For 2 to go this time by. Pierce Baldus has 2 laps to close it in. I mean, he still has P2 as long as he can finish this race in that position with no mistakes. But as we go, the gap is now within less than a second down the back straight. He is not that far from the draft range yet, but it may be a little too late as they come into turn 6, Caleb.
You see that gap closing down little by little. I'm not sure if he's going to be close enough. When he gets in between half a second, he will be in drafting range to Miguel Mir. Will that draft play effect here and bring Pierce Baldus all the way up to the front of the field? I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Into the buckle we go for the second and last time here in KA 100 Masters. Baldus is very, very close. He has 3 or 4 passing opportunities around SpeedSportz Racing Park. He's very, very close. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Miguel Mir across the line this time by. The gap was at 0.8 of a second. This time it's at half a second. So for Pierce Baldes, he's very much in drafting range, but will he be close enough to close down the gap to Miguel Mir? I'm sure the heart rate in Pierce Baldes' suit is absolutely through the roof here as Miguel Mir tries to push his way, tuck his head under the steering wheel. It's Pierce Baldes is working his way up to his rear bumper. It's Pierce Baldes versus Miguel Mir. Mir still leads away from Baldes. It's high five versus Cruz Racing Development. Miguel Mir looks over his shoulder, sees that Baldes is close. Is he close enough, though, to make the move? Not as of yet. Miguel Mir knows that and takes his normal racing line, not going defensive at all yet. Miguel Mir looking back again, sees that Baldes isn't close enough. It's been a year, I should say, of bad luck for Miguel Mir. That all changes today with that suit that has brought him luck. Taps a side pod, and Miguel Mir wins in Houston. Pierce Baldes in second. Shane Burkett across the line third. Kyle Walter fourth as they continue to fight here. This is the battle for fourth here in third. Kyle Walter, I should say, up into the podium and finishes third. Shane Burkett fourth. Kogan Wright fifth. And that's going to round up your top 5.
And Doug Foxworth in P6, Gasper 7th, Harper 8th, Burgandy 9th, Kozak 10th, Harwin 11th, Melfi 12th, Din 13th, and a lot of the DNFs this race. We have Hutchins, Wynn, Faulkner, Caligaro, and Bergstein all out of this race.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tam Wynn, out of this race. I guess you can't call that one a win, unfortunately. So
one for Caleb.
You see what I did there? We're actually that's 2.
There's 2. Yeah, it is. It was this morning.
So it's like 10-2 right now. I think I'm not even sure what it is on the pun counter. That was KA100 Masters. I think there's some pickup out there. Nonetheless, let's go and take a word from the people who make this possible. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We are live from SpeedSportz Racing Park. Don't go anywhere as we get set to go green with our shifters.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to Speed Sports Racing Park, Houston's high-speed playground, as we get set to go green for our shifter carts presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. It's Vincent Croissant, the guy that you said, the Frenchman, starting on the pole position here. Alongside him is going to be Noah's Arse, Jeff Mills starting third, Derek Proctor fourth. Cameron Reed, the Racing Cajun, her first of 2 races here today. In the shifter category, starting fifth. She said she had to fix her starts, and hopefully she can do a lot better here in this one. So Cameron Reed starting fifth, Luis Mendez down in sixth, Rod Clenard in seventh, Zachary Mabry eighth, Brett Kelly ninth. It's going to be Martin Kelgerman in 10th, and Martin Marquez slated to start 11th here. So going to be an action-packed day of race. It's already been, I should say, an action-packed day of racing, and these shifter drivers will try and deliver to see what they can do as we get set to go green for the final time this weekend with the shifter carts. It's the CRG Nordum driver and the Sodi, I guess I should say the Arcane driver and the Sodi cart machine starting alongside him. It's been all about the Frenchman, who's been has been perfect, I should say. Only has not been able to sweep qualifying here in this one, as our Marshall's Rosendo gets us set to go green here, lines these shifter carts up. And race director Matt gonna make sure that all drivers get set to go green here for the final time this weekend in shifter. It's Vincent Cassard and Noah's Arse starting on the pole and front row. Are we going to get it? Green flag is out, and whole shot. A good start so far by Jeff Mills, who got the jump, but Noah's Arse not able to get the whole shot. Oh, Noah's Arse going around, commentator's curse, and into the grass. That's going to end his weekend here, who isn't able to get going. I'm not sure if he still has that engine fired. If he does, he's going to be able to get going here again. But Jeff Mills behind Vincent Cassard, and there's Cameron Reed on the inside of Luis Mendez. Can Reed get the move done? Oh, wow!
My goodness.
Rod Clenard super late in the brakes and into the rear bumper of Cameron Reed. And I think Cameron Reed has some sort of damage here, or just kind of stalled there after Clenard completely missed that braking point, and with a full head of steam, trying to get the move done, but falls all the way back to the tail end of the field.
Yeah, undone. Oh, no, Cameron Reed makes another mistake. Undone all her hard work. I wonder if her tires are already struggling, but yeah, she goes wide in turn 11, loses a bunch of more positions. Now, up in front, that is Vincent Cassard and Jeff Mills coming down to the front straight. Their top 4 are all evenly spaced out into the S's. It is Vincent Cassard, Jeff Mills, Derek Proctor, and Luis Mendez as your top 4 down turn 4 and 5. Now, Caleb, if you are in one of these shifters, you're third or fourth, are you gonna try real hard and try to get up to that front, or are you gonna try and preserve your tires for the end of the race, Caleb?
So I guess I'll run you down my entire weekend plan that I'd have. I'd really try and preserve as much tire as I could throughout the first and third heat races. Bring it in early in qualifying. Try and preserve as much tire, because that's really the important part here. It's a long main event, and you only get one set of tires for a Texas Sprint Racing Series weekend, even in the shifter class. So it's a tall ask. Tires is going to be the big thing, and it's the big strategy thing. So I think the early stage of the race, I tried to push, get myself in a good spot, hold tight for about 10 minutes, and the last 5 minutes go all out, flat out, give everything I have left in the tires, and then hopefully end up on top, and then end up courting the tires, doing donuts at the end of it, hopefully.
Yeah, these drivers, I think Vincent Cassard, out of anybody, has the healthiest tires because he's done the least amount of battling this week. And even though he's the fastest driver, he has to work the least in terms of racecraft. Coming into turn 7, that is Jeff Mills there on screen now, with Luis Mendez closing that gap. He's a few kart lengths behind, but in a few laps we could see a battle for P2 here between the two CRGs. Down into turn 11 we go. Jeff Mills on your screen out of turn 11 now. There's Lewis gradually closing that gap still into the boot hairpin now, as we can see about 0.4 of a second off of Vincent Cassard. So I would assume that it's not going to be a battle for P1, but more of a battle for P2, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. Jeff Mills is losing time to Luis Mendez, 0.2 of a second per lap. And Vincent Cassard, absolutely flying, is quicker than anybody else. The 52 flat, faster than anybody else has gone this race so far. So Luis Mendez closing down that gap to Jeff Mills there on your screen. Oh, Luis Mendez a little late on the brakes, deep on the brakes, and loses some time to Jeff Mills. Derek Proctor in fourth, the high five. Magic Kart currently sits there in fourth. Cameron Reed, the Racing Cajun, up into P5. She was able to get around Brett Kelly that time by, and so was Zachary Mabry, who was able to get around. So Brett Kelly losing 2 spots in that lap.
Yeah, a bit of a bumpy start for Cameron Reed. Had a bit of contact from another driver into turn 6. Undid all her hard work, and then coming into turn 11, that same lap, lost a few more positions. But back into P5 now, she may start making a few more positions if she can get up to Derek Proctor in P4. But he is quite a ways ahead right now, chasing after Luis Mendez. He is in range, or at least in eyesight of Luis Mendez. Not close enough to draft, but still comfortably in P4.
Yeah. So for the likes of Vincent Cassard, who goes purple here once again and continuing to set in purple lap times. There he is on your screen. I want to look at him really quickly because he's pushing harder than he has all weekend long. A 51.840 and continuing to extend his gap. You see how aggressive he's driving. He has more laps than anybody else in this field around SpeedSportz Racing Park. Owns a garage here on the backside of I guess this corner. Owns a garage here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. Comes out and does laps after laps after laps. Talked to him today. He was like, dude, this is just like another Sunday drive. I'm just putting in the laps, hitting my markers, the same markers that I hit every single week. He's helped Luis Mendez out a lot this weekend, kind of coaching the guys on the CRG tent, showing them, I guess, how it's done, and he's showing his class here in this main event. He's conserved tires now throughout the heat races, kind of, showing these drivers how it's done. He was conservative, got to the lead early in every single race, held back a little bit, hasn't been going as fast as he's going, but now he's cranking those gears and going faster than he's gone all weekend long. He swept in NOLA, and he seems to be doing the same here this weekend.
You can see how smooth he is coming through the mid-corner speed. I mean, you wonder why he's so fast. Coming into these corners. You have to work gears unlike any other class we have this weekend. Whenever you change all these gears coming in the corner, it's very hard to keep that mid-corner speed up. And Vincent Cassar doing a very good job of it. Now, second and third there, he's closing the gap back down. A big mistake from earlier, but now he is gaining on P2.
Yeah, so Jeff Mills there in second. I guess I should say not as young as Vincent Cassard is, but really showing his pace and his kart fitness here this weekend, under the CRG Nordam tent for Jeff Mills, showing his pace. Has a lot of time in this shifter category, driving at multiple races over the years. And for Luis Mendez in third, his first Texas Sprint Racing Series race. And one of his first times in an actual shifter race. He's done a lot of laps around this place, a privateer, working out of his garage here this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series and at SpeedSportz Racing Park. He's shown his class, put it on pole position around here, showed to have 1 lap pace. But unfortunate, whenever you're working on your go-kart and racing at the same time, it's so difficult, to make sure that nothing falls off. And he had issues the first heat race that put him out of contention for to even try and get away well as he started on the pole position and on the inside for all 3 of the heat races because he put it on pole. But the heat race, put him out of contention. But doing a great job nonetheless, put in third, a podium place for him at the moment, and showing his class and showing how well he can drive and showing privateers out there that you can do it yourself, right? Driving and wrenching on his own I should say, material here this weekend. Showing, I guess, all the younger drivers who have mechanics or dads helping them out. Whenever you get to an older age, you're not always going to have people there. So, it's better just to do it yourself. And instead of blaming, my mechanic forgot to do this, my mechanic forgot to do that, Luis Mendez showing that if it's anybody else's fault that something falls off, it's his own.
Yeah, a lot of respect to be a privateer with a lot of pace because, whenever you're a driver and you don't have to worry about mechanicking, the weekend is a lot less stressful. But now he makes a little bit of a mistake going into turn 2. Now Luis Mendez, trying to look for the inside, can't get it. Oh, he's still side by side. Oh, he gets in ahead and out of turn 5. Now will Jeff Mills have anything to say about that? He goes a little defensive down on the inside. Luis Mendez, he's going to, he's totally got that position right now. But, a little bit of a bobble right there. Jeff Mills still following very closely. It's not over yet, Caleb.
Yeah, I tell you what, that looked like a little bit of a misshift there by Luis Mendez on the exit of Switchback City. Wanted to get his way out of that city, right? Because Jeff Mills looked to be really close in closing down that gap. Just wasn't close enough to get it done. So it's a CRG 1, 2, 3 here at the moment. Obviously, a privateer for Luis Mendez out here this weekend. Driving on his own, but for Jeff Mills, losing touch a little bit to Luis Mendez. And fourth is Derek Proctor. Spoke to him yesterday. They were struggling with setup on his Magic Kart. The High Five team decided to switch everything around overnight and go back to, I guess, a standard and a neutral a neutral setup, and he seems to be doing much better up into the top 4 here. Cameron Reed, a top 5 for her so far in the shifter class. The youngest driver here in the shifter class. A lot of older guys, a lot of veterans of the sport in this class, so she's showing her pace. It seemed like it could have been better, but contact in between her and Rod Clenard, put her out of contention from a podium here, unfortunately.
Yeah, and as we go through turn 11, I mean, not much going on the track right now. You have Luis Mendez kind of in his own place. Everybody's really in their own race right now. Cameron Reed a little close to Derek Proctor. I mean, she's within a few seconds. She may be gaining. The gap is about 2 seconds, so we'll see if she can close that gap. But now out of the corner, a little bit slow for Cameron Reed right there, but she comes out and is totally,
she's super quick, and showing her quality. Just had a personal best lap time a couple laps ago of 52.422. So not that far off the likes of Vincent Cassard. He's doing a good job. We were talking about gaps a little bit. The gap in between Mendez and Cassard at 6 seconds here at the moment. So it just shows you, the pace that Vincent Cassard has. Cassard, was at the Super Nationals not too long ago. Showed his pace, showed that he can do it and drive with some of the best drivers, some of the best master shifter drivers in the world. After Davide Fore won that one, Davide Fore a long time and a multiple. Sorry.
Yeah, on your screen still, Cameron Reed coming through the boot hairpin. She's driving on her own still. There's a driver behind her I think that's Zach Mabry. Yeah, Zach Mabry is still gaining. He's putting down some decent laps, about 0.2 of a second faster that time by on Cameron Reed and that black helmet CRG Kart right there. Down onto the back straight, Caleb.
Yeah, sorry about that. The bees are out here and flying around at SpeedSportz Racing Park, and the allergies are also out. Sadly, I'm one of the victims here this weekend to allergies around this place. But like I was saying, Davide Fore, a multiple-time world champion, and Vincent Cassard has gone toe-to-toe with drivers like that. So he's showing his class here, and with the 6-second gap, putting on a clinic here in this shifter class. Like you said, Zachary Mabry, under the CRG Nordam 10 as well for him this weekend, running a lot of laps out here and has some time and some experience in this shifter class, doing a good job at it as well. Rod Clenard behind Mabry there, and a lot of CRGs in this shifter class. We heard from Cameron Reed earlier today, and she was like, yeah, I look around, there's a lot of black and orange. I guess you could say a lot of teammates, but she's like, when it comes down to it, we all want to finish ahead of each other.
And now that is probably the closest gap you have on track right now, Cameron Reed and Zach Mabry. He, last time by, was about still another 2/10 faster again. So, yeah, you can see that gap closing down ever so slightly. And the next few laps, when he gets that draft, you'll see him suck up a little bit quicker. But right now, it is Cameron Reed in the 5th spot with Zachary Mabry in 6th. And, Zach was in the, further back most of this weekend. But right now, he seems to be maybe he was preserving his tires a little bit more, maybe he's got it on Cameron Reed. She, she said that she was just now learning to save her tires. I wonder if she has any left, Caleb.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, a really good point as we come to the closing stages of this race. With the race closing out, it's 12 minutes down, 3 minutes to go left in this one. It's been a long race, and for these drivers, they just try to keep it on the racetrack there as Cameron Reed and Zachary Mabry going at it here for the 5th position. Mabry looking to make a move. Another thing that Reed talked about was passing, and there you see Zachary Mabry making it look easy, but he had to work for that one. You really have to outbrake the other driver, and Cameron told us that it was so hard to pass in the shifter class. I mean, these guys are giving us some good action, hopefully something that we'll see in 2 weeks' time when a national series comes out here.
Yeah, sadly I won't be here. I'll be watching the eclipse with my family, but, one fun event for another, I'm going to be I'm a little jealous. I'd like to see it over here. Maybe I wish the eclipse came over Houston, but
yeah,
it isn't, sadly. But, yeah, Zachary Mabry pulling a few kart links now. Actually, Cameron Reed now right there. She got in a better exit than Zachary Mabry and now is right behind him. Let's see if she has anything to say about that. Tighter line through 4 and 5. She's right there in the draft. She may send it. She's very close, but let's see, coming down the back straight, she's going to hang right behind Zachary Mabry, maybe follow for a few corners more.
Yeah, going to follow for a few corners here. Noah Zar's currently, after issues for him at the start, he seems to be getting caught up by Vincent Cassard, who is going to arrive on the scene here shortly. That gap back at 6.5 seconds. Cassard was pushing earlier. He was lapping 51.711. that time by a 52 flat. So I slowed down by 3/10, trying to preserve the little bit of tires left. Hopefully, maybe giving us some donuts later today if he can just finish this one out like he is here at the moment, finish where he's at. So hopefully, could be a good weekend for Vincent Cassard and for the CRG Nordum team, who are set to take away a 1-2-3. Luis Mendez being a privateer, but the CRG chassis showing a takeover in the shifter class, I should say, Rocco.
Yeah, and also these tire compounds, they're not the Avinco blues we're used to seeing on the K100s. They're actually Avinco reds, a slightly softer compound, and also in these faster classes, they eat tires much quicker. So a tire compound with a less of a lifespan and a faster go-kart, unlike K100 where, you have to preserve tires, but more of just you don't want them to overheat. Here, you want to actually preserve the rubber, otherwise you could cord your tires before the end of the main event, Caleb.
Yeah, for sure. That would be unfortunate, right, to cord the tires before the end of the main event. But you wouldn't want that. But with a minute left, I think that's a stall there for Cameron Reed, who loses a lot of time to Zachary Mabry. So unfortunate there for Cameron Reed, who's, I guess, trying to preserve some energy for the 206 senior final that's getting set to be kicked off in a little bit. And there is your leader, Vincent Cassard, the Frenchman. I walked over to CRG yesterday, and you and Jeffrey told me that Vincent Cassard had to bring his own croissants to the 10 because they didn't have any and couldn't go without his morning espresso and his croissant in the morning. And it seems to be doing him well here in this one because he has a really good gap to the back of the field. So 14.5 minutes down. The next time he crosses a line, it's going to be 15 minutes up and 2 laps to go for a masterful drive that Vincent Cassard has had. You guys have heard me and Rocco talk a lot, but let's take a lap to appreciate the sound of the shifter carts. Two sticks were in the air, and officially crunch time for Vincent Cassard. As you guys were able to hear, I guess, the engines roar, the shifts in these carts get down, and there you have it. Vincent Cassard putting on a clinic here in a zip code of his own, and has an intruder of Noah's Ark, who is about to get lapped by Vincent Cassard if he chooses to try and pass Noah's Ark here with 2 laps to go, Rocco.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame for Noah's Ark. He was starting on the front row at the beginning of this race. Had a little mistake going into turn 2, got up on the fence. Took him a long time to get back in to rejoin the track. So even though he's being lapped, he's quite the quick driver, if he's going to start on the front row. But right now being lapped by Vincent Cassard, conserving his tires the whole time. We haven't seen him, step out at all. Under driving ever so slightly might be faster over the entire race just because of the fact that, you're keeping your tires cool, you're not oversteering, you're not eating them up. And Vincent Cassard still with a handful of pace right here as he goes around the inside of Noah's Ark and gets completely clear and away from the rest of the field. Now, that was the final flag. That was the final lap of the race now as Vincent Cassard puts on a clinic, basically, going into the double right-hander. And, no one is going to be able to catch up to him.
Yeah, nobody has been able to contend with Vincent Cassard all season long. He was perfect at NOLA Motorsports Park. He's been perfect all weekend long this weekend. He's been able to do what nobody else has and put 7 seconds on the rest of the field. That's the Frenchman, Vincent Cassard, with his wife and kid here this weekend, watching their dad and husband win in Houston. A heart to the camera. And Vincent Cassard showing love and wins here in Shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. It's Luis Mendez across the line in second. Jeff Mills in third. Derek Proctor third, up into the podium places for Derek Proctor. Jeff Mills fourth. Zachary Mabry fifth. Cameron Reed in sixth. Rod Clinard seventh. Martin Kelgerman in eighth. Noah's Ark ninth. It's Brett Kelly in 10th, and Martin Marquez rounding up your field here in Shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. And there you see Vincent Cassard holding up and waiting for Luis Mendez. And there you have some donuts by Vincent Cassard, tearing the house down, and a little bit of a wheelie there in front of the CRG Nordum team, who is happy to see Vincent Cassard take the win here in Shifter by Houston Freightliner Western Star. As we have some pickup to get underway, we're going to take a quick commercial break to take a word from our sponsors, but coming up next, it's your 206 Cadets coming your way here shortly. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. We are live from Houston's high-speed playground, SpeedSportz Racing Park. For the final time this weekend, the 206 Cadets will take the track, and the sun starts to peek through the clouds and warm up this track here a little bit. So good to see the sun back. Hi, sun. Good to have you back. So 206 Cadet presented by Rimrock Raceway getting set to go green here. It's Aston White, Tanner Barsh, Drew Blam, and Theo Mitchell starting on the first 2 rows.
Dutch Westbrook in fifth. Joining him on the third row is Tyler Morwick, and for the fourth row is Simon Klein and Marshall Steves. The fifth row is Rhett Johnson and Benton Hale. Sixth row is Jensen Willander and Micah Masad. The seventh row is Wyatt White and Mace Leszek. In row 8, that is Benjamin Osborne and
Yaramangelis Vargas starting 16th. That's a hard name.
Yeah.
So it took me a while to get it. So Yaramangelis Vargas starting 16th, Rodolfo Garza in 17th, Dean Guerrier in 18th. I saw your eyes open up a little bit, and I was like, I got to help him out on this one.
I need to stick to last names.
Yeah, just stick to last names. That's usually easy, and you can't roll your R's as good as me either. So
Hey, man, I'm Croatian. You give me too little credit, man.
So the Croatian sensation alongside of me getting set to go to call this one. Tanner Barsh, hand in the air. Iceman behind him there. We found out why they call him the Iceman. It doesn't matter if he wins, loses, DNFs, or, has a great weekend. He never changes the expression on his face. Always very serious for the Iceman. So that's why they call him the Iceman. Very ice cold. And let's see if he can have a performance like that here today. Side by side. Green flag is out, and we are racing here in 206 Cadet. Tanner Barsh with a great start for the Texas Hammer. Aston fast and wide. Looks to get to the front here. Oh, one driver around. Not sure who that is. Let's see if we can get a number on that. It seems to be one of the SLA carts, OTKs, that went around there at the start. Unfortunate start for him, but for the Iceman, up into third for the first time this weekend and into the podium places. Dutch Westbrook in fourth. First and second is Aston Wyatt again, who leads from Tanner Barsh.
Yeah, and if you could replay any of the last heats, you know exactly what happens whenever Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt link up. They usually pull away from the rest of the field. Right now, it's just a two-car breakaway, and then following behind them is the rest of the field. But right now, it's Aston Wyatt leading. And, of course, Tanner Barsh is going to be more than happy to push. I mean, in Heat 3, we saw him go up to the front because, he thought he'd be a little bit quicker up in front, and he was correct. But right now, there's no point to really argue about that as they're very far away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, these kids are so young. And I spoke to Tanner Barsh before the third heat. And I talked to him a little bit, and I was like, hey, did you and Aston talk at all before the race? And he was like, yeah. I told Aston, he was like, I just want to push forward and get away from everybody else so we can fight comfortably. So they're doing exactly that. They've been doing exactly that all weekend long. So Tanner Barsh here just pushing Aston Wyatt along until the 2-6 go up in the air, and just hope that Tanner Barsh can get back up to that rear bumper because they've been, two peas in a pod here this weekend.
Yeah, two peas in a pod, not teammates, but homies, Caleb. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh still pulling away from the rest of that field. I think CRG got around Dutch Westbrook there in third place. Joshing for position. We're not going to see much action up in the front. It's more going to be for third and on back. So down into turn 11, the rest of the field comes Dutch Westbrook. Looks a little bit down the inside of that CRG. Oh, CRG goes wide, and Dutch Westbrook comes side by side. I'm not sure who.
That's Theo Mitchell. Theo Mitchell, the Iceman, in that third spot. The MSL CRG drivers, they go side by side. A little bit of a hip check there by Dutch Westbrook. And Westbrook able to stay ahead of Theo Mitchell, who has a lot of pace in that MSL Racing CRG. And behind them is Drew Blem, who's also had a lot of pace in his Nitro kart. Right behind them is Tyler Morwick, Marshall Steves in 7th, Rhett Johnson 8th, Jensen Willander 9th, and Benson Hale rounding out your top 10 here in this 206 cadet class. Is Theo Mitchell close enough to get the move done? Down the back straightaway and into Switchback City we go. A population of 3 here, but not close enough for Theo Mitchell to get the move done. It's further back. It's Tyler Morwick, who's looks close enough on Drew Blem to get the move done. Thought of it, but did not go for it in the end.
Yeah, still looking for it, though. Drew Bloom goes a little wide, so he looks down on the inside. Theodore Mitchell now side by side with Dutch Westbrook. On the outside of the kink, though, it's not a favorable position for him. He slots back in behind Dutch Westbrook. They all single file through turn 11 now. Down the shin we go. Theodore Mitchell right behind Dutch Westbrook. I presume why wouldn't they want to work together and get away from the rest of the field? But Drew Blim is still there, putting pressure on Theodore Mitchell. Theodore might want to put a cart between him and Drew Blim there.
Yeah, for sure. So Theo definitely going to want to go one spot better and end up on the podium. He was super close at NOLA Motorsports Park, and he's going to want to do it here this weekend at SpeedSportz Racing Park, a racing track that he's tested out a lot. Has a lot of laps around this place. Wants to finish on the podium here at the Texas Spin Racing Series. Wasn't able to get it done in NOLA, unfortunately, but looks to get it done here. And down the inside into Switchback City we go. Theo Mitchell, the president there, I should say, the mayor of this city, and goes to the point of this second group.
Mayor of Switchback City, Theodore Mitchell, now through the double right-hander. Like I said, put a go-kart between him and Drew Blem, is now pulling a formidable gap between him and Dutch Westbrook. It's about 2 to 3 kart lengths, but as they get into turn 11, it closes down a little bit. A bit of a bumper on Drew Blem to Dutch Westbrook, but doesn't seem to hurt their pace very too much. Coming into the boot hairpin now, they all stay single file coming through here, nothing from there. Of course, your two leaders, Aston White and Tanner Barr, still working together, pulling even further away from this field. About a 3-second gap from them on back from the leaders. But as Theodore Mitchell leads, Dutch Westbrook and Drew Blem are very close behind, Caleb.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook and Drew Blem have been stagnant. Blem has made moves earlier today. Just wants to push Dutch Westbrook forward because, they see the gap that the Burrell Arts have ahead of them. And you said they weren't teammates, that they were just homies. But one thing I will say, that they are under the same tent, the Trackside Karting Services tent. They are in Burrell Arts. But they are under the same tent for the 206 class here this weekend. And there was a change for the lead. Tanner Barsh went back to the point. Aston White is going to push Tanner Barsh along. The Iceman still in third. And fourth is going to be Dutch Westbrook, who looks to make the move on Theo Mitchell down the inside to the bottom of the racetrack. Into the boot we go. To the toe, Theo Mitchell still ahead. Is able to get it done here and able to stay ahead of Dutch Westbrook behind.
Yeah, good strategy to hang around the outside there, because if you can, you have the inside for the boot hairpin. Oh, as we go into the S's, Dutch Westbrook had a nose in but thought better of it and slot back behind Theodore Mitchell. Drew Blem as well, trying to push Dutch Westbrook past Theodore Mitchell. But up ahead, you tell me, a change for the lead, actually. They were just side by side, Aston White and Tanner Barsh. But, they can be teammates and homies at the same time. But, I just saw Aston White go to the lead on Tanner Barsh there in turn 6.
Yeah, so Aston White and Tanner Barsh changing positions here a little bit. Oh, two drivers get together. That's Drew Blem and Dutch Westbrook, who are out of this race. Dutch Westbrook is facing the wrong way, and that's not going to help them out at all. Dutch Westbrook out of this race. He had to retire at NOLA Motorsports Park, and he retires here once again at SpeedSportz Racing Park. What does this do to the battle for third here? This is a battle further back. This is one of the Trackside Karting Services drivers of I believe that's Marshall Steves here, if I'm not mistaken, as Tyler Marwick is further up the field. But that's Marshall Steves here, if I'm not mistaken, fighting with a couple of other drivers.
Yep, that group of 5. Even though they're not in the front, they still have some good battling going on in the MIG pack. Down to the inside. Oh, wow. That was kind of sketchy. Going to the S's, too wide there. But they single file through turn 4 and 5 and get on the back straight, all evenly spaced out. Aston Wyatt, still your leader, just put down the fastest lap of 102.8. Being pushed by Tanner Barsh. That is about over a second faster than anybody else on the racetrack apart from those two. Down the back straight they go. That is Marshall Steves, you said, leading that pack. Into turn 8 and 9 they go. Tyler Morowek right behind him. They're all just working together right now, not doing too much. But into turn 11, I'll see. Caleb, will there be an overtake?
Yeah, so Tyler Morwick is the one who leads this group with Red Johnson behind him, Jensen Woolander in this group, Benson Hale and Micah Massad all in tow here and in a line, pushing each other forward. This is the battle for P4 as Tanner Barsh goes purple. The Iceman with a good gap to Marshall Steves behind him, side by side there for a second in between Morwick and Johnson. Morwick able to stay ahead here, Rocco.
Yep, and who still leads is Marshall Steves. Into the S's goes Tyler Morwick right behind him. They're still all, single file. Not too much fighting from them. Rhett Johnson behind Tyler Morwick in that train of 3. So it is Steves, Morwick, Johnson for 4th, 5th, and 6th right now. Down the back straight. No moves just yet. They're still single file. They aren't necessarily catching Theodore Mitchell, but they are not slowing themselves down and letting the other drivers catch up to them right now. Now it is Marshall Steves. Yeah, he's still in the lead of that pack, but will Morwick send it down the inside? Not yet. He's very close in the braking zone. Very clean through that corner. No bobbles there. Down the shin, Steves still with that 4th place position. No changes there at all. Down into the last corner they go. But if they don't get a move on and they don't push together, that group of 3 right behind them might catch up and make it a train of 6. Now, down the S's, still very close. Tyler Morwick on Marshall Steves. No changes the past few laps. They seem to be working together quite well, and that group of 3 behind him is still at quite a gap.
Yeah, so this is Tyler Morwick. This is Marshall Steves and Theo Mitchell. This is the battle for third. It's the TKS versus the MSL CRG. Tyler Morwick is in 5th, leading that other pack that we saw there just a little bit ago. Rhett Johnson is in 6th. Benson Hales in 7th. Jensen Willander in 8th. Micah Masad 9th. And Dean Gear is running out your top 10. Drew Blem fell all the way back to 11th. Simon Klein and Dutch Westbrook was the only drivers out of this race here so far. So unfortunate for him as the Iceman trying to hold off Marshall Steves here at the moment and looking to be doing it so far, doing a good job in defending and trying to keep Marshall Steves behind him.
Yeah, his defense is as cold as ice right now, not letting any chances come by from Marshall Steves. He's trying to close it as much as he can, keep hold of that third-place position, you know. Down the S's we go, still very tight. I mean, it's not over yet. We're only 10 minutes into this race. There's 5 more minutes plus 2 laps to go. If he sits pretty behind Theodore Mitchell and just, you know, saves and studies on Theodore Mitchell, he could be a huge problem coming these last few laps. Now, into turn 6, still not looking for the move. He's not very close. He would have to dive bomb from there. Oh, down the inside he goes into turn 7. Theodore Mitchell now to 4th. Marshall Steves in the Theodore Mitchell now sends it back on him down in the double right-hander, back into 3rd place. This is some tight racing right here. Down the infield straight we go. Mitchell still in the lead right now for 3rd place. Steves falls close behind.
Yeah, so Theo Mitchell was able to get back around Marshall Steves there in this one, side by side into the shin. Who is it going to be? It's Steves with the inside line. He gets ahead. Theo Mitchell, can he get the crossover move into the toe of the boot? Not close enough, and not enough momentum there for the Iceman to get it done. And you see all the emphatic points on the sidelines telling their kids to push forward and continue to push and throttle down here, Rocco. I mean, you and your dad used to come out here a lot whenever you're in your time racing. I mean, what's it like having a mechanic and even a dad, you know, at the sidelines telling you to push forward and to drive your way up the field?
My dad was quite a special karting dad. You know, he wasn't one to really, you know, give hand signals. As down the inside goes Theodore Mitchell on Marshall Steves, promote him up to P3 into this corner. He'll just follow through. But yeah, my dad wasn't one to really give hand signals. No, he'd just give me a thumbs up if I was doing well, or nothing at all if I was doing bad. But yeah, having a dad as your mechanic is always fun. You know, one thing that people don't seem to talk about too much is how much time you get to spend with your family when you're running as a privateer. I think I've spent the most time ever with my dad at the racetrack. And, yeah, that's why racing is a very beautiful thing, even when it's just privateer racing, you know?
Yeah. You know, me as well, right? Me and my cousin were the ones who were racing whenever we did a race, and we spent a lot of time together, you know, racing together, spending a lot of time. Yeah, you know, he ended up turning into, I guess, another one of my brothers, I should say. So spent a lot of time with him, you with your dad. And a lot of these kids, you know, they probably don't realize it now that all the sacrifices that their dads do to have them come out here and race. And not even that, moms even, right? Preston Pico, his mom's the one who brings him out here. Funds his racing and has him out here on the racetrack and even wrenches for him most weekends. So, you know, parents, I should say, are the ones who come out here and you know, come out and support their kids and do a lot for them. Aiden Rudolph, for example, as well. His uncle is the one who wrenches for him out here at the Texas Racing Series. So, you know, it's a family affair whenever you talk about racing, right? The kid could be racing, and then the dad or the parent or whatever it may be, mom could wrench for them, you know. So it's always, like you said, a family affair. It's and it's a family sport more than anything. But a lot of these drivers do have their parents out here and helping them out, you know, giving that helping hand. And they don't realize it now, but whenever they get to the age that me and you have, they'll definitely look back and you're like, you know what, my dad was a badass.
Now, as you look towards your leaders, last lap by, Aston Wyatt got around Tanner Barsh. They seem to be swapping positions every now and then. Down the inside goes Tanner Barsh on Aston Wyatt to the inside in turn 6. He's back up to the lead. Aston Wyatt following very closely. They seem to be battling a little bit early in this race. There's still 2 minutes left to go before we get those 2 sticks down through the right-hander. Tanner Barsh leads Aston Wyatt. Yeah, I didn't know that was I forgot that was Burrell Art because of the front nose livery. I understand what you said earlier. I mean, I must not be the biggest examiner on the screen. I'm just trying to look for the helmets right now. But, yeah, those are definitely 2 teammates pushing in first and second.
Yeah, no, for sure. The 2 trackside karting services, Burrell Arts of Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh, pushing each other forward. They did make a couple of moves. They have swapped for position a couple times. But they've kept it pretty clean here all weekend long. And they look to do the same again in this main event. 13.5 minutes down with a minute and a half to go left in this one.
Yep, as they go through the 4 and 5 right-handers onto the back straight, there's still 1 and 2. Will Aston, yeah, he's going for the overtake again. They're just having fun right now. Down the inside goes Aston Wyatt on Tanner Barsh. Clean overtakes, as I see. Will he send it back into turn 7? No, he will not. He will file through down into, or I should say exiting Switchback City into the double right-hander. Very clean, very respectful racing between the teammates. Not losing any time for the most part. They're still sending purples. Actually, as they were overtaking, Tanner Barsh just put down his fastest lap of the racetrack. Not the fastest lap of the session, but him and Aston Wyatt are basically identical anyways.
Yeah, running really identical lap times here as Tanner Barsh continuing to push Aston Wyatt along. They have continued to switch positions, kept us on our toes, and this is going to be the battle for the lead. They won't get the 2 laps this time by. It's going to be 3 laps to go, though, left in this one. Aston Wyatt, Faston Wyatt, I should say, who's been fast all weekend long and continuing to show his pace here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And Tanner, the Texas Hammer Barsh, out here racing. It's first and second for the Dallas, Texas local, who goes down the inside on Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack for the Texas Hammer. Can he get through? He does. So Tanner up to the point of the field, and in second, Aston Wyatt going to have to push Tanner Barsh along, but they've created a big gap to Marshall Steves behind 15 seconds, the biggest gap that we've seen all weekend long here, Rocco.
Now that I'm seeing what they're doing on the back straight, it doesn't even seem that they're trying to battle. They're just letting each other swap positions. Never mind, down the inside, Aston Wyatt on Tanner Barsh. I thought it was just happening on the back straight, but no, it's also happening in turn 11. They are definitely battling now as we come to the 2.6 to go. Aston Wyatt still leads into the boot hairpin on Tanner Barsh. Through they go on the hairpin. Aston Wyatt still about, he's still leading, and Tanner Barsh right there behind him. Down 2 laps to go now through the S's right there on him, Caleb.
Yeah, so the 2.6 were in the air. Rocco, do you know what time it is?
It's crunch time, Caleb.
It's crunch time for sure. Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh get going here, and they try and get it done down the back straightaway. It's Aston Wyatt versus Tanner Barsh down the back straightaway. The two of them up on the steering wheel. Tanner Barsh down the inside into turn number 6 is able to get through into Switchback City we go. It's been a population of 2 all weekend long in this 206 cadet class presented by Rimrock Raceway. Aston Wyatt back in second. They swap positions almost every single lap in this race. Is Aston Wyatt close enough to get it done into the buckle? Turn number 11. Can he get it done? Not close enough as of yet. Going to stay there and leave a little bit of space to not bump Tanner Barsh at all and not slow down his momentum. Tanner Barsh still ahead. Into the boot we go for the second to last time this weekend. They will get the white flag this time by, and it's all to play for here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The final time that Aston Wyatt and Tanner Barsh will be on track. They have done double duty this weekend. They've been quick in both of their classes, and now they look to close this one out here on what's been a barn burner of a race and an absolute clinic all weekend long in between these two drivers. It's Dallas, Texas versus Houston, Texas for the 206 Cadet Glory. Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack looks to get the move done again on Tanner Barsh. Is he going to be close enough? Can he get clear? And he does. We've seen so many moves in turn number 6, and again, a methodical move there by Aston Wyatt to get back up to the point of the field, side by side into the double right-hander. It's still Aston Wyatt to the bottom of the racetrack, over-under move in a Switchback City. Tanner Barsh able to get ahead, and a little bit of a bumper there. Aston Wyatt gets moved to the wayside. Can Aston Wyatt, is he close enough to go? He is. A deep send. Tanner Barsh, no over-under, left the door open there for Aston Wyatt, and he was able to take advantage. Goes defensive into the boot. Is it going to be enough? Can Tanner Barsh pull anything out of the bag? Aston Wyatt leaves the door open as well. Is he close enough for the over-under? A drag race to the line. Tanner Barsh leads from Aston Wyatt side by side. Anyone's race here. Who is it going to be? It's Tanner Barsh who wins in Houston. Aston Wyatt second. Theo Mitchell third. Marshall Steves across the line here shortly. The Iceman still ahead of Marshall Steves. A breakout race for the Iceman who finishes in third. They say he's ice cold with his emotions, but a fist pump in the air. Seemed to be excited there and finishes third. Marshall Steves fourth. Tyler Morwick running up your top 5.
And your sixth place is Rhett Johnson. 7th is Garrier. 8th, Hale. 9th, Klein. 10th, Willander. 11th, Blem. 12th, Massad. 13th is Lesek. 14th, Osborne. 15th, White. 16th, Vargas. 17th, Westbrook. And 18th, I don't think he started.
Yeah, Rodolfo Garza did not get going. We do have some pickup to get underway here. It's your KA100 juniors getting set to go green, and after that, we go back to another one of our headline classes in the main event of the evening. The 206 seniors get set to go green for the final time this weekend here at SpeedSportz Racing Park live in Houston. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We'll see you back for KA100 Junior Racing here shortly.
We're at a commercial break.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, our KA100 junior drivers have gone out onto the racetrack. It's your KA100 juniors presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Rocco Ruzick, take us through our starting lineup here in this one.
Your pole sitter is Turner Brown. Joining him on the front row is Jackson Wolney. In row 2, it's Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Jackson Young. Row 3, Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey. Row 4, David Ibarra and Graham Trammell. In row 5, that's Eric Doan and Joey Dome. 6th row is Roberts and Duquette. 7th, Klein and Barry. 8th is Henry and Golseth. 9th, Anbar and Cox. 10th, Siraki and Reddy. Cruz in the 11th row with Abernathy. On the 12th row, it is Gus Wonderland and Cadena. 13th row, Barry and Jose Paramo. In the 14th row, that is Varial and Thomas. The 15th row, that is Itaraga and Gonzalez, and last is Cash Perkins.
Cash Perkins, Shotgun Charlie on the field as Chico Brown and Jackson Warney are getting set to lead us to green here and into the tram lines for the final time this weekend in this KA100 junior class, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping. Chico Brown and Jackson Warney get the green flag, and we are racing here. Jackson Warney trying to crowd Chico Brown to the top of the racetrack. Not close enough there, and Jackson Warney, it seems to do him a favor, who takes the lead of the race here.
Yeah, Jackson Young, a little bit of a slide right there, but he's still good. He's still in P3. The top 3 are breaking away right now in 4th place. No, down the inside, I think that's Turner Brown on Jackson Wolney. Jackson Young tries to follow him through, but does not get it, stays in P3. Tries it again, still in P3, and that is a change for position, I think, in P4. There's Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey in P4. He just got around Santiago Duran, but it is still your leaders. It is Turner Brown, Jackson Wolney and Jackson Young to Jackson. Santiago Duran down the inside of Gage Bailey into turn 11. He now gets up to P4. He was very fast in the heats, and he should be able to work his way up to the leaders if he has anybody behind able to push him, Caleb.
Yeah, so the battle for P4 back continues to ramp up. The hometown kid, Santiago Duran, leads this group. There goes David Ibarra on the inside of Graham Tremmel. Spoke to David's father earlier today. Told me they had some engine gremlins going on all weekend long. Was surprised he even got 3 laps in qualifying and was able to get going. One driver way off the racetrack and going off-roading there a little bit through the grass. Ethan Gonzalez out on the main straightaway as well, so unfortunate for him as they continue to work their way through it. It's Duran from Gage Bailey, who currently sits in second. There goes Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Graham Tremmel going back on David Ibarra there, Rocco.
Yeah, and as you can see, Gage Bailey being really smart right now. He was pushing Santiago Duran down the back straight, able to maybe work up to that front 3 right now, as I said. Still falling behind. Down the inside, that's David Ibarra on Graham Tremmel, I think, but Tremmel able to get back around David Ibarra.
Yeah, so Graham Tremmel able to get the move done back on David Ibarra as another driver looks to make a move there on Ibarra. And Ibarra giving a signal there to Graham Tremmel, shaking his hand. He's like, dude, we got to work together. They're getting away from us. And there you see Ibarra just trying to tell Tremmel to get on with it and try and work their way forward. The fastest lap of the race, though, belongs to the Cajun of Tyrone Kemper Jr., the New Orleans local, goes quickest overall here in 6th after sweeping all weekend at his home track of NOLA Motorsports Park. Chico Brown still leads from Jackson Wolney here. It's Jackson Young in 3rd, who's not too far off the 2 leaders. Santiago Duran in 4th, a couple of kart lengths back to the 3 leaders here. But nonetheless, trying to make an impression on that gap that's ahead of him. He has Gage Bailey and company there. Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the group ahead, pushing forward. There's one of the SpeedSportz drivers and one of the Trackside Karting Services drivers who makes the move side by side. And we see Graham Tremmel. Domi in this group is where Eric Doan was the driver who made the move. There you see Eric Doan in the blue SpeedSportz with a blue helmet and his blue SpeedSportz kart, making the move and making spots here. That's Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey, who try and work their way up to the rear bumper of the Trackside Karting Services GFC of Jackson Young.
Fastest lap from Santiago Duran last time by. That was a 56.4, about 1/10 faster than your leader, Turner Brown. As I said, Gage Bailey being very smart right now to work with Santiago Duran. They will be catching Jackson Young any moment now because he is alone in that P3 spot. No push and barely even a draft down the back straight. He's losing ground to those leaders. Now, Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey. Tyrone Kemper Jr. loses a bit of time behind Gage Bailey. I'm pretty sure he was behind him a few laps previous, but now through turn 11, Jackson Young right there in the sights of Santiago Duran.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson Young is within half a second, but as opposed to, gaining time, he's getting the dirty air with all the wind that's coming through from the front 2 of Chico Brown and Jackson Wolney. So it's kind of slowing him down here a little bit, and it's prompting Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey, who just goes purple, a 56.175 here in this one.
Yeah, they're really hauling right now, Santiago Duran and Gage Bailey. That's a very effective twin-engine 8-wheel go-kart right there. They're about to send it down on Jackson Young, or maybe even work with him to catch the front 3, because a 12-wheel go-kart is much faster than an 8-wheel go-kart, Caleb.
Rocco, no shade, but they haven't worked together all weekend long, and every time we say something, we're always wrong. And there you have it once again. Santiago Duran makes a move and goes ahead of the Trackside Karting Services driver again. And Santiago Duran up into the top 3. Has been struggling all weekend. Hasn't been the weekend that he would have expected to have, but is trying his best to try and put it in the top 3 and onto the box. For Chico Brown and Jackson Wolney, they still have stayed content to continue to push each other forward. For Chico, he's won I shouldn't say everything, but he's won a lot this year. An unfortunate start with his team of RPG at a couple weeks ago at the SCUSA Pro Tour. Jackson Wolney was up there, contending for race wins as well. So Chico Brown looks to take home back to California some Texas hardware. We already saw one Californian able to take a win today. That was Jesus Vasquez Jr. Can Chico Brown, who's very good friends with Jesus Vasquez Jr. as well, can the two of them, snag away some K8100 hardware for some of these Texans?
We can't let Californians win all of them, man. We got to get some Texans up on that P1 spot. But as you said, every time I think that there's about to be some teamwork, it doesn't happen. So maybe I should keep cursing the teamwork to promote some racing. But as we come through turn 11, Santiago Duran leads Jackson Young, Gage Bailey. There's Tyrone Kemper Jr. behind them. The group of 4 right there through the boot hairpin. Down the inside goes Gage Bailey on Jackson Young. He gets the position. Tyrone Kemper Jr. tries to follow. Oh, my
wow!
goodness!
Tyrone Kemper Jr. with a front fairing that's absolutely destroyed and off of the track there. And that's going to end Tyrone Kemper Jr.'s hopes here in this one, who goes off the racetrack and looks to rejoin here safely. So unfortunate for Tyrone Kemper Jr. There in this one, who rejoins the track there, and unfortunate for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Santiago Duran currently sits in that spot. He got, it was contact for him as they continue to switch positions. There's Gage Bailey on Santiago Duran, and who makes the move and gets ahead there of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart.
Yeah, they're only about 1.6 seconds behind the leaders right now, and they're still working together quite well. The two leaders definitely got their best laps last time by, so they may be pulling a little bit right now. Maybe their karts are coming in a little bit late into this race. Maybe their setups were prepared for the end of the race. Right now, they put down Turner Brown just put down the fastest lap of the race, a 55.9. And as I say that, David Ibarra goes quickest with a 55.8, way back in 5th place. But now your leaders, that is Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney, all by themselves.
Yeah, so the two of them all by themselves here at the moment. Ibarra just went purple here. It's Chico Brown and Jackson Wolney. Chico Brown looks to have a full Californian invasion here this weekend in the KA100 class and complete the Californian takeover here in Texas. Can he get it done? Jackson Wolney, the only driver that can deny him from that here this weekend. And as they look super competitive, still not deciding to fight here at the moment.
Yep, right now they're just going single file through the boot hairpin, trying to get away from the rest of the field as much as they can. They're doing a good job right now. Last time they posted their fastest laps, seem to be pulling a slight gap on 3 and 4, still pushing through the S's. Pushing through turn 2 can be effective. It can be. It just depends. You got to be very careful when you're pushing through those slight kinks like that, because you could have the driver in front of you step out and lose a lot of time.
Yeah, it could be very unfortunate in that. For Jackson Wolney, not Californian, he's from Glen Ellen, Illinois, who's joining us out here this weekend. So good to have him out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series as he gets set for a full National Series campaign. And he said he wanted to race here this weekend and have some laps, some experience around this place before the United States Pro Kart Series comes this way in 2 weeks' time. Chico Brown still leads us away in 3rd. It's Gage Bailey. Santiago Duran in 4th, and David Ibarra, who rounds up your top 5. Jackson Young further back in 6th, with Joey Domi in 7th, Tyler Roberts 8th, Graham Tremble 9th, and Bobby Klein rounding up your top 10 here as Chico Brown just goes purple, 55.950, and that Arcade Motorsports Tony Kart seems to be flying here in this one, Rocco.
Yep, 2 seconds away and pulling another 10th this lap by the two leaders on 3 and 4. Hauling right now down the back straight. A little bit of a gap between Turner Brown and Jackson Wolney as they go into turn 6. Comfortable little gap, but I don't think Jackson Wolney's too worried about that because they see the gap. When you go through a corner, one tip I've always heard is that instead of looking back, as you're going through a corner, kind of peek off to the side to see where the other drivers are, so you don't have to give them, any motivation, because when you look back, that always kind of says that I'm worried about the driver behind me. If you keep your eyes forward, usually you can keep your positions more.
Yeah, for sure. From what I've heard from some drivers that have told me that they actually decide to never look back because they say that it shows weakness to your fellow competitors whenever you're looking back every single lap. So for some of the young drivers who do look back often, as they get older, those are habits that teams and team owners and coaches all try to break. Because whenever you're young, you either spend more time with your hands off your steering wheel or with your eyes somewhere else on the track. They try and break all those little habits to get them to get to the next level, right? And drivers who are close, nearing that next level are these two on your screen, right? Chico Brown, a lot of championships. He's going to be over in Europe for the FIA. Academy karting trophy. He was the USA nominee, so he's going to be out there later this year representing the United States. The Californian, excited to go out there and race. He was honored to have that privilege to go out there. But for Jackson Wolney as well, he was racing at the Ryan Norberg Invitational, and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it's so crazy racing against these senior drivers, and I learned so much that weekend. I was fighting up at the front. Austin Garrison spent so much time, coaching this kid, and it's the same thing this weekend, right? Austin Garrison's under the same tent that he's in. He's racing under Trackside Karting Services with the Tim Lobo GFC-based team, but but a one-off this weekend for Jackson Woney at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And Austin Garrison, continuing to coach him, continuing to help him out with data and whatever it may be to try and keep this kid up at the front, who's matured a lot over the last couple of years, is always at the front, moved from the Rollison Performance Group to Speed Concepts, has been really good in this junior program and continues to show his class, and has shown his class here this weekend and goes purple in the process, a 55.695 for Jackson Woney.
And as you can see, he's not too close to the driver in front, but he has been keeping a healthy gap, and it hasn't been changing very much, about a cart length right there. It's not. We're in the last third of the timing before we get 2 laps to go. I bet Jackson Wolney, he's really thinking right now, this is the main event. He's not going to win it the lap before or the lap before the checkered flag. He's just trying to wait and be patient and study Turner Brown right now. As I said, when he sits there and he gets to see where he's fast, he could also pick out his. What corner am I going to overtake him in? Where am I the strongest? Where is he the weakest? Now, into Switchback City. It's just a city right now. There haven't been many switchbacks recently, but as we go into turn 8 and 9, still your 2 leaders nose to tail.
I should say it's almost like a dormant volcano waiting to erupt, right?
It's a ghost town, man.
Yeah, you can say that it's been a ghost town this race. There's action further back in the field, but these two have been the class so far. Like we said, Chico, the FIA Academy. Karting Academy sponsored driver, a nominee driver who's going out there later this year, and then Jackson Woney, who gained a lot of experience at the Ryan Norberg Invitational a couple of weeks ago and has brought a lot of that back to the junior class, and he showed that last time out at the SCUSA Pro Tour running double duty, and these two kids, they run double duty almost every single weekend. They can run laps after laps after laps, and their head will never fall off their shoulders.
2.5 minutes left to go before we get the 2 sticks. Still, he's just sitting there waiting for the right opportunity to come. He has to wait another 2.5 minutes before anything really happens. He's preserving those tires greatly right now, and because he's staying off the back bumper of Turner Brown, Turner Brown probably hears him, probably doesn't know how close he is, but once we get to those last few laps, if he gets any closer, it could be a small surprise attack. Down into the boot hairpin we go as they come around. Jackson Wolney still very close to Turner Brown.
Yeah, Jackson Wolney still super close. 13 minutes down, 2 minutes to go left in this race. It's been pretty stagnant. We expect passing. We expect some chaos. We saw it with Tyrone Kemper Jr., unfortunately, who's out of this race and further back in the field with that front nose fairing that's, hanging at his knees right now for Tyrone Kemper Jr. But the battle for the lead here, it's still been Wolney and Chico who have pushed each other forward. It's still Gage Bailey in third. David Ibarra up into fourth. Santiago Duran in fifth. Tyler Roberts in seventh. Graham Tremmel eighth. Joey Domi in ninth. Bobby Klein rounding out your top 10. It's Eric Doe in 11th. Duke Kett in 12th. Cox in 13th. Henry in 14th. And Cash Perkins rounding out your top 15 here in KA100 Junior. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when these two will decide to fight. We've seen them fight all year long. We've seen them fight for many years now. As they will do here shortly whenever the time comes and the 2 sticks go into the air.
It's going to be very close this next lap if we get 3 or 2 to go, because we have about 55 seconds when they cross the line, and that's about as long as the lap time is here. So we're about to see how many laps we get left. How many laps we have left next time's around. But as we go into turn 6, Jackson Wolney still just waiting for Turner Brown to make any sort of mistake. I don't think he will. He's just waiting for the 2 sticks to come out, and then he will poke out and get ahead of Turner Brown. But after that happens, I bet Turner Brown will quickly want to get back up to that lead.
Yeah, and an unfortunate ending to one of the TB carts here, who went off the racetrack, got stuck in the ditch there. So that's going to be all she wrote there for that TB cart driver. So unfortunate, not being able to finish this one out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Still, though, it's Chico Brown and Jackson Wolney. The time just ran out, so it's 2 laps to go this time by. 2 laps to go as of now. The time ran out. The sticks weren't up in the air, but it is 2 laps to go as these Jackson Wolney and Chico Brown continue to go around.
Yeah, down the back straight, still just waiting for those 2 sticks. He's still just shadowing. He's not doing much else than that. Maybe further back in the field, there's some action going on, but Gage Bailey in third is in no man's land, but he's sitting pretty. There's nobody behind him. He gets to drive, calmly without any pressure on him, unlike Turner Brown, who has Jackson Woney breathing down his neck the whole race. But Turner Brown doesn't seem to be affected by it. He's still driving very clean, making no mistakes at all this entire race.
Yeah, so I'm just unsure if Chico and Woney made it through the timing loop in time. So we're going to see if it's 1 lap to go or 2 laps to go. It's going to be 2 laps to go. The 2-6 in the air. And Rocco, tell us what time it is, please.
It's crunch time, Caleb.
It's crunch time, Rocco. And Chico Brown and Jackson Woney are officially going to start to fight here and try and switch positions. We haven't seen it yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it now. It's when, and now is the time. Jackson Woney closing by the second here down the back straightaway. Is he close enough that time by? Not as of yet to attempt any sort of move in a switchback city for these two drivers. It seemed like Woney had a much better exit and entry into turn number 7 and has a good exit here out of the double right-hander. Jackson Woney closing down the gap, getting closer and closer to the rear bumper of Chico Brown. So here we go. For the final time this weekend, they're going to cross the white flag. These two drivers have been teammates. They were teammates all last year. They drove together. Chico Brown won the Super Nationals 26, won it twice. Did the double in KA100 Senior and an X30, KA100 Junior and an X30 Junior. But he looks to win here in the KA100 Junior class against a friend of his in Jackson Woney. These two have spent a lot of time together this year. They even go home and play Fortnite whenever they're done racing. And they look to do the same thing here. No games being played here as Jackson Woney, a big bumper to Chico Brown, side by side in between the two of them. Chico Brown still able to stay ahead, side by side into the double right-hander, switchback city. Jackson Woney, can he get it done? Not close enough. Gets a front fairing in there. Not as of yet. Into the buckle we go for the final time this weekend. Is Woney going to be close enough? Chico Brown defensive. Over under move from Woney. Not close enough as of yet. The Arcade Motorsports driver able to stay ahead. Chico into the boot we go for the final time. Goes defensive from Jackson Woney. Woney a little bit of a bumper here once again. Side by side. And there goes Chico Brown crowding Woney. Woney though a much better exit. Side by side to the line. Who was it? Jackson Woney takes the win at the line. Chico Brown in second. Gage Bailey third, David Ibarra crosses the line 4, Jackson Young 5th, Tyler Roberts 6th, Graham Tremmel in 7th, Santiago Duran 8th, Bobby Klein 9th, and Joey Domi rounding out your top 10.
That is Perkins in 11th, Henry 12th, Doan 13th, Duquette 14th, Cox 15th, Abernathy in 16th place, Barry 17th, Golson 18th, Kemper Jr. in 19th place, Paramo in 20th, Saraki in 21st, that's Itiraga in 22nd, Varial in 23rd, Gus Wonderley in 24th, Cadena 25th, Shane Reddy lost 6 positions into 26th, and the rest of your finishers, non-finishers, Thomas, Cruz, Anbar, and Barry.
Yeah, Gonzalo is also one of those non-finishers who's on the main straightaway. As we close that chapter with a little bit of pickup to go, we get ready for the main event, the second main event of the evening, I should say. It's time for 206 Senior Racing. It's Aiden Rudolph in the CRG, starting alongside Bryce Frank on the front row. It's Aiden Rudolph against his old team, the AR Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, side by side. So it's CRG against Allen Rudolph Racing coming up next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, $70?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
It is time for 206 Senior Racing, presented by Slipstream Racing. Aiden Rudolph and Bryce Frank starting on the front row. It's Aiden Rudolph against his dad's own team, the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy driver of Bryce Frank and the MGM, getting set to start on the front row alongside Aiden Rudolph and his CRG Nordum. It's Jacob Oliver for the Trackside Karting Services GFC team starting third, Ethan Wolf in fourth, Cameron Reed fifth, Robertson in sixth, Adams seventh, Rivera eighth, Chambers ninth, Zing 10th, Fitz 11th, Young in 12th, Dornbaum 13th, Seville 14th, Willander 15th, Alfred Alvarez El Castillo 16th, Bamrou 17th, Jensen Harrell starting 17th here in this one. It's going to be Carter Kilgo 19th, Herring 20th, Wolf 21st, Parker Fitz 22nd, Braden 23rd, Domain 24th, Ryan Long 25th, Mackenzie Colum 26th, Ian Columbus 27th here in this race. And a lot more getting set to go green. Let's run you down the rest of your field. Columbus 27th here, Melson 28th, Sam Toll 29th, Luke Waller and 30th, Gabriel McLeo 31st, Cooper Larson 32nd, Drew Chappell not starting here, but Jerry Fandry in the TB kart, Shotgun Charlie on the field after a late engine change after that heat race number 3. Felt that he was down on power, decided to strap on a new, engine coming to the final here, Rocco.
You got to look at him. We got to do a bet here. You can't go over, but how many places do you think he will make up in this final?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Jerry Fanner was super quick at NOLA, and he seems to be feeling good this weekend. Spoke to him a little bit during the lunch break. Said he was feeling good. So let's see what he can do here with a new engine on that goat kart. Felt that he was down on power, this weekend. So a new Kart City motor for him, and let's see what he can do here in this one. It's side by side. Aiden Rudolph against his dad's team, and for Bryce Frank leading the charge here for the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, MGMs, and Burrells here. It's Aiden Rudolph against Bryce Frank, who are going to lead us away for the final time this weekend at the Texas Sprint Racing Series Spring Roundup. It's Rudolph and Frank. Green flag is out, and for the final time this weekend, we are racing here in Houston. Rudolph with a good start. Oliver as well with a good start. Cameron Reed tries to get through on Bryce Frank side by side in between all of them. We are going to be, I would be surprised to see these drivers be super aggressive early on. It is a long race, and a lot can happen in 15 minutes and 2 laps. Jacob Oliver already to the back bumper of Aiden Rudolph. Oliver in his sophomore season here in 206 Senior looks to get it done as they go 3 wide down in turn number 6. Switchback City with a population of almost 30 here at the start of this race. Cameron Reed up in a 4th. There's Ethan Wolf, who's currently sitting in 5th. Robertson, who started on pole for all the heat races, started further back, but a good start so far for him. Up into 6th here as Truly Adams goes around the outside. Kelvin Zing in there as well, side by side with him and Zach Rivera. And Zing able to stay through, side by side. Young and Josie Chambers, side by side, door to door. They make a little bit of contact, but able to keep it clean. That's the battle further back. A little bit outside of the top 10 as Truly Adams looked for the move on Robertson, but wasn't close enough that time by. Aiden Rudolph leads us away here in 206 Senior.
Yeah, Kelvin Zing, a driver that stays hidden for most of the race until you get to the final few laps. But up ahead, Aiden Rudolph, Bryce Frank, and Jacob Oliver. 3 locals here at this track, all 1, 2, 3 with Ethan Wolf and Cameron Reed right behind them. It's a train of 5. Maybe they'll all link up and try to get away from the rest of the field. Oh, Jacob Oliver down the inside of Bryce Frank. He feels that he is faster than Bryce Frank. Wants to get down on the inside of him and push Aiden Rudolph. Not much time lost to Aiden Rudolph there. As they get through turn 7, through Switchback City, down into turn 8 and 9, your top 5 is Aiden Rudolph, Jacob Oliver, Bryce Frank, Ethan Wolf, and Cameron Reed, Caleb.
Yeah, correct. So Cameron Reed there in the 5th spot. She said she wanted to get on the box at least. And a guy who wants to get on the top box here is Jacob Oliver, the sophomore, up to the point of the field. Aiden Rudolph in 2nd. Bryce Frank going to have to slide back to Aiden Rudolph and stay in 3rd. It's Ethan Wolf there. Was he looking for a move? I think he was, but thought better of it. It's Truly Adams continuing to fight here with Braden Robertson, and they continue to lose time as Adams thinks he's faster. Kelvin Zing trying to get through there as well on Truly Adams, but wasn't able to get it done. So this is the battle for P5 here. It's Cameron Reed from Braden Robertson, Truly Adams behind Kelvin Zing. So that's the other AR Academy driver there. Kelvin Zing in the mix and trying to work his way up the field. The DNF for him in heat number 1 put him out of contention here and made him start further back in the field. As there goes another change there. Jacob Oliver and Bryce Frank side by side. Looks like Frank wanted to get through, just wasn't close enough that time by. And Oliver Oliver going to stay up into second here, Rocco.
Looks like Kelvin Zing's on a slightly shorter gear than the rest of the guys in front of him. As you saw down the back straight, he lost a little bit of space going into that braking zone. To the lead, Jacob Oliver on Aiden Rudolph. Back to the lead, Jacob Oliver. That top three still with a little bit of a gap to that to the group behind them. Cameron Reed leading that second group. Aiden Rudolph gets as much track room as he can down the inside of Jacob Oliver to the lead. Aiden Rudolph 3 wide for a brief moment. Jacob Oliver back to the lead with a switchback into the boot hairpin. Now, these top three, they need to work together if they're not going to have Braden Robertson catch them, but he is with Cameron Reed in 4th and 5th. Look at Kelvin Zing. He was in 9th place to start this race. I think he is in 7th now. Shorter gear, but through the infield. Oh, Jackson Young. That's not Jackson Young.
That's Truly Adams. Truly Adams is side-by-side there with Kelvin Zing, who tries to get it done. Not close enough there for Truly Adams. And I tell you what, this is almost a 10-kart train here as Reagan Seville, the rookie, who was able to get the win at round number 1 at NOLA, has joined the party here after an unfortunate set of heat races, put him out of contention for the pole position here. He's made his way and found his way up into the top 10 here in this one. It's so Rudolph who leads from Oliver. There you see Kelvin Zing filing back in the line as Reagan Seville looked for the move on Ethan Wolf. Wasn't close enough. And Bryce Frank up in a P2, Oliver P3. It's Braden Robertson P4. Cameron Reed points emphatically to Robertson, telling him to push his way forward. And there's Ethan Wolf, who looks for the move, and this isn't going to help their progress as Wolf makes the move. And Cameron Reed slots right back in the line there behind Ethan.
There's Reagan. He's had a bad bit of luck these few races, going off in the grass a few times in the heat races, but now he's up there with that lead pack. And 206 racing, the top 10 can win it before the end of the race. I mean, they're all really close together, unlike the other races we see. It's like I said the other day, it's oval racing without the oval. It's train racing. These top three, though, breaking away right now. Bryce Frank pushing Aiden Rudolph with Jacob Oliver behind. They're all going to choose to follow into turn 5. Further behind, Cameron Reed goes down the inside. And then Jacob Oliver goes down the inside of Bryce Frank for second place. Braden Robertson, now there with the front pack, is now a train of 4, but Cameron Reed seems to have some speed as she just went by Ethan Wolf.
Yeah, so Cameron Reed gets by on Ethan Wolf, and all this fighting in the second group back is really holding them up as Reagan Seville looks for a pass there on Ethan Wolf. He gets it done, and there you see Reagan Seville getting ahead of Ethan Wolf, and now behind Cameron Reed, but you see the gap starting to open up. Kelvin Zing now trying to get out of line and find somewhere to file in as Aiden Rudolph there is back, is still in the lead. Robertson gets the move done on Jacob Oliver, who's going to be stuck on the outside with no help, and this is all going to bring everybody else together. Almost 12 karts here in this battle here at the moment, with a good showing so far by Patrick Herring in his first race here this weekend, already up into the top 15 and having a good race so far.
Yeah, Reagan Seville up into 6th place. He's making work of that field right there. He's making up a lot of positions. Now down the inside of Cameron Reed, he goes into P5 if he can make it. He slots in right behind Jacob Oliver, and Cameron Reed is now to 6th place.
Yeah, Cameron Reed down to 6th. Reagan Seville, a new suit for him this weekend, a tuxedo, and I tell you what, that was a class move. That was a class move there by Reagan Seville, who gets it done in Switchback City. He's currently sitting P5 with a teammate in Jacob Oliver ahead of him. Not going to work with them, though. They could be teammates, but it doesn't look like they're homies because they just pass each other.
Well, you can or cannot be homies if you're teammates. I mean, it is one or the other, but as Reagan Seville goes into P5, I mean, it's just business, he says, as he gets close to Bryce Frank, down onto the front straight with that nice tie of his, catching Bryce Frank, but Braden Robertson now, he's also one to make it up a few positions. Oh, we're 4 wide further back, but as we see,
As we see more action through the field, I'm sorry there, Rocker. Truly Adams just went purple, 102.680 for the VLR factory kart driver here. He's currently sitting in 6th and closing down the gap to the top 5.
The top 5 now is Reagan going to go down on the inside of Bryce Frank. He is down to P3. He's making a position or two about every lap. It seems that Bryce Frank has nothing about it. He goes down the inside, gets back to P3. I mean, it's only 6 and 55 minutes in. We're not even halfway done yet, and we're already fighting like it's the last lap, Caleb.
So 7 minutes down, 8 minutes to go left in this 206 senior class as Bryce Frank looks for the move down the inside on Braden Robertson. Bryce Frank gets clear and up in a P2 here in this one. Aiden Rudolph still leads us away. He wasn't able to get it done in KA100 senior. He tries to get it done this time, though, in this 206 senior class. 2 of the headline classes, himself and Braden Robertson racing in both of them, as well as Truly Adams in this group as well. But he's going to get the push from a driver who he's worked with a lot this weekend, Bryce Frank. They've gone out almost all weekend long together. They've been near each other. They were together in qualifying, trying to use each other's draft, trying to help each other and get each other up and further up the field. And it seems to be working out for the two of them. Aiden, it may not be the same team, but it's his dad's team who's right behind him. As Robertson, though, sneaks down the inside, tries to get the 2-for-1 move, gets it done in a switchback city. Braden Robertson, your new leader. Seville looking to get the move done as well. Not close enough. Side by side, and Aiden Rudolph back to the point of the field. Seville looks to get through as well, and over the curbing there for Reagan Seville into second. Not for long, though. Braden Robertson is there. He's going to be stuck on the outside. Truly Adams looks to go through. Frank stuck on the outside. Cameron Reed looking to go through. Josie Chambers in the Intrepid looks to go through. And the two AR Academy drivers there at the back of the train. So the MGM is going to have to find each other and work together to try and catch up to the likes of Aiden Rudolph and Braden Robertson, who are doing double duty here this weekend. Reagan Seville, though, the rookie, it's been a hard main event and a hard weekend for him. Always on the back foot. He DNF'd out of a couple, crashed out in one of them. And it's always been a charge up the field all weekend long for Reagan Seville, who struggled. The rookie, though, has shown his class in his first year in the 206 senior class. He's showing what he can do. He took the win in NOLA and wants to repeat it here at his home track of SpeedSportz Racing Park. There goes Robertson down the inside on Aiden Rudolph. Seville gets through as well. I was surprised to see Seville lead so early last time out at NOLA, and I wouldn't be surprised this time if Reagan Seville would want to be at the front. He told me there that he wants to be in control every single lap and as many laps as he can, so I'm not going to be surprised whenever Reagan Seville decides to go for the lead.
Yeah, Reagan Seville, a rookie to the senior class, but Bryce Frank gets shuffled through, and as Samuel Young tries to get on the outside of him, man, Bryce Frank fell really far behind, but up in your front. Yeah, Reagan Seville, a rookie to the senior class, but no stranger to the 206 class. I mean, he was a monster in 206 cadet and junior, and he's seeming to be a monster in 206 senior as well as he's coming through the field right now. Only one more position to finish the business. Braden Robertson keeps Reagan Seville from the P1 position, but still, it is 5 minutes and 10 seconds left to go before we get the two sticks, Caleb.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go in this race. For Reagan Seville is rocking a special livery this year here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. That Trackside Karting Services logo on the side of his cart has a 7, a gold 7 on the side of it. That's how many times he's won the championship here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. He's a multiple-time champion. It would be a fairy tale story if he could do it in his rookie season in the 206 senior class. I told you he wanted to be at the front. He does it now into the buckle. And Reagan Seville, the multiple-time champion, he has done it in cadet. He's done it multiple times in junior. He wants to get it done in senior this year. But Aiden Rudolph is going to be one to deny that second win here this weekend, who goes back to the point of the field, tap on his helmet, wants them to push forward. Truly Adams in third, who's also looking to do the double here this weekend. Had a struggles in KA 100 senior, but wants to get it done here in the 206 class. Robertson in fourth. Oliver back up into the top 5. A sophomore who had his breakout race last year. And then Josie Chambers as well. The 14-year-old moved up to senior early, started last every single heat race, made up more spots than anyone else. And Reagan Seville, the rookie, up to the point of the field. Rudolph going back on Truly Adams. Is he going to be close enough to get it done in a switchback city? Not as of yet for Aiden Rudolph, but Josie Chambers showing a very mature drive for the youngest driver in the field. There's Kelvin Zing, a driver who, we say a driver who could have been so many times. Last year, he had a championship berth, had to move to Saudi Arabia for work, and that ended all his championship hopes. He looks to get it back this year. A good top 5 finish for him the first round. Looks to get it done this time out, but still fighting throughout the field. Robertson goes through on Oliver. Aiden Rudolph looks to go through as well. All the while, Reagan Seville and Truly Adams have opened up a gap to Robertson, Oliver, and company. A lot of car length separates the front two from the 3, but we know 206 racing is train racing. Whenever you find people, whenever you find a group, whenever you stay patient, you get to the front. We heard Cameron Reed say herself that it's all about, it's like playing a chess match. It's all about positioning, being at the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, Truly Adams starting to work together with Reagan Seville. Didn't try to go down the inside of him there. He understands that he needs to keep the gap as big as he can to this big train behind them. But as they go through the double right-hander, with 206 racing, the bigger the train, the more pace usually. Now, through the turn 11 hairpin, they go. Aiden Rudolph really tight, really close to Jacob Oliver there. Josie Chambers also in the pack. Bryce Frank recovering back up to that lead pack. And as you can see, Kelvin Shing back in 2022. Oh, down the inside, Truly Adams on Reagan Seville, but he's going to get the switch back and get back up to the lead. But Braden Robertson is probably going to, they're still too wide. He has the nose in right there. Oh, and Braden Robertson going to go to the outside, trying to shuffle back in, but Jacob Oliver having none of it. Down into the S as they go, too wide. Braden Robertson able to get ahead of Jacob Oliver, and Aiden Rudolph trying to get on the inside of Jacob Oliver. He's able to do it. Now Kelvin Shing, he's going to get a push by his buddy, Bryce Frank, or should I say his homie, Bryce Frank. Now down the back straight, it's a bunch of, okay, Kelvin Shing about to go down the inside of Josie Chambers. Aiden Rudolph goes down the inside of Kelvin Shing. They're all scrapping for position. Josie Chambers stays at, Josie Chambers, yeah, does stay ahead of Kelvin Shing right there.
Yeah, does stay ahead of Kelvin Zing here at the moment. It's still Seville who leads from Truly Adams. Braden Robertson not too far behind in third. It's Aiden Rudolph in fourth here at the moment. Jacob Oliver currently sits in fifth. Josie Chambers looking for the move, though, on Jacob Oliver. Wasn't close enough. Kelvin Zing, wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper, door to door with young Josie Chambers side by side. Can Kelvin Zing stay ahead? And he does. Kelvin Zing finally clear. You were mentioning 2022. Kelvin Zing was in a spot very similar to this. He didn't lead a single lap in that 2022 main event here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. But when it came to the last lap, it was a drag race to the line. And out of nowhere, Kelvin Zing took his maiden regional race win here at SpeedSportz Racing Park. The Atlanta, Georgia native has had a lot of laps and a lot of testing laps around this place. He's going to try and do the same and recreate the success he had in 2022. But it's Braden Robertson currently who sits at the point of the field. Just went on Truly Adams. Reagan Seville sits second, side by side in Switchback City with almost 10 drivers here. And they go side by side, door to door, further back. Reagan Seville stays in second. Truly Adams. So much action. Fireworks and sparks are flying here in this race. A lot to keep up with as further back. Bryce Frank and Young side by side, and Reagan Seville back to the point of the field. He's told us before that he likes to lead. He likes to be in control, and he's putting on a masterclass of passing there into turn number 11 as he's done it time and time again. As Robertson looks to go on Truly Adams side by side in between the two of them. Truly Adams stuck on the outside. Does he drop a tire? Seems to keep it clean. And Truly Adams, they're still 2 by 2, door to door, 2 on back. Truly Adams gets ahead. Kelvin Zing is still in third. I told you, 2022, Kelvin Zing hasn't led a single lap this race, but finds himself in third when we get to the closing stages of this race. The 15 minutes just ended. 3 laps to go in this race, Rocco.
Yep, you can see how big this group is getting at the end. Kelvin Shing still on the outside. He's probably going to look for something. Jacob Oliver gets to the inside as well as Truly Adams down the inside of Reagan Seville, but he has the inside for turn 7. Keeps the lead. 3 wide momentarily. Still 3 wide further on back through turn 8 and 9. That won't work. 3 wide, guys. Down into the infield straight. Reagan still leading this race. Truly Adams very close behind. Is he going to send it into turn 11? He doesn't. Reagan Seville goes defensive and keeps P1.
Reagan Seville stays defensive and keeps P1. Truly Adams got pushed a little bit and sends a cone flying there on the exit of the knee. But Truly Adams back to the point of the field. It doesn't matter if he kicked the cone out of the way. He goes to the point of the field. Door to door with Jacob Oliver. His sophomore season looks to get it done here. 2 sticks are in the air. I won't say it's officially crunch time because it's been crunch time this entire race. 2:06 glory on the line here in Texas. It's Truly Adams who leads us away from Reagan Seville, the rookie, the sophomore there. And Jacob Oliver sits in third. It's Braden Robertson in fourth. Josie Chambers, young Josie Chambers, a 14-year-old further back who tries to hold on to it. Bryce Frank in this as well. The number 2 on his cart looks to go 1 spot better this year in the championship and put a number 1 on his cart next year. But Reagan Seville has been almost perfect. He was perfect at NOLA. Looks to do it here again. Been on the back foot all weekend long. Is he close enough to get the move done on Truly Adams? This time by into the buckle. Not close enough for Seville. Robertson a little bit defensive. Look for the move on Seville. Wasn't able to get it done. This time by, it's going to be the white flag in the air. It's Truly Adams against Reagan Seville, the VLR against the Trackside Karting Services GFC. Robertson still very much in play. Oliver there, Josie Chambers in there as well. White flag in the air. The last lap of the race here Still Truly Adam who leads us away through the S's. Reagan Seville looking and trying to find with everything that he's got. Isn't where he'd like to be. He'd like to be controlling this, defending himself into turn number 6 we go. Is Reagan Seville close enough to go the move? Truly Adams doesn't defend. Reagan Seville to the bottom of the racetrack looks for the move. Truly Adams looks to hold it around the outside. Is he close enough into Switchback City for the final time? Robertson looks to get the move done there as well. Rudolph and company not too far back. It's 5 karts, almost 10 karts for the lead here. Truly Adams still leads, was able to hold on to it in turn 7 and stay ahead of the rookie in Reagan Seville. Jacob Oliver there giving a bumper. A lot of drivers getting desperate, trying to get to the front of the field. Truly Adams holding strong the final time into the boot. Side by side, Oliver and Seville. Seville looking to get the move done into the boot. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Can Seville pull anything out of the bag? It's still Truly Adams to the finish line, and it will be Truly Adams who wins in Houston.
Wow, your leader, Truly Adams. In second is Reagan Seville. Third is Jacob Oliver with a good race for him. Josie Chambers made up 5 positions to get 4th place. Braden Robertson, 5th place. Young, 6 positions up in P6. Bryce Frank lost a few positions down in P7. Aiden Rudolph lost 7 positions into P8. Cameron Reed finished 9th. Wolf 10th. Jerry Fandry up 23 positions in P11. Insane. Kelvin Zing in 12th place. Jensen Harrell in 13th. Rivera in 14th. Del Castillo in 15th. Domin in 16th. Kilgo 17th. Herring 18th. Fitz 19th. Bamru 20th. Mecleo 21st. Braden 22nd. Willender 23rd. Melson 24th. Landon Fitz. Parker Fitz 19th. Landon Fitz 25th. Blaze Dornbaum lost 13 positions down into 26th. Cooper Larson 27th. Cullum 28th. And your non-finishers Sam Toll, Ian Columbus, Ryan Long, and Ethan Wolf, unfortunately.
Yes, an unfortunate ending to a lot of these drivers' races. But from us here at Kart Chaser, Rocco, an action-packed weekend of racing here in Houston, our home track. I mean, it's great to see that, right? And a barn burner of an end there with 206 Senior. Walk me through your thoughts. Your first time in the booth here this weekend. Walk me through what it was like, watching all the racing action and calling it up here.
Yesterday I was a little bit stressed out, worried about my commentating, but today, it was a different kind of a stress. I was much more excited for the races. Coming into that last race, that was the most competitive race we saw all weekend. We had not seen that many karts in the last lap battle, for sure.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. And, it was a great race and a great weekend of racing, I would say. We had so many great races all weekend long. So it was, super exciting to see all the great racing action here from Houston, Texas. 2 weeks' time, we will be right here, right back at SpeedSportz Racing Park when the United States Pro Kart Series goes green for round number 1 here at SpeedSportz Racing Park, live from Houston, Texas for the Texas Grand Prix. It's been a mega weekend for all of us here at Kart Chaser. 4 races in 4 weekend, 4 different places as well. And to wherever you may be watching from, to all of you that have joined us here this weekend and in the paddock, from myself, Caleb Bieska, and Rocco Ruzic, and all of us here at Kart Chaser, thank you and good night.